Chapter 1. Cloth and his parcel. Boom! The tumultuous waves violently smashed against the jagged rocks by the shore, instantly shattering into countless shards of spray that filled the air. The sky was densely overcast, and fierce gusts whipped up the large waves that crashed upon the beach. Thunderous rumblings ominously echoed from the dark clouds, heralding an impending storm. Lin Tianyu, clad in pajamas, wielded a frying pan in one hand and the Elendil holy sword in the other, standing atop a hill in awe of the magnificent spectacle he had never before witnessed, his heart a tempest of surprise that surged even more chaotically than the sea below. As for how he found himself in such a curious predicament, the story traces back 2 days prior. 2 days ago, Lin Tianyu drew back the heavy curtains, allowing sunlight to pour into a house that had long been uninhabited. Dust motes caught in the beam danced languidly, imparting a sense of weariness to this early autumn afternoon, bringing with it a slight, irritating stench. The view outside revealed a desolate, weed-choked expanse, resembling the remains of what once was a factory courtyard, now lying fallow and quiet. Lin Tianyu gazed at a woman clad in an oversized t-shirt who was hanging freshly washed clothes on a tattered power line. She seemed to be lost in thought, resembling a wooden sculpture or clay figure in her stillness. This marked the 123rd day since he had arrived in this city, and also the 123rd day since he had parted ways with his girlfriend. An undercurrent of sorrow lingered in his heart, a self-pitying shadow that had yet to completely dissipate. Yet inexplicably, his girlfriend's visage had begun to fade in his memory, becoming merely a symbol of his past sadness. Time truly is the best healer, Lin Tianyu murmured to himself, not quite realizing the weight of his words. Are you sure you want to rent this place? His colleague, Xiao Wu, ventured into the room from the adjacent living area, a hint of discontent written across his face. This place is basically a haunted house. Haven't you heard the rumors? What rumors? Lin Tianyu responded, his demeanor unfazed. The last tenant died here one dark night. According to nearby residents, the house was filled with blinding flashes of lightning and wails of terror. By the time they called the police and broke down the door, the owner was already gone. The coroner concluded that he had been electrocuted by a lightning strike, but he had been sitting on his sofa the whole time, and there was no way for such high voltage to enter the room. Isn't that peculiar? Lin Tianyu had no immediate reaction upon hearing this until the implications of the story sank in, sending a chill down his spine. What had originally seemed like just an old house suddenly took on an unsettling aura. Though he was not superstitious, he could not shake his dislike for places tainted by death, even if the rent here was significantly lower than elsewhere. Having thought this through, he finally turned away from his trance-like state, stepping out into the hallway where the young woman who was showing him the place stood anxiously at the bedroom door. Her apprehension became reality when Lin Tianyu approached her and gently shook his head. I don't think I can rent this place. Her face fell immediately. Why? Is it because of the rumors? Those are just hearsay. But someone did die here, didn't they? Lin Tianyu interjected, glancing at the sofa where, indeed, a charred mark lay. Her expression was a mixture of imploring and crestfallen. What if I lower the rent by 10%? At least you'd be willing to consider renting it. Seeing her pitiful demeanor put Lin Tianyu in a difficult position, and he couldn't deny the price was tempting. Nevertheless, he steeled himself. Lower it by another 20%. If it's half the price, he'll take it. Also, you need to replace the sofa, otherwise it'll pass. Without a moment's hesitation, the girl acquiesced, which, paradoxically, instilled a sense of foreboding in Lin Tianyu. Yet, given the circumstances, he felt he had little choice but to agree. Besides, there was a part of him that remained curious about the ominous tales. If something supernatural did occur here, a sliver of excitement flickered within him. Thus, 10 minutes later, Lin Tianyu found himself holding the keys to the peculiar house. Xiao Wu, however, regarded his decision with skepticism but offered naught but a shrug. After all, they were merely acquaintances, and pushing the matter further would serve no purpose. Lin Tianyu's belongings were meager. A few colleagues helped him haul his things out of the dormitory, hastily tidying up the space before departing, leaving him alone in the alleged haunted house. That night, Lin Tianyu found it difficult to sleep. Lying on a bed that exuded the unique scent of decaying wood, he stared at the intricate patterns on the ceiling, and in the stillness of the night, the visage of his ex-girlfriend became vivid once Mireille recalled her sweet smile, soft lips, and the youthful roundness of her cheeks. The rose he had bought them during a summer evening stroll around the lake now rested in a vase in their shared apartment, likely withered to dust by now, much like his current state of mind. At midnight, as the ancient clock in the corner struck, he turned his head to see the charred mark on the sofa. The girl had not replaced it for him, but at that moment he no longer minded. The dark spot served as an indelible reminder of someone's last breath, imbuing that old sofa with the essence of history. With this thought in mind, he realized it wasn't so bad after all. For reasons he could not completely fathom, gazing at that burnt mark brought him a sense of calm, and he gently closed his eyes, finally drifting into a peaceful sleep on that fateful midnight. Bang! 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 The sound of knocking jolted Lin Tianyu awake from his slumber. With an exasperated sigh, he lamented the loss of his sweet dream, incredulous that visitors should appear on the very first day of his new tenancy. It was barely 6 in the morning. Who would knock at such an hour? Wearing his pajamas, he shuffled to the door and peeked through the peephole, spotting a man in a postal uniform. Pulling open the door with some annoyance, Lin Tianyu asked, "What is it?" "I have a package for you." "A package for me?" "Yes." The postal worker nodded, glancing down at his delivery slip. "You must be Mr. Clough." "Clough? Who's that? I've never heard of him." The postal worker looked taken aback. He double-checked his documents. "No mistake, Mr. Clough is the one living here." Suddenly, Lin Tianyu recalled that Clough was the previous tenant, the one who had died from an electrical incident. Since the item was unclaimed, perhaps he could. An idea sparked in Lin Tianyu's mind. Since fate had stripped me of something, perhaps I might obtain a bit of compensation. Wait a moment. You mean Clough was that bearded foreigner? The postal worker appeared puzzled. How would I know what he looks like? I'm just a delivery guy. This package was sent 3 months ago, but got delayed due to some error, and here I am now. Lin Tianyu nodded. That's right, Clough was the landlord's relative. He lived here a few months ago and moved out afterward. Just hand me the package, it'll let the landlord know to forward it to Clough when he comes. The postal worker seemed eager to offload the package. Then you just need to sign for it. 10 minutes later, Lin Tianyu stared at the so-called package in bewilderment. It was an enormous, 2-meter tall, 1-meter wide, half-meter thick wooden crate. He and the 2 postal workers had to exert considerable effort to get the behemoth inside. What on earth could be so large? Once the postal workers left, Lin Tianyu hastily pried the crate open, only to be taken aback by the contents. A heavy black wooden door, complete with a frame, showing signs of age. The door was constructed of solid wood, and its simple, ancient Greek-style carving sparked Lin Tianyu's curiosity. What necessity compelled Clough to purchase an old wooden door? Could it be an antique? He noticed a key hung from the doorknob. When he yanked the key free, he was startled to find a price tag attached. $499,999.99. What sort of lunatic spends $500,000 on a door? Could it genuinely be an antique? Lin Tianyu circled the door twice. Now that he thought about it, if it truly was an antique, why did it have an automatic lock? Did Westerners achieve such advancements hundreds or thousands of years ago? Pondering this further, he inserted the key into the lock and turned it gently. With a satisfying click, the lock opened, and an inexplicable sense of anticipation welled up within him. It felt as though something of great significance awaited him behind that door. He chuckled inwardly at the thought, scolding himself for his fanciful notions. It was merely a strange door. Just as he prepared to pull it open with all his might, the sudden ringing of an alarm clock startled him awake. Damn! It was time for work. Since arriving in S-City, Lin Tianyu had secured a position as an office clerk at a large company. The work was tedious and demanding, often extending into the late evening hours. Overtime was a common occurrence, but he found solace in the generous pay. Most importantly, the job allowed him to forget the pain of his broken heart. All of that suited him just fine, yet he had decided to resign after this month, taking a break before seeking new employment. It was precisely for this reason he had moved out of the company dormitory, avoiding any last-minute chaos. The manager seemed intent on squeezing the last drops of productivity from him before his departure. Today, he had loaded Lin Tianyu with an unusually heavy workload, leaving him to toil until nearly 8. Finally, the day drew to a close, and by the time he returned home, Lin Tianyu was utterly exhausted. After hastily consuming a meager meal, he collapsed into bed, only to be jolted awake in the middle of the night. Bang! 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 The wind rattled the door, disrupting his peace. Annoyed, Lin Tianyu got out of bed and peered outside. The full moon hung in the sky, casting a serene glow across the tranquil scene, a stark contrast to the raucous noise inside. What could possibly be making such a sound? Turning around, the banging persisted. He descended from his bed, gradually making his way toward the source of the noise. When he finally traced the sound, he was astonished to find it emanating from the peculiar door. Leaning slightly against the wall, it sounded as if some unseen force were violently attempting to break through. Lin Tianyu felt a shiver run down his spine. What on earth was happening? Why was that door making such a racket? Could it be that this house was indeed haunted? Hastily, he ducked behind the sofa, convinced that this might offer him a semblance of safety. His breath came in heavy gasps, darkness creeping around the edges of his vis, a sign of adrenaline flooding his system. Retreating a few steps, he grasped a sword from the wall. It was a decorative replica of Aragorn's sword from The Lord of the Rings, purchased for a few hundred yuan from an online store, typically serving as mere ornamentation. Yet at that moment, he held it firmly like a knight, feeling an inexplicable surge of bravery. The stainless steel blade gleamed coldly in the moonlight, though the edge was dull. The point was sharp enough for a purpose. After a brief moment of hesitation, he also grabbed a frying pan from the kitchen, using it as a makeshift shield against his chest. Steeling himself, one hand clutched the sword while the other reached for the door, handily pulled it with all his strength. At that moment, nothing leapt out from behind the door. Only a gust of salty, briny sea wind rushed in, filling the room. Chapter 2. Determination Boom. The towering waves crashed violently against the jagged rocks along the shore, instantly shattering into countless splashes of foam that filled the air. The sky was shrouded in dense, dark clouds, and the howling wind whipped up monstrous waves that battered the beach. The distant rumble of thunder echoed ominously from within the clouds, heralding the imminent arrival of a storm. Lin Tianyu, clad in his sleepwear, held a frying pan in one hand and the sacred sword, Elendil, in the other, stood dumbfounded at the mountaintop, gazing at the breathtaking spectacle before him. His heart surged with a tumult of astonishment that rivaled the tumultuous sea below. Just moments ago, he had been lying in his own bed, but in the blink of an eye, after passing through the wooden door of his bedroom, he found himself on this isolated island. It was a solitary isle suspended over the ocean. From his vantage point, he could behold the entire island in one sweeping glance. One side was dominated by steep, rugged cliffs that appeared utterly inaccessible, while the other boasted a gentle sandy beach stretching over 100 meters. Various nameless, wild plants flourished a few meters from the shore, creeping towards his current position. The absence of coconut palms, emblematic of tropical locales, rendered the island desolate and lonely, a sensation intensified by the inclement weather. He stood at the highest point of the island's center, atop a low hill approximately 10 meters high. Turning to glance back, he noticed the door standing inexplicably behind him, slightly askew yet seemingly supported by an invisible force, maintaining its balance as if it were the sole visible exit of an unseen structure, a sight that struck him as rather eerie. What on earth was happening? Lin Tianyu was utterly bewildered. Thunder rumbled ominously. The deafening sound nearly caused him to collapse, pulling him from his stupor. He looked up. The dark, dense clouds loomed ever lower, as if within reach, exuding a terrifying sense of oppression. Without warning, icy raindrops plummeted down, swept across the land by the frigid wind like bullets. Lin Tianyu's sleepwear was instantly drenched, and he dashed into the open door. Resembling a drenched chicken, the tempest howled through the doorway, ferocious enough to threaten to tear the wooden door asunder. Lin Tianyu had never witnessed such wildness in nature. Clearly, the storm at sea was incomparable to the mild showers of the land. With all his strength, he fought to close the door against the wind, but the gale continued to surge into the room, threatening to hurl him aside. The key! In a flurry, Lin Tianyu searched the table until he finally found the key still bearing its price tag. With a determined thrust, he inserted it into the lock and turned it gently. With a soft click, the howling wind and the frenzied rain abruptly ceased, and the room was instantaneously enveloped in a tranquil calm reminiscent of the deep of night. As if the tempest had merely been a nightmare, breathless, Lin Tianyu plopped onto the floor, momentarily disregarding his soaked state, and suddenly burst into laughter. This was the first time he had laughed so heartily since his breakup with his girlfriend. His laughter was so intense that tears streamed down his face. Outside, the moonlight slanted through the window, illuminating the figure of this seemingly madman. The following morning, Lin Tianyu awoke later than usual, not rising until the old clock struck 9. He stretched lazily and climbed out of bed. He was destined to be late for work today, yet he found himself indifferent. The world behind that door had left him profoundly astonished and made him realize a truth. He no longer needed that last month's salary. Although he couldn't yet comprehend the situation, one thing was clear. He was caught up in an extraordinary event. At 10 o'clock, he entered the office of his manager, who wore a complex expression. With a nonchalant demeanor, Lin Tianyu handed over his resignation letter. Today is September 26th, with just 5 days remaining in the month. You understand what this means. If you resign today, you will not receive your full salary for September. According to the contract, you will only be entitled to half a month's pay, which essentially means you have worked for me for 11 days without compensation. The manager's voice was calm, yet seemed to carry an undercurrent of persuasion. You are correct. Manager, please allow me to address you this way one last time. Every day this month, I have toiled under heavy burdens, many of which were not my responsibility to bear. While I bear no grudge against you for this, I must admit that I find you to be a thoroughly disagreeable person. I have never concealed this sentiment. However, I do not intend to act out of spite. Thank heavens, our hierarchical relationship is finally coming to an end. So let us view this awkward opposition through a professional lens. The manager seemed taken aback by Lin Tianyu's forthrightness, hesitating for a moment. I'm glad you feel that way. In truth, I am aware of the kind of person I am. I take no pride in it, yet I do not feel remorse, as a manager. If I cannot compel my subordinates to work late into the night or complete tasks that are not theirs, then I am not fulfilling my role as a leader. I must extract every ounce of value from them, for that is why the company's higher-ups hired me. If one day you become a leader, I believe you will understand. As he spoke, the manager handed Lin Tianyu an envelope containing half a month's salary. I hope that day never comes, Lin Tianyu replied, nodding to the manager before turning to leave. I hope that day never comes, the manager murmured. Watching Lin Tianyu's retreating figure, after leaving the company, Lin Tianyu did not head straight home. Instead, he ventured to a military supply store, purchasing a canvas raincoat. Although he owned an umbrella, he deemed it unwise to use one amidst such a fierce storm. Additionally, he acquired a replica entrenching tool, 2 canvas backpacks, and a set of camouflage clothing. While he was uncertain of the necessity of these items, it was better to be prepared than caught unawares. Upon returning home, Lin Tianyu's first task was to exert considerable effort in moving the wooden door to the inner room. He completely dismantled the crate surrounding the door, propping it upright against a wall, securing it with cabinets and a desk on either side. Afterward, he donned the camouflage attire, raincoat, and a pair of old hiking shoes he had worn during his trekking days. He slung a canvas travel backpack over his shoulders and attached the entrenching tool to his waist. This time, he opted not to carry the sword. In the face of danger, a sharp entrenching tool was evidently more practical than an unsharpened sword. Once he was thoroughly prepared, he cautiously inserted the key into the lock and turned it gently. As the door unlocked, a refreshing sea breeze wafted through the crack, and taking a deep breath, Lin Tianyu murmured, "Whatever awaits me, I am coming." Chapter 3. Crabs. The sky before him was remarkably clear. A pristine blue devoid of any clouds, merging seamlessly with the azure sea in the distance. Lin Tianyu finally grasped the meaning of the horizon where sea and sky met. The calls of seagulls echoed through the air. Lifting his spirits even higher, he shed his now unnecessary raincoat, propped the door open with a piece of wood from the dismantled crate, and descended a gently sloping hillside. Using the entrenching tool to clear the underbrush, droplets of rainwater that had yet to evaporate splattered onto him, soaking his pants with dew from the grass. Yet none of this could dampen Lin Tianyu's good mood. He made his way to the sandy beach, gazing at the boundless ocean, and suddenly let out a triumphant shout. Ah! There was no echo. The infinite expanse seemed to embrace everything, bringing an exhilarating freshness to Lin Tianyu, who was accustomed to the concrete jungle of the city. Taking a deep breath of the moist, briny air, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him. Gazing at the ocean, his excitement lingered, refusing to settle. Lin Tianyu did not linger long. He remained uncertain of any lurking dangers on the island. Using the entrenching tool as a hiking staff, He patrolled the perimeter of the isle. The island was not large, spanning only about 3 to 4 acres, and he quickly surveyed the area, discovering nothing particularly noteworthy, no remnants of structures nor signs of wildlife. After completing his circuit, he returned to the same stretch of beach and sat upon a smooth stone polished by the waves, feeling somewhat lost. Rather than pondering the nature of his bizarre circumstances, he considered what he could derive from this experience and how he might leverage his discoveries to transform his life. As he contemplated, a rustling sound drew his attention. He turned to see several large crabs scuttling leisurely across the exposed beach as the tide receded. Although As City cannot be deemed an inland city, its distance from the sea is indeed considerable. Consequently, while seafood is available in restaurants, it predominantly consists of frozen fare, lacking in freshness. Lin Tianyu had only tasted crab a few times in his childhood and could scarcely recall its flavor, however. He had frequently indulged in river crabs until recently. Due to soaring prices and rumors about hormone-treated river crabs in the past couple of years, he had not savored fresh river crabs for quite some time. The crabs on the beach were impressively large, the smallest among them being as big as a palm, with the largest boasting a carapace diameter exceeding 20 centimeters, and their legs extending nearly half a meter in length. Their shells were a striking red, adorned with sharp, spiky protrusions that rendered them somewhat peculiar and unappealing. Yet, to the discerning gourmet, such attributes were hardly a deterrent. Lin Tianyu removed his shoes and socks, allowing his bare feet to sink into the sand as he ambled towards the crabs, blissfully unaware of the impending doom that awaited them. The crabs scuttled about, oblivious to the threat, displaying no signs of fear. Catching these crabs required little effort, save for the need to be cautious of their formidable claws. After capturing 2, Lin Tianyu realized he lacked an appropriate container and hurriedly climbed back up the small dune. Dragging a canvas bag down with him in no time, he had filled the bag nearly to capacity with crabs. However, after a moment's hesitation, he decided to release the majority, retaining only 3 of the largest specimens. It seemed prudent not to expend too much energy until he confirmed whether these creatures were indeed edible, especially since the island was not going anywhere. Contemplating this, Lin Tianyu concluded his little adventure and retraced his steps back home. After securing the wooden door, he turned to the internet to identify the species of crabs he had captured. By searching for images on Baidu, he eventually arrived at the answer he sought: the Mediterranean spiny crab, also known as the thorny back crab, an edible spider crab referred to as telmikes by the Italians, which translates to spiky bread, likely owing to its unattractive appearance. However, according to Baidu's description, the flavor of this crab was quite delectable, fetching 200 to 300 yuan at Chinese seafood markets, with frozen crabs selling for 100 to 200 yuan. This revelation suggested that the small island was indeed situated in the Mediterranean. Yet, he remained perplexed about how to make sense of it all. One thing he was certain of was that these crabs were edible and, indeed, very tasty. The method of cooking sea crabs was quite straightforward. Steaming them was sufficient, as their residence in seawater had already imbued them with an exquisite flavor, making the addition of MSG or salt unnecessary. With midday approaching, Lin Tianyu felt a pang of hunger. The 3 large crabs before him appeared exceedingly tempting. He rummaged through his belongings to find a pot, only to realize with dismay that it was somewhat small, intended solely for cooking instant noodles, with a diameter of approximately 20 centimeters, and lacking a steamer. Lin Tianyu chuckled ruefully, surprised at how cumbersome it was to steam a crab. He pondered that making a round trip to purchase a larger pot would take over an hour, which seemed excessively long. After deliberation, he recalled the girl who had shown him the house. She was the landlord's daughter and lived nearby. She still owed him a sofa, so perhaps he could borrow a pot from her while subtly inquiring about the enigmatic Kalufu. Suddenly, a thought struck Lin Tianyu. Since this door had been ordered by the unfortunate Kalufu, it stood to reason that he might know the secret behind it. Given that Kalufu had met a bizarre end in his own home, with all doors and windows securely locked and no clues to the assailant's identity, it was plausible that he had other doors in his possession. His demise may have been linked to a world accessible through one of these doors. The more he pondered, the more sense it made, leading him to consider that if he could discover more doors, he might unravel the mysteries of these temporal gateways. Moreover, compared to the isolated island, the world beyond another door could very well be worth exploring. And of course, this was not the only lead. He glanced at the price tag attached to the key. Since the door had been purchased from somewhere and shipped, It implied the existence of a factory or similar establishment producing such doors. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to investigate Khalifu's estate first, as recklessly probing the organization behind the door's creation before understanding the situation did not seem wise. Who knew what kind of individuals they were, and what might occur if they uncovered the secrets behind the door? The organization capable of manufacturing such a door was certainly not ordinary. One misstep could cost him dearly. As for how to acquire Khalifu's estate, Lin Tianyu had begun formulating some ideas. He found a length of plastic rope, secured the two large crabs together, and placed them in a thick plastic bag before pushing open the door and stepping outside. Chapter 4. Xiaoyu, controlling her small deer transformed into a leopard, joyfully followed the main party deep into the lair of Magtheridon. Just as she was listening to the captain's explanations, preparing to face the most critical battle she had experienced in this game, a knock at the door interrupted her. "Who is it?" she asked, somewhat irritably, as being disturbed during gameplay was one of her pet peeves. "It's me. Lin Tianyu, the tenant who moved in the day before yesterday. Could he be here to ask for the sofa?" Xiaoyu hesitated, recognizing that her handling of that matter had been rather inconsiderate. Although she had readily agreed, she had no intention of actually providing a replacement. However, as fate would have it, she eventually stood up, not forgetting to type AFK away from keyboard in the team channel before leaving. Upon opening the door, she found the new tenant standing there with a calm smile, holding a bag of items. "Are you looking for me?" she inquired casually. "I am immensely grateful for your assistance in securing such a low rent. So I would like to invite you to dinner as a token of my appreciation." Though Xiaoyu was the landlord's daughter, she maintained a clear boundary with her father and earned a legitimate commission. Thus felt she hadn't he truly helped him. She scrutinized him with a hint of suspicion. Lin Tianyu seemed to sense her thoughts, shrugging helplessly while raising the plastic bag in his hand. "Actually, my relative sent me 2 crabs, but I don't have a sufficiently large pot to steam them, so I was hoping to borrow yours." That made sense. She had suspected his goodwill was too good to be true. However, Xiaoyu felt a twinge of disappointment, realizing it wasn't her charm at play. Borrowing a pot was an unusual request for her. She hesitated, unsure how to decline but also captivated by the impressive size of the crabs. Her eyes darted as she considered, "So, you're asking to borrow my pot while inviting me to dinner as a thank you. Does that mean I get to share in the crabs?" Lin Tianyu feigned a pained expression, yet it was clear he was reluctant to refuse. "Of course, there will be enough for you." With an offer of free delicacies, Xiaoyu couldn't decline. She turned and welcomed Lin Tianyu into her home. "Princess Xiaoyu, can you still play? If you don't return soon, I'll kick you out." The captain's voice suddenly echoed in her memory, startling her. She pointed aimlessly towards the kitchen. "The pot is over there. You can handle it yourself. I need to get back to my game." As Xiaoyu hurried back to her computer, informing the captain that she was ready, Lin Tianyu chuckled at her frantic demeanor. He could relate to that feeling. Having once been a fervent gamer himself before his girlfriend came along, Lin Tianyu busied himself with steaming the crabs. Xiaoyu's battle commenced. She deftly maneuvered her character to evade the boss's AoE attacks while frantically healing her teammates. Aware that her equipment level did not typically qualify her for the main guild group, she was acutely aware of the opportunity she had and fully immersed herself in the fight. Oblivious to everything else around her, the sound of boiling water filled the kitchen, and soon a delicious aroma wafted through the air. Xiaoyu's nose twitched, yet she remained unaware of the significance of the enticing scent, continuing to diligently heal her team. Finally, as the boss's last sliver of health vanished, Magtheridon roared, "The Legion will consume you." With that final cry, the immense form of Magtheridon collapsed. "Oh yeah." Xiaoyu, brimming with excitement, suddenly sprang to her feet. Although their guild had successfully conquered the high-level dungeon, the Serpent Temple, and Ma Se Li Dun posed little threat anymore, it was still her first time vanquishing such a formidable team boss. Witnessing the colossal creature collapse before her, knowing she had played a part in its downfall, filled her with unparalleled exhilaration. What heightened her excitement further was that, as several healing gear pieces in the guild were already quite complete, the captain had graciously awarded her a piece of equipment dropped by the boss at an exceedingly low point cost. With her newfound gear, Xiaoyu was overjoyed, lingering beside Ma Se Li Dun's lifeless body. As if hoping to extract something from the now dull corpse, It was only when her stomach growled insistently, reminding her it was time for a meal, that she reluctantly exited the game. Upon turning around, she was taken aback. On the dining table behind her, two large white porcelain plates held a pair of enormous crabs, exuding an enticing aroma. The boiled crabs displayed a vibrant red hue, instantly stimulating her appetite. Lin Tianyu, ever the gentleman, gestured for her to sit, waiting until Xiao Yu settled down before taking his own seat. Despite her delicate appearance, Xiao Yu was quite adept at tackling the hard-shelled crabs. After adjusting the crab shell, which seemed nearly impossible to crack, she resorted to using a fruit knife, wedging it into the gap of the shell and prying it open with determination, revealing the pristine white crab meat inside. Xiao Yu's mouth watered at the sight, and she eagerly took a bite, savoring the tender meat and fresh juices. It was so delectable that she momentarily forgot her ladle-like demeanor and devoured it voraciously. Observing Xiao Yu's enthusiastic eating, Lin Tianyu too felt compelled to partake, finding the flavor of the sea crab superior to that of river crabs, devoid of any muddy taste, making it exceptionally palatable. The succulent meat was easy to eat, and both indulged heartily. While enjoying the exquisite crab meat, Lin Tianyu contemplated the matter regarding the door. Noticing Xiao Yu's blissful enjoyment, he suddenly smiled and said, "By the way, there's something I would like your assistance with." Xiao Yu's expression shifted to one of caution upon hearing Lin Tianyu's words. "What is it?" "Well, as I mentioned before, my pot is too small to cook anything. I heard that the belongings of your former tenant were collected by the landlord after his passing. I thought there might be a pot among his things. Could you lend me one for a while? It would save me the trouble of bothering you again. And as for that sofa, I won't need to replace it." Xiao Yu had never intended to swap out Lin Tianyu's sofa, but lending him a pot seemed harmless, especially since those items were just gathering dust in storage. Moreover, the crabs were truly delicious, and it felt somewhat awkward not to help Xiao Yu with this small favor. "All right. One cannot bite the hand that feeds, so I'll assist you this time." After finishing the crabs, Xiao Yu let out an unladylike belch, relishing her first experience with such large crabs. One was enough to satiate her hunger. She couldn't help but feel a greater fondness for Lin Tianyu, recognizing that such a crab likely came at a hefty price, while a new pot wouldn't cost much. She found herself thinking Lin Tianyu was somewhat foolish. Leading him to the storage room filled with old furniture, she opened the door to reveal a collection of discarded items and useless belongings left by previous tenants. Lin Tianyu pretended to search around, easily spotting a carelessly discarded black wooden door in the corner. The door appeared quite worn, with several chips and marks, its dark surface coated in dust, leaning against the frame, seemingly fit only for firewood. However, the lock appeared nearly new, and Lin Tianyu's heart raced at the sight. Recognizing that its design was identical to the lock on his own door, he thought to himself, "This is it." Yet, although he had found the door, he needed a plausible reason to take it back. Simply purchasing it would undoubtedly raise suspicions. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Xiao Yu and said, "To be honest, I've lost quite a few things during my move. Aside from the pot, I lack other items as well. It would be rather uneconomical to buy everything new, and I see there are quite a few things here that could be useful. How about you let me have a few more?" Xiao Yu's face immediately darkened as she thought, "How can you be so demanding?" Sensing her displeasure, Lin Tianyu hastily added, "Of course, I will pay for the other items. As for the price, how about half the market rate? Consider it a small favor." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu's heart leaped with joy, realizing that the contents of the storage room were either worthless leftovers from previous tenants or belongings of the deceased foreigner. Who would want to claim items that belonged to a dead person? The fact that he was willing to pay half price made her think he was rather naive. The items in the storage were essentially ownerless, collected by the landlord after Kalufu's death, and anything of value had long been taken. What remained were merely bulky pieces of furniture that Xiao Yu, responsible for overseeing them, typically ignored. The prospect of making a profit delighted her, though she masked her excitement, shrugging her shoulders. "If you really need them, I can sell them to you, just as a favor to a friend." Lin Tianyu expressed his gratitude, and they exchanged smiles, both secretly pleased, thinking they had struck a great deal. Kalufu had indeed left behind a considerable number of items, and Lin Tianyu selected 7 or 8 useful ones, including the wooden door. Xiao Yu assumed Lin Tianyu was concerned about the security of his own door lock and thought it silly to buy the entire door just for a lock replacement. Nevertheless, since a deal had been struck, she refrained from questioning him further. The door appeared to be made of low-quality wood, hardly worth much even as scrap, so she considered 200 yuan a windfall. After tallying the total, the items amounted to 7 or 800 yuan. Lin Tianyu, having just lost his job, felt a twinge of pain at the expense. Yet, compared to the gains, this cost seemed negligible. By the way, do you have the key for this door? Xiaoyu pondered for a moment, then exclaimed, "Oh, right." She suddenly dragged out a box from the corner. This box contains various small items, and if there is a key, it should be in there. Why don't you take it all back and look through it at your leisure? Keep what you find useful and discard the rest. Lin Tianyu shook the box, hearing the clatter of numerous items inside, and nodded as he paid her. Seeing him pay so readily made Xiaoyu beam with joy. Having completed the transaction, she went the extra mile to lend him a tricycle, helping him transport everything back to his home. After thanking Xiaoyu profusely and seeing her off, Lin Tianyu approached the wooden door, unable to contain his excitement. Due to its prolonged storage in the basement, the door was covered in dust, bearing numerous scrapes and scratches that rendered it rather unremarkable. He fetched 2 cloths and a basin of water, meticulously cleaning the door. Once spotless, he examined it closely, noticing subtle hidden patterns on the black wood, perhaps some sort of runes, although they could merely be decorative. Not overly invested in deciphering the significance of the patterns, he focused instead on how to unlock the door. He quickly tore open the cardboard box, revealing a collection of assorted trinkets. A poorly carved wooden horse, a metal plate inscribed with peculiar characters, several yellowed scrolls, a rusted folding knife, and a smooth stone. After searching diligently, he finally uncovered a set of keys. Testing each one in the lock of the black wooden door, he found one that fit perfectly. With anticipation, he gently turned the key, and with a satisfying click, the lock sprang open as he pulled the door ajar. A musty, damp odor wafted into the air. Cautiously inhaling the strange scent, he felt an ominous premonition. He widened the gap, peering into the shadowy world beyond. Before him lay a desolate expanse, dotted with sparse trees, shrouded in a faint mist. As Lin Tianyu gingerly stepped over the threshold, carefully surveying this unfamiliar realm, the sky beyond the door was shrouded in rain. The clouds were not particularly thick, yet the light was peculiarly obscure. The downpour was not heavy, but the chill of the rain was biting. Beneath his feet lay a muddy expanse, and due to the mist, visibility was limited to a mere few dozen meters. The trees in the distance grew in an exceedingly grotesque and twisted manner. Though they had not succumbed to death, they exuded the distinct odor of decaying foliage, casting a pall over Lin Tianyu's spirits. A gust of wind swept by, penetrating his clothing with its coldness. Everything in this world appeared so dreary. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Tianyu decided to retreat. Clearly, the realm beyond this door was no longer a desolate island, which meant the potential presence of wild beasts, or worse still, humans, who could be far more perilous than tigers or wolves. Thus, weaponry became an indispensable part of his gear. The air was frigid, necessitating warm clothing, while the muddy path made waterproof boots an absolute requirement. Despite the bleakness of this world, Lin Tianyu's nature was to seek the truth rather than shy away from it. He donned his camouflage attire, waterproof hiking boots, and a robust canvas raincoat, securing a shovel at his waist and gripping a sword in his hand. Fully armed, he still felt a pang of regret. If only he had a firearm, he would feel much more assured. Shaking off his thoughts, Lin Tianyu pushed open the door and re-entered the world beyond. The muddy path was arduous to traverse, compelling Lin Tianyu to periodically scrape the muck off his boots against tree trunks. He maintained a vigilant demeanor, ever aware of the potential emergence of beasts from the underbrush. Yet, his journey was eerily silent. Not a single beast stirred, nor did he hear the chirping of insects or the calls of birds. This forest bore a heavy, lifeless atmosphere that weighed upon Lin Tianyu's heart, making it hard for him to breathe. The farther he distanced himself from the door, the more profound his unease became. After what felt like several minutes, though it seemed far longer, he glanced back, noticing that the light from the door was nearly obscured by the mist. Just as he pondered whether this venture should come to an end, a series of soft, shuffling footsteps caught his attention. In the distance, a vague silhouette was slowly approaching him. Lin Tianyu let out a sigh of relief, initially believing this world devoid of any living creature. However, as the figure drew closer, his apprehension mounted. Its gait was exceedingly peculiar, arms extended forward as if to grasp something, and from the outline shrouded in fog, it appeared to be unclothed. Curiosity morphed into caution as he braced himself. When the figure finally materialized before him, Lin Tianyu gasped sharply. Before him stood nothing less than a corpse. At least, to Lin Tianyu's eyes, a being in such a state could scarcely be considered alive. The creature was entirely devoid of clothing, revealing its ghastly form. Its skin was deathly pale, interspersed with patches of gray or deep green decay, and various parts had already begun to rot. One of its eyes was missing, leaving a gaping, horrific hollow, while the other was a lifeless white it emitted a ghastly, guttural sound, a mere meaningless growl that nonetheless sent chills down Lin Tianyu's spine. At that moment, he was nearly paralyzed by fear. His scalp prickled as an all-consuming dread seeped into his very bones. He instinctively took a step back, the squelching sound of his boot in the mud seemingly attracting the attention of the approaching corpse, which slowly turned its head towards him and ambled closer. Lin Tianyu first retreated 2 steps, then abruptly transformed his retreat into a frantic flight. He stumbled and fell to the ground after only a few paces, too disoriented to care that he was now covered in mud. He scrambled back to his feet, glancing over his shoulder to find that the zombie had not pursued him. Its movements were lethargic, reminiscent of a sluggish patient. He dared not linger on such thoughts and took off running with reckless abandon. Mud splattering around him and onto his body, but he was beyond caring. After sprinting several hundred meters at an unprecedented speed, he burst through the door, locking the heavy black wood behind him before collapsing onto the floor, gasping for breath. After a while, once he had acclimated to the sharp pangs in his lungs from the exertion and his heartbeat returned to a semblance of normalcy, a wave of shame began to wash over him. The zombie had seemed far from formidable. Aside from its grotesque appearance, it was slow and even lacked sight. How could he have been so easily frightened? He recalled moments spent boasting online, claiming how he would conquer the world of Dungeons and Dragons. He had spoken with such bravado, yet here he was, paralyzed by a creature that appeared to be the weakest of monsters. With a deep breath, Lin Tianyu stood abruptly, splashing cold water on his face in the bathroom. Gazing into the mirror at his pale visage, he fervently encouraged himself from within. "You can do this. You can do this. You will succeed, Lin Tianyu." He repeated these affirmations until the determination in his eyes morphed into a resolute glare. Turning away, he retrieved the sword he had dropped and flung open the black wooden door once more. In the distance, he spotted the frail silhouette. The zombie seemed to have halted, as if the loss of its target had rendered it immobile. At that moment, Lin Tianyu strode forward without a trace of fear. His footsteps caught the zombie's attention, prompting it to emit that low growl once again as it extended its arm toward him. Yet, Lin Tianyu was now devoid of trepidation. The adrenaline coursing through him left him slightly disoriented. He took deep breaths to maintain his composure. When he was a mere 10 meters away from the zombie, he suddenly quickened his pace. With both hands raised high, he delivered a diagonal slash. And with a wet thud, the zombie was cleaved to the ground like a sack of grain, collapsing into the mud. Lin Tianyu stepped back a few paces, only to realize that the creature would not rise again. He thought to himself, "Is this monster truly so weak?" Yet, the exhilaration of victory soon eclipsed his doubts. He raised his sword triumphantly above his head, exuberantly shouting as if he were a victorious soldier, "Yes! Yes!" Such was the nature of the undead. As Lin Tianyu reveled in his newfound courage, his fears dissipated, he resolved to conduct a series of small-scale reconnaissance missions to familiarize himself with the surrounding terrain. Once he had accrued sufficient experience, he would gather adequate provisions for a long expedition. Perhaps he could locate humans in this realm and engage in trade, even if language proved a barrier. He was confident that gestures could bridge the gap in that moment. Buoyed by the joy of victory, he felt invincible. Humans often cowered in the face of the unknown, yet when they discovered they could triumph over it, they became blindly optimistic. Emboldened by such reckless confidence, Lin Tianyu ambled through the woods. It seemed his triumphant shout had drawn attention. As he passed through a thicket, a small green head peeked out before quickly retreating. Lin Tianyu was taken aback, wondering what creature awaited him this time. He brandished his sword defensively, and after a moment, a creature over a meter tall emerged from the underbrush, It bore an exceedingly grotesque head, pointed ears, and green skin, which had developed a moss-like growth from prolonged exposure to damp air. Draped in a peculiar outfit fashioned from scraps of burlap and tattered animal hide, it wielded a crude wooden spear. Seemingly constructed from a rusted dagger bound to a long branch, a truly rudimentary weapon. The creature clutched this makeshift spear with a wary expression, its gaze darting between Lin Tianyu's raincoat and stainless steel sword, revealing a glimmer of greed and menace that unsettled Lin Tianyu. A goblin? He thought uncertainly, as this diminutive creature brought to mind the goblins found only in fantasy novels and online games. If it were indeed a goblin, he need not fear. Such beings were notoriously timid and weak, merely fodder for novice adventurers to hone their skills. With this thought in mind, he let out a resounding shout, "Ah!" As he charged forward, sword raised, the goblin, startled by his bellow, turned tail and fled. Lin Tianyu, however, made no attempt to pursue. Instead, he found amusement in the creature's clumsy escape. First the zombie, now a goblin. Was this truly a fantastical world? Just as he contemplated whether to continue his reconnaissance, the goblin suddenly re-emerged. "Wawa oh yo! Golly duo ah yo!" it shouted, seemingly calling out to something. Lin Tianyu initially found the cries amusing, but his perspective swiftly changed when 7 or 8 goblins came rushing out from the bushes in rapid succession. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled, the goblins hot on his heels, their small feet darting swiftly across the muddy ground. Not far into his escape, his feet became caked in muck, causing him to slow down involuntarily. At that moment, a sudden pain pierced his back, as if a thrown spear had struck him. Fortunately, the spear was not particularly sharp, and his canvas raincoat proved resilient, preventing any serious injury. Nonetheless, his anger flared in an instant. Glancing back, he saw that the leading goblin was merely a few steps away. Realizing he could not escape, he pivoted sharply, and with a sweeping motion, he struck the advancing goblin with his sword. Though the blade was not sharpened, it was still a hefty metal object, and it crushed the goblin's skull, leaving it incapacitated. The remaining goblins seemed momentarily stunned by this display and did not immediately rush to attack. Yet they were unwilling to retreat, brandishing their rusted knives and crude spears, encircling him obstinately. Lin Tianyu brandished his sword, issuing menacing threats as he faced off against the goblins, resulting in a tense stalemate. He recognized that this was not a favorable situation. These goblins clearly had their eyes set on the equipment he bore. Although his imitation sword lacked sharpness, it certainly had a decent appearance. If he were to throw the sword, it might incite a scramble among them, granting him a chance to escape. However, he was uncertain of this strategy. If the goblins were to ignore him and seize his only weapon, he would be left defenseless. He rummaged through his pockets, finding nothing but a few small bills, and then reached into his pants pocket, where he unexpectedly felt something hard. It was a lighter. Suddenly, he recalled that despite not being a smoker, he had deliberately packed a few disposable plastic lighters for his adventure to the island. Perhaps this could serve as a distraction. As he contemplated, he retrieved a lighter and waved its red plastic casing before the goblins. Instantly, their eyes lit up with greed, likely mistaking the lighter for a ruby or some precious gem. Their gaze fixated upon it. A surge of hope swelled within Lin Tianyu as he thought that perhaps this would work. He hurled the lighter away with all his might, and in an instant, the goblins surrounding him lunged toward the direction of the lighter. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Tianyu wasted no time and sprinted away. Glancing back to see the goblins engaged in a scuffle over the lighter, utterly neglecting him with a sigh of relief, he quickened his pace until he burst through the door, securing the black wooden door tightly behind him, finally allowing himself to relax. Chapter 7. Selling crabs. Lin Tianyu gazed at the black wooden door, his heart still racing with fear. If just a handful of goblins posed such a challenge, how would he fare against ogres, man-eaters, trolls, or other monstrous creatures? The mere thought of dragons or liches sent a shiver down his spine. The realization that the world beyond that wooden door was perilously unsafe settled heavily upon him. It was clear he could not venture inside just yet. How he wished he had a firearm. Something like an AK-47 or an MP5 would suffice, allowing him to sweep through a crowd with ease. Alternatively, a shotgun would be advantageous, offering a broad range and devastating close-range power. If only he possessed such weapons, dealing with those goblins would seem like child's play. Alas, in China, firearms were strictly regulated. Not only was obtaining an AK-47 or an MP5 out of the question, but even a hunting rifle was nearly impossible to procure. Although rumors circulated about black markets selling homemade firearms, he had neither the funds nor the connections to make such a purchase. Was he truly destined to become a fisherman? Lin Tianyu felt a twinge of reluctance. After all, the potential of these doors was extraordinary. To merely utilize them for catching crabs and selling seafood felt like an underutilization of their capabilities. However, his life took precedence. After much contemplation, he resolved not to open the black door unless he could acquire a sufficiently powerful set of gear. Otherwise, it would be wise to avoid such a dangerous place. Stripping off his canvas raincoat, he expressed gratitude for it, realizing that without it, even a minor injury from those rusty weapons could lead to a painful case of tetanus. Suddenly, an idea struck him. The raincoat was quite sturdy. If he could sew some thin steel plates into it, it could serve as excellent armor. With such protection, he could easily handle those goblins. Yet, for the time being, such thoughts would have to wait. Lin Tianyu concluded that possessing a firearm would provide a greater sense of security. Even if he encountered ogres or man-eaters, a single shot would suffice to take them down. For now, it would be prudent to sell seafood and earn some money, then seek opportunities to acquire firearms before embarking on further adventures. With this decision made, he did not act immediately. His 2 excursions through the black door had consumed less than an hour, yet he felt unusually fatigued. Noticing the time, he cooked the remaining crab and devoured it ravenously before collapsing into bed. Throughout the night, he was plagued by bizarre dreams. One moment he was slaughtering goblins, the next he was being chased by a horde of undead, and then he found himself captured by a group of man-eaters. Placed over a fire that, oddly enough, was not hot but rather chillingly cold. When he could no longer bear it, he awoke to find his blanket kicked off, leaving him exposed to the night wind's icy grip. Lin Tianyu attempted to return to sleep, but the ominous presence of the black door loomed in his mind, as if monsters could burst through at any moment. A question suddenly struck him. How did that door exist? After locking it, what lay beyond in that world? One thing he could ascertain was that, regardless of how he positioned the door, horizontally or vertically, the exit on the other side remained constant. However, once the door was secured here, he could not be certain if it remained visible from the other side. This conundrum kept him awake, prompting him to rise from his bed, dress, and take his phone before opening the brown door leading to the island. Night had fallen on the island as well, seemingly synchronized with the time on the mainland. The sky was still, a bright moon hanging overhead, casting an unusual luminescence. The only sound was the gentle lapping of waves against the shore. Lin Tianyu positioned his phone facing the time-space door and activated the camera function. He then turned back, locked the door securely, and after 10 seconds, opened it once more to retrieve his phone. Upon reviewing the captured footage, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. In the recorded moment when he locked the door, it vanished entirely, affirming that the door allowed for one-way passage. This realization alleviated his worries about monsters suddenly invading his home in the dead of night. The following day, he rose around 9 o'clock, fully revitalized from a night of rest. After dressing and packing a canvas bag, he stepped through the door to the island. In no time, he caught 4 large crabs, wrapping them in the canvas and bringing them back to his room. Lin Tianyu hesitated, pondering whether his crabs were too fresh and unusual for the local market, potentially drawing unwanted attention to the doors. Yet, he dismissed his concerns. Even if he told others he caught the crabs through a time-space door, few would believe him, and they might even regard him as mad. Nevertheless, he resolved to be cautious. He found a plastic box with some insulating properties, layered the bottom with crushed ice, and placed 2 crabs inside as samples. The cold affected the crabs, rendering them lethargic, and he topped them with more crushed ice before exiting. Catching crabs proved easy, but selling them was another matter entirely. Initially, Lin Tianyu planned to locate a seafood stall to sell his crabs, hoping that a quick turnover would lead to a better price, as he had no investment in the endeavor. However, upon reaching the market, he discovered a lack of dedicated seafood stalls. S-City was not a coastal city, and seafood was not a primary commodity. Although some was available, it mostly consisted of frozen fish and shrimp, with fresh seafood primarily limited to freshwater varieties. He wondered whether anyone would even be interested in his crabs. Still, having come this far, he decided to give it a try. He approached a sizable stall where a rotund vendor, clad in a white short-sleeve shirt and an oilcloth apron, was busy serving a customer purchasing fish. Once the vendor finished, Lin Tianyu approached and casually inquired, "How's business, boss?" "Just so-so," the vendor replied, setting down his net. "What can I do for you, brother?" Lin Tianyu shook his head, saying, "I am not here to purchase anything. Rather, I wish to sell you something." "Well, this is indeed interesting. After all these years of running my stall, you are the first customer to propose selling me something. To be precise, I am offering supplies. I have a batch of seafood that I would like to find someone to sell on my behalf," Lin Tianyu explained. "Seafood?" The stout man shrugged. "Clearly, I have no concept of it. Let me take a look first." Lin Tianyu then opened the box, brushing aside the crushed ice to reveal the enormous crab shells within. The stout man was taken aback, evidently surprised by the sight of a crab he had never encountered before. "Is this edible?" "Of course. This is a premium product. Selling it at 200 to 300 yuan per kilogram is quite effortless. If you're interested, I can supply it to you at 150 yuan per kilogram." The stout man burst into laughter. "Oh? Come on. Crabs at 150 yuan per kilogram. I would have to sell them for at least 200. Only crabs priced at 200 would entice a buyer. How much does a live hairy crab cost?" Lin Tianyu sighed. "Then forget it. Consider me as if I never came." With that, he turned to leave. The stout man shook his head at Lin Tianyu's retreating figure, thinking to himself that this person must be out of his mind for money. Upon exiting the market, Lin Tianyu realized he had made a mistake. Although the price of these crabs appeared high online, that was only if people were aware of their rarity. It was similar to lobsters, which are frequently showcased in films and television, leading people to subconsciously regard them as luxury items, thus driving up their price, even among those who have never tasted them. In contrast, the Mediterranean spiny crab held far less notoriety. Although it is indeed a valuable seafood, the average person had likely never even heard of it, leaving them with no concept of its worth. This phenomenon is consistent across various industries. When high-end ice cream is mentioned, people often think of Häagen-Dazs. However, in the United States, Häagen-Dazs is merely a common brand, priced reasonably, while its popularity in domestic marketing has elevated it to the status of a luxury item, overshadowing genuinely premium ice creams that few in the country have heard of. The crabs in Lin Tianyu's possession undoubtedly fit into the latter category. Reflecting on this, he concluded that he needed to seek out a more upscale venue to secure a better price. This time, he chose a 3-star hotel in the city center. Considering the discerning taste of the clientele, he decided to return home to catch 2 live crabs, lively and wriggling, which he placed into an empty plastic container before heading to the hotel entrance. Chapter 8. Shipbuilding. Lin Tianyu approached the hotel lobby's service desk, stating directly to a female staff member behind the counter, "I need to speak with your manager regarding a matter." Before long, a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses emerged, a smile gracing his face as he approached Lin Tianyu and extended his hand for a handshake. "I am Hu Bin, the manager of this hotel." Individuals in the service industry, irrespective of their rank, always wear a professional smile, making them appear approachable. Hu Bin glanced at Lin Tianyu's ordinary attire. Though he was puzzled, he did not let it show. "May I ask what you need to discuss?" "Certainly. I have a business proposition for your esteemed hotel. However, before we proceed, I would like to inquire whether your hotel offers fresh seafood to guests." "Indeed, all our seafood is air-freighted and absolutely fresh. However, due to shipping costs, the prices are also quite steep." "What are you implying?" "I have a batch of seafood I wish to sell, with freshness guaranteed. I brought some samples for you to examine," he said, opening the plastic container. The manager, being knowledgeable, immediately recognized that it was not local seafood. "What is this?" "This is the Mediterranean spiny crab, also known as the thornback crab, an edible spider crab. The Italians refer to it as telmikis, which translates to bread with long spines, likely due to its unsightly appearance. This is far superior to lobsters, as lobsters can be farmed, whereas these crabs can only be caught in the wild." Lin Tianyu, having quickly learned, presented the information he found online, appearing quite professional. The lobsters sold at the hotel are generally Australian lobsters, priced between 200 to 1,000 yuan per kilogram depending on size and freshness. The spiny crabs Lin Tianyu presented were remarkably fresh, resembling those just pulled from the sea. Yet, he was not greedy, offering them at 300 yuan per kilogram, a price considerably lower than that of moderately sized lobsters. The manager hesitated for a moment, signaling to a nearby staff member, Please escort this gentleman to the tea room for a moment. I will return shortly. With an apologetic smile toward Lin Tianyu, he turned and left. Lin Tianyu remained calm, knowing that the manager would likely check the information, and he was led to a tranquil tea room where he sipped tea, unhurried. Soon, the manager returned, accompanied by a person dressed in a chef's uniform. Once seated, they began to discuss the business proposition. The manager had just completed his research and discovered that such rare seafood commands a hefty price, categorizing it as high-end seafood in today's market. It is not the high price that deters but rather the low quality. Rare Western-style seafood can fetch over 1,000, even several thousand yuan per piece once sold at the hotel, effectively multiplying the initial investment. However, he was more concerned about consistency. If a few were sold today and customers returned only to find them unavailable, it would tarnish the hotel's reputation. When he posed this question, Lin Tianyu nodded. The supply will be absolutely reliable. If your hotel has a long-term requirement, I can provide 20 kilograms of Mediterranean spiny crab each week. The manager, sensing Lin Tianyu's willingness to negotiate, smiled slightly. 20 kilograms seems a bit low. May I inquire about your total supply? If you have more, we would be interested in bulk purchases. Lin Tianyu thought to himself that seafood is not like cabbage. Could they simply demand as much as they wanted? While there are many crabs on the beach, their quantity is ultimately limited. However, there should be other seafood that can be caught as well. After a moment of hesitation, he replied, while I cannot guarantee it 100%, I can provide 50 kilograms each week. Additionally, there may be other types of fresh seafood available. Would you be interested? The manager nodded. Then let's agree on 50 kilograms. Even if there is more, we will purchase it all. As for the other seafood, I am generally open to acquiring it, though we will need to negotiate prices separately. The manager's thoughts were far more strategic than Lin Tianyu's. He envisioned that once this rare seafood appeared in City S, it would undoubtedly sell well. After all, City S is considered a first-tier city in the country, with a plethora of wealthy individuals. Not to mention officials who require hospitality. 50 kilograms would be easily consumed. Even if the fresh seafood could not be sold, it could be distributed to other hotels, and he could still mark up the price. As such rare items are rarely found in the market. The two quickly finalized the details. Lin Tianyu would supply 50 kilograms of crabs each week, and Wanfeng Hotel would purchase any additional seafood at corresponding prices. With the deal sealed, Lin Tianyu felt elated. This assured income prompted him to decide to gift the 2 crabs to the manager. However, the manager politely declined, insisting on paying 600 yuan for them. Lin Tianyu arranged to deliver the crabs that afternoon and, on his way home, purchased a dozen large plastic containers. Upon returning home, he immediately changed into camouflage attire and set out to catch crabs. 50 kilograms translates to 100 jin, which sounds like a substantial amount, but each crab is quite hefty, weighing 1 to 2 jin each, meaning he would only need about 70 crabs in no time. Lin Tianyu had caught enough, opting not to overindulge, mindful that while the beach might be teeming with crabs, they were not infinite. To sustain his business over time, a steady source was essential. He placed the 70 crabs into 5 plastic containers and hired a small truck, transporting them all to Wanfeng Hotel. After inspection, weighing, and payment, the transaction was swiftly concluded. Holding the 15,000 yuan in his hand, Lin Tianyu found it hard to believe. The speed of earning money was astonishing. Previously, he had to toil for an entire month to earn 4,000 to 5,000 yuan, which felt like a world apart. However, to ensure the longevity of his business, he needed to devise additional plans. As the beach was only over 100 meters long, and the quantity of crabs was limited, if he continued this way, the quality and quantity of crabs would soon diminish. To foster long-term growth, it would be prudent to broaden his seafood offerings. Having a fishing boat would be ideal. However, acquiring a small boat in City S was no easy feat. Instead, he resolved to construct one himself. Wooden boats were out of the question, as he was no carpenter and lacked the necessary skills. What could provide ample buoyancy and be simple to assemble? Suddenly, an idea struck him. Using gasoline barrels would work perfectly. In order to prevent leaks and ensure safety, gasoline barrels are sealed tightly. Empty gasoline barrels are remarkably sturdy and possess significant buoyancy. If one could gather a dozen large gasoline barrels to fashion a raft, it would undoubtedly surpass a wooden boat in utility. To procure gasoline barrels, Lin Tianyu made his way to a gas station, where he inquired about the prices from the station manager. The cost was not exorbitant, and without hesitation, he requested 12. The station manager, initially puzzled by such a request, found the price offered to be quite generous and proceeded to sell him the 12 large gasoline barrels without further inquiry. This transaction cost Lin Tianyu 2 to 3,000 yuan, and it was merely the beginning. He subsequently purchased several other items: a 2-pound hammer, a 6-pound hammer, 200 meters of nylon rope, 2 pounds of 4-inch iron nails, 2 pounds of 2-inch iron nails, 2 wooden stakes measuring 1.5 meters in length, 4 long wooden boxes, 12 wooden beams, a reel-type winding device, a sheet of thick plastic tarpaulin, a complete fishing rod set, a floating net with bobbers, and an inflatable life jacket. Many of these items were rather obscure, and Lin Tianyu expended considerable effort to acquire them all, working diligently until evening before finally transporting everything home. The following day, he commenced his work by delivering the items to a small island. The first task at hand was to construct a boat, or more accurately, a raft. He already had a design in mind. Arranging the 12 gasoline barrels in a formation of 4 in length and 3 in width, maintaining a 1-meter gap between each row. Thus, the base of the raft took on a roughly 5-meter square shape. He then bound 6 long wooden beams in pairs to the 3 rows of gasoline barrels to create 3 long flotation devices. Subsequently, he secured the 3 flotation devices laterally with another 6 long wooden beams, forming the basic structure of the raft. Next, he dismantled all the wooden boxes, using the planks to fill the gaps between the lateral beams, effectively creating a deck, which he nailed down. By midday, the raft was complete. Having accomplished this, Lin Tianyu had lunch and took a brief rest before resuming his work. His next task involved driving wooden stakes into the ground. Lacking experience in rowing, he resolved to secure a stake on the shore and connect it to the raft using nylon rope. This way, after catching fish, he could simply pull the raft back to shore by grasping the rope. The sand on the beach was exceedingly soft, necessitating that he drive the stake further from the water's edge. He used a spade to remove the loose top layer of sand before positioning the stake and vigorously hammering it down with the 6-pound hammer. This was uncharted territory for him, and he nearly strained his back at the onset. However, after a morning of labor, he had gained some experience in gauging his strength. After several dozen strikes, he halted when only half of the stake remained above ground. He then secured another stake to the raft, tied the winding device nearby, and fastened the 200 meters of nylon rope to both stakes before coiling the rope around the raft. Thus, the raft, which had cost over 5,000 yuan to construct, was finally completed. Chapter 9. The fisherman Lin Tianyu stood steadily on the raft, downing a can of chilled beer as he basked in the warm Mediterranean sun, enjoying the stunning ocean view, a delightful experience indeed. Once sufficiently rested, he casually tossed the empty can into the storage box on the raft and picked up the paddle beside him. Clad only in a tank top, his sun-kissed skin had taken on a bronze hue, markedly different from the pale complexion of a month prior. He wore knee-length shorts, revealing similarly bronzed calves, and he stood barefoot on the raft's deck, skillfully paddling in a rhythmic motion. He had been a fisherman for over a month now, and this time spent at sea had gradually shed the delicate demeanor typical of a city-dwelling white-collar worker. His physique had strengthened through this moderate labor, with his bronzed skin being a testament to his transformation. He had grown accustomed to this life of laboring for sustenance, relishing the salty, fresh air of the Mediterranean. It was not merely the change in environment that invigorated him. More importantly, he now found life imbued with joy. Compared to the monotony of sitting in an office, sifting through piles of documents while navigating the politics of colleagues and superiors, he preferred this expansive existence, free and full of unknown delights. From a previous trepidation towards venturing out to sea, he had now come to embrace it, experiencing a life more fulfilling and replete with surprises, an exhilarating sentiment he had never encountered before. Lin Tianyu carefully gauged the distance to the shore, halting when he estimated he was about 50 to 60 meters away. He secured the nylon rope to the wooden stake on the raft, then cast the fishing net into the sea. The net he employed measured over 10 meters in length and more than 3 meters in width. It was originally intended for river use, and due to the unavailability of more suitable nets, he had to make do. The net was equipped with foam floats at intervals of just over a meter, with corresponding weights beneath, forming a horseshoe-shaped underwater enclosure that would ensnare fish swimming within 3 meters of the surface. Considering the needs of his clients, Lin Tianyu opted for a net with larger openings, ensuring that only larger fish would be caught, sparing smaller ones. After casting the net, he remained active on the raft, scattering some prepared bait in the center of the net to lure fish into his trap. However, he could not afford to relax, as dolphins occasionally attempted to steal fish from his net. In the early days of his fishing career, he found joy in watching dolphins glide beneath his raft, playful and benevolent creatures that would circle around, occasionally leaping out of the water to greet him. Yet, he soon discovered their more insidious tendencies. The unfortunate fish caught in his net would become easy prey for these dolphins, who would gleefully feast on the very catch he had painstakingly lured. While he could have taken action against the dolphins, he refrained, fearing that the bloodshed might attract sharks, and he harbored a fondness for these playful beings. Ultimately, he decided to let them be, confident that the abundant fish population would ensure his success. His primary concern was to prevent the dolphins from damaging the net or becoming entangled. In instances of panic, dolphins often dragged the net into deeper waters, never to return, a situation he had encountered before, leading him to purchase a new net. Only when he witnessed the dolphins departing, satiated and content, did his net begin to yield its rewards. With little left to do, he sat on the raft, sipping beer and observing the time. Approximately half an hour later, he commenced the task of retrieving the net. To his surprise, the haul was so heavy that it was nearly impossible to drag. As if the fish had never encountered human capture before, naively swimming into the net. The process of collecting them was remarkably effortless, resulting in an abundance of fish. Once Lin Tianyu finally managed to haul in the net, it brimmed with fish, weighing at least several dozen to 100 pounds. Given such a substantial catch, he could not possibly haul it all onto the raft single-handedly. Skillfully, he secured the net's opening before using another winding device to draw the nylon rope. Quickly bringing the boat back to shore, he excavated a sand pit nearby and dumped the flailing fish into it before sorting through them. Although each catch was plentiful, the value of different fish species varied significantly. Over the past month, he had harvested various types of fish, most of which he could not identify, prompting him to purchase a book on marine fish species. He meticulously compared the images in the book to categorize his catch, discovering sardines, cod, tuna, flatfish, barracuda, mudskippers, and more. He was astonished to find such a variety of fish inhabiting this relatively small stretch of sea. The Mediterranean is home to dozens of species and classifications of fish, and discerning each one is no simple task. A comprehensive description could fill an entire book. However, for Lin Tianyu, fish fell into two categories, edible and inedible. The former could be further divided into valuable and less valuable species. Despite his efforts to identify the fish he caught, many remained nameless to him. In such instances, he typically categorized them as inedible, prioritizing his safety over monetary gain. He had no intention of emulating Shen Nong, the legendary figure who tested all herbs with his own body. Among the edible fish species, sardines, cod, and mackerel are the most prevalent. These three types of fish are generally of moderate size, making them suitable for capture, and they possess a palatable flavor. However, their market value is rather modest, likely due to their abundance and commonality. Although they can fetch prices ranging from 10 to several dozen yuan per gene, they hold little allure for Lin Tianyu. The truly valuable catches are the larger fish. In the ocean, there are countless specimens weighing hundreds of pounds. The only challenge lies in the fact that with Lin Tianyu's current equipment, capturing such fish is exceedingly difficult. Typically, these larger specimens do not frequent the surface waters, and even when one is snagged, it is often a struggle to secure it, as their immense strength can easily drag the fishing net away. Once, Lin Tianyu was fortunate enough to catch a mackerel exceeding 1.5 meters in length, marking his largest catch to date. Overjoyed, he frantically turned the winch in an attempt to haul the fish onto the raft. However, at the very moment the fish broke the surface, its powerful tail struck him, sending him tumbling into the water. Fortunately, by then he had already learned to swim, so he was not in any danger. Yet, when he managed to climb back onto the raft, the culprit had already escaped, leaving Lin Tianyu with nothing but a fleeting moment of joy. Since that incident, he has not had another opportunity to catch such a large specimen. Aside from these, there are a few other valuable small fish, but they are exceedingly rare, and Lin Tianyu only occasionally manages to catch one or two. After sifting through the sand pit for quite some time, he found only sardines, cod, and mackerel. The rest were either inedible species or various fish of mediocre flavor and price. He shook his head in resignation and placed the three relatively valuable fish into 3 boxes lined with crushed ice, releasing the remaining scant catches before concluding this fishing expedition. In truth, Lin Tianyu does not particularly enjoy catching these low-value fish. After all, their prices pale in comparison to the Mediterranean blue crabs. Rather than exerting effort to catch them, he would prefer to gather crabs along the shore. However, after more than a month of crabbing, the numbers have dwindled considerably. Nowadays, catching 50 kilograms of crabs requires considerable effort, and their sizes seem to be decreasing as well. Thus, in order to maximize his profits, he has no choice but to capture these relatively low-value fish, simultaneously honing his fishing skills in preparation for larger catches. Over the course of the past month, he has accumulated over 80,000 yuan from selling fish and crabs, nearly equivalent to his annual salary from before. However, Lin Tianyu still feels unsatisfied. 80,000 yuan, while seemingly substantial, is insufficient for a down payment on a house in the city, let alone for realizing his other life plans. He has been contemplating the need for new sources of income for over a week now. To this end, he has invested significantly in a set of diving equipment, which should be arriving in the next couple of days. He moved 6 boxes to the door, weighing nearly 200 pounds, with 100 pounds of crabs and another 100 pounds of fish. After making a phone call, a small truck soon arrived at his doorstep. The driver, Luo Fei, has become quite familiar to him, as he has been the one delivering his seafood. Unlike most drivers who chatter incessantly, Luo Fei is taciturn and has never inquired about the contents of the boxes, which is precisely why Lin Tianyu chose to establish a long-term delivery agreement with him. Scheduling a shipment every Friday. Upon reaching Wanfeng Hotel, the manager, Hu Bin, as usual, requested the kitchen staff to assist in bringing the fish into the hotel for weighing and payment. However, this time, he seemed somewhat displeased with the delivered goods. By the way, why are your crabs getting smaller? That is not a good sign. Despite Hu Bin maintaining a smile, Lin Tianyu detected an undercurrent of dissatisfaction in his words, igniting a flicker of annoyance within him. He is well aware of the profits his crabs have brought to Wanfeng Hotel. According to the kitchen staff he has dealt with, a 2-kilogram Mediterranean blue crab can sell for as much as 8,000 yuan when steamed. Smaller ones, while lower in price, still command prices in the thousands. In contrast, the meager profits he earns are merely a fraction of that. Yet, at this moment, Lin Tianyu refrained from retorting, instead offering a slight smile. To be honest, I am nearly out of crabs. I cannot guarantee that I will even have 50 kilograms for the next delivery, so soon you won't have to worry about this issue. Hu Bin's expression shifted immediately upon hearing this. And despite his professionalism, he felt a tinge of frustration. Thanks to Lin Tianyu, the hotel's customer flow has noticeably increased this month. The Mediterranean blue crab, being a high-end seafood, has quickly become a signature dish at Wanfeng Hotel, especially in these times when wealthy patrons are abundant. However, if supplies run dry, the hotel's reputation is likely to suffer, jeopardizing Hu Bin's position within the establishment. Noticing the change in Hu Bin's demeanor, Lin Tianyu felt a sense of triumph, thinking to himself that he has now made his importance known. He chose not to dwell on the topic further and instead said, "Of course, I also have other high-end seafood to offer, but I wonder if you can afford them." Hu Bin was momentarily taken aback, pondering what seafood could possibly be beyond their means. Nonetheless, he maintained his composure, gesturing for more details. "I would like to hear more." With a smile, Lin Tianyu revealed 5 words: bluefin tuna. Generally speaking, while tuna is widely regarded as a high-end seafood, there is significant variation in prices among different species. Some, like yellowfin tuna, can be as low as dozens of yuan per jean, while others, such as bluefin tuna, can soar to thousands of yuan per jean. The high price of bluefin tuna is largely attributed to overfishing, which has led to a dwindling annual yield. However, for Lin Tianyu, bluefin tuna is not a rare find. He occasionally encounters them while fishing in the waters near the small island, let alone when venturing deeper into the ocean. Clearly, due to the underdeveloped fishing industry surrounding the small island, bluefin tuna are not as scarce as they are in the world he currently inhabits. As for the price of bluefin tuna, Lin Tianyu recalled a news article he had seen online a few months prior. On January 5, Japan's main wholesale market for fresh seafood and produce welcomed its first trading day. Tokyo's Tsukiji Market, a bluefin tuna from Hokkaido, weighing 342 kilograms, was auctioned off as the Japan No. 1 inch of the year, ultimately being purchased by the owner of a high-end sushi restaurant in Ginza and a sushi chain owner from Hong Kong for 32.49 million yen, approximately 2.62 million yuan. The fish was to be divided equally between the two buyers. Tsukiji Market noted that this was the highest price ever recorded for a single bluefin tuna since the statistics began in 1999, surpassing the previous record set in 2001 when a bluefin tuna was sold for 20.2 million yen, marking the first time a Hokkaido bluefin tuna fetched such a historic price. Though such prices are not commonplace and are typically reserved for exceptionally large specimens, they do indicate the high value of bluefin tuna, with an ordinary specimen weighing 200 to 300 pounds still capable of selling for tens of thousands of dollars. Unlike the entirely novel Mediterranean blue crab, bluefin tuna, despite its high price, is not entirely uncommon. Wanfeng already has dishes made from it, though due to lower demand, the inventory is limited and the fish sold is usually frozen. Upon hearing that Lin Tianyu could procure fresh bluefin tuna, Hu Bin's interest was piqued. Being well-versed in the industry, he was naturally aware of the price of bluefin tuna. He immediately donned an unprecedented smile. Of course we can take it. But are you certain it's fresh? Absolutely fresh. However, to be honest, I have been considering switching clients, as the prices you offer are not particularly generous. I know there are several star-rated hotels in S-City, and I imagine they would be quite interested in high-end seafood like bluefin tuna. Hu Bin, upon hearing this, regained his composure. As a manager of a 3-star hotel, he possesses a keen intellect. Although Lin Tianyu spoke boldly, Hu Bin discerned that he was merely posturing for leverage. If Lin Tianyu truly intended to switch clients, he could easily do so discreetly without mentioning it to him. With this thought in mind, Hu Bin smiled slightly and inquired, "What are your conditions?" Lin Tianyu was momentarily taken aback. "What conditions?" "Indeed. What conditions must I agree to for you to sell me the bluefin tuna?" Lin Tianyu chuckled, thinking to himself how convenient it is to deal with a clever person. His demeanor soon turned serious. "First and foremost, I am selling the entire fish. To purchase, you must buy it whole. I can offer you a slight discount at 2,000 yuan per kilogram, which is significantly lower than the current market price. Furthermore, there is a considerable distinction between fresh and frozen fish. Secondly, payment must be in cash, and it must be counted in person at the time of the transaction. I do not trust banks." His reasoning was certainly thoughtful. After all, as an ordinary white-collar worker without a job, an income suddenly reaching hundreds of thousands or even millions could easily raise suspicions. Moreover, he believed that a small island would be a safer option compared to a bank. Upon hearing this, Hu Bin fell into deep contemplation. An adult bluefin tuna typically weighs at least 200 to 300 pounds, with larger specimens reaching 500 to 600 pounds not being uncommon. The rate of 2,000 yuan per kilogram. A single fish could cost several 100,000 yuan, and requiring cash for such a transaction was no small matter. Additionally, due to the high price of bluefin tuna, selling it could prove relatively difficult. However, he also saw a tremendous opportunity. As Lin Tianyu indicated, the price he offered was far below the current market value. If he could capitalize on this and turn a profit, he could make a substantial gain. Considering this, Hu Bin began to assess his own connections and resources. Having come to a decision, he smiled slightly. "Both conditions are acceptable, and I agree to the price, but I have one condition of my own." Lin Tianyu replied, "Go on." Hu Bin lowered his voice. "This transaction must be conducted privately." Privately? Lin Tianyu pondered Hu Bin's intentions, glancing at the smile at the corner of his mouth, and suddenly understood. He wanted to avoid sharing the profits at the Wanfeng Hotel. This piqued Lin Tianyu's interest. He was well aware that once he sold the bluefin tuna, the price difference would undoubtedly be significant. Typically, such a business approach would be unwise for someone like him. However, for Lin Tianyu, sourcing the fish was not the issue. The real challenge lay in how to sell it quickly and in large quantities. While using formal channels to negotiate prices could yield a higher selling price, the time and effort required would far exceed the time he spent fishing. Thus, whether it was Wanfeng or Hu Bin profiting from this deal was of little concern to him. Speed and stability and profit were the true essentials. The price of 2,000 yuan per kilogram might not seem significantly lower than the market price of 3,000 yuan per kilogram, but one must not forget that the market sells frozen fish, whereas he was offering fresh fish. This alone could potentially double the price. As long as Hu Bin could sell the bluefin tuna, even selling at a lower price could still yield a substantial profit. With one party eager for a quick sale and the other seeking to capitalize on the price difference, they quickly reached an agreement to conduct the transaction privately the following Friday at the price of 2,000 yuan per kilogram. With the business settled, Lin Tianyu received the recent payment for his goods and departed. Now, His only concern was how to capture the bluefin tuna. Due to their massive size and incredible strength, capturing bluefin tuna proved to be quite challenging, typically requiring several people working together, along with a proper fishing boat and equipment. However, these traditional methods were entirely impractical for Lin Tianyu. He possessed neither a boat nor the necessary gear. And even if he did, operating such equipment alone would be impossible. After careful consideration, Lin Tianyu decided to employ the underwater shooting method, the simplest and most primitive form of capture. To this end, he invested a significant amount of money in a set of diving equipment, including a spear gun and harpoon. Calculating the time, he realized it should be arriving soon. Upon reaching his doorstep, he spotted a petite figure peeking around the door. It was none other than Xiaoyu. When she saw Lin Tianyu alight from the car, she rushed over. "Finally, you're back. I've been waiting for you for half the day. What's the matter? Do you need something?" Lin Tianyu asked, puzzled. "I have a package for you that arrived this morning. It's quite a large one." Lin Tianyu thought to himself that it had finally arrived. Likely the diving equipment he ordered. Chapter 11. Diving Xiaoyu helped him carry the package back home but showed no signs of leaving, seemingly very interested in the large parcel. Lin Tianyu exerted considerable effort to persuade her to leave, eventually promising to treat her to a meal in the future before she finally departed. He then eagerly tore open the box. Inside, it was indeed the diving equipment he had ordered, which had cost him a substantial amount of money. The package contained everything: a wetsuit, oxygen tank, oxygen regulator, diving mask, waterproof watch, pressure gauge, and so on. Of course, the most essential item was a powerful pneumatic spear gun. This weapon would be his greatest reliance for underwater hunting of bluefin tuna and currently stood as his most formidable tool. As the saying goes, time waits for no one. Lin Tianyu wasted no time and immediately began preparing to learn how to dive. Over the past few days, he had already read several articles about diving online and felt somewhat confident in his understanding. He moved the items through the space-time portal onto the raft and then paddled out to sea. Having trained for over a month, Lin Tianyu had become quite proficient at swimming. However, this was his first attempt at diving. Considering the various potential mishaps he might encounter underwater, he decided to start his initial dive in shallow waters. After paddling about 20 meters from the shore, he stopped, donned the wetsuit as instructed, strapped on the oxygen tank, and equipped himself with the diving mask, waterproof watch, and fins. Due to the weight of the oxygen tank, he needed to inflate the wetsuit to enhance buoyancy. Once fully equipped, Lin Tianyu mimicked the divers he had seen in movies, sitting at the edge of the raft and then flipping backward into the water. The moment he hit the water, he felt a twinge of panic as the icy ocean enveloped him, the wetsuit surrounding his entire body. The sensation of weightlessness disoriented him momentarily, but he quickly realized there was no need for alarm. And although his body felt clumsy, he did not sink immediately. He opened his eyes and curiously surveyed his surroundings, feeling a slight heaviness in his chest. Taking several deep breaths of oxygen, he had only descended 2 or 3 meters when a sharp pain pierced his ears. He hurriedly swam upward, and once he had adjusted, he descended again, this time going slightly deeper. Yet, the ear pain compelled him to surface once more. This sensation was incredibly frustrating, akin to being disconnected during an online game, rendering the experience sporadic and unsatisfying. Lin Tianyu repeated the process 2 or 3 times before his ears finally began to adapt to the underwater pressure. However, he still couldn't dive too deep. He swam slowly along the seabed at a depth of over 3 meters, gradually mastering the rhythm of swimming with the fins. As he swam, he took in the underwater environment. The sea was remarkably clear, allowing him to see his surroundings clearly. Soon, Lin Tianyu became entranced by the extraordinary sights beneath the surface. He attempted to swim using his fins, occasionally tilting his body to change direction, quickly grasping the nuances of diving. Gliding along the seabed for a short distance, he observed numerous fish he had previously captured. However, these fish appeared much livelier in the water, swimming blissfully and displaying none of the frantic struggles they exhibited when caught in nets. During his first dive, Lin Tianyu did not dare to stay down for too long, surfacing after just over 10 minutes. After researching online, he learned that the ear pain was due to pressure on the eardrum, and that pinching his nose and breathing a few times would help equalize the pressure. The second dive indeed proved much improved. As he gradually adapted, he began to increase his depth, moving from 2 to 3 meters, then to 4 or 5 meters, and finally 6 or 7 meters. distancing himself further from the shore. In the first 3 days, Lin Tianyu solely focused on shallow water dives to acclimate himself to diving. As this activity poses certain risks for beginners, should an accident occur at greater depths, it would certainly not be an amusing situation. He had no desire to perish due to a momentary lapse in caution. Additionally, movements underwater are not as agile as on land, leading to a feeling of restriction and oppression, particularly in moments of panic, which could result in unnecessary dangers. Over the past few days, Lin Tianyu's training primarily aimed to help him adapt to the sensations of diving, enabling him to maintain composure underwater, even in the face of unexpected situations. Besides that, he also engaged in some underwater shooting practice. The spear gun had a limited range on land, roughly around 10 meters. But its underwater range was quite impressive, with considerable power capable of easily penetrating the hard shell of a crab. This was due to the spear gun's unique design. After initially grasping the basics of underwater shooting, he felt confident enough to take on the challenge of hunting bluefin tuna. By the 4th day, Lin Tianyu finally believed he was ready to venture into deeper waters to execute his grand fish-catching plan. On that day, Lin Tianyu rose early and, after having breakfast, engaged in some preparatory exercises to limber up, striving to maintain his peak condition before embarking on his journey aboard a raft. Aware that the formidable bluefin tuna typically resides in deeper waters, he deliberately released a nylon rope of 200 meters, pausing only when he had ventured far from the shore. The sea's surface here was no longer the light blue of the coastal shallows, but rather a grave, deep blue, signifying his departure from the island's gentle embrace and his true entry into the Mediterranean. He adeptly donned his diving gear, fully arming himself, yet a sense of trepidation lingered in his heart. To mitigate any potential mishaps, he tied a rope around his waist. Then, clutching his spear gun with a mixture of excitement and mild fear, he plunged into the depths, descending approximately 5 or 6 meters. He soon felt a heaviness in his chest. He ventured an additional 2 meters, the oppressive sensation intensifying to the point of near suffocation. Reluctantly, he ceased his descent. Although the bluefin tuna typically roams between the surface and depths of 50 meters, and optimal hunting occurs at depths exceeding 20 meters, Lin Tianyu, being a novice, found the prospect of deeper waters unsettling. At his current depth, he could still observe his surroundings, but any further descent would likely plunge him into darkness. Maintaining his depth, he swam toward the deeper waters, scanning his surroundings. Below him lay an impenetrable abyss. Despite the clarity of the water, its depths remained unfathomable, evoking a profound sense of awe. Ahead, he could discern about 10 meters, beyond which everything faded into indistinct shadows. After swimming 50 meters, he halted as the rope around his waist reached its limit. Treading water, he searched his vicinity but discerned no noteworthy targets. Daring not to untie the rope for fear of drifting too far from the raft, he recognized it as his sole link to the land, the only anchor keeping him calm in the frigid waters. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to pivot around the raft like a compass. And just after a short distance, an entire school of dark fish suddenly emerged in the distance, causing Lin Tianyu's nerves to tighten. As the shadowy figures gradually came into view, Lin Tianyu was momentarily rendered speechless. Had he not been submerged? He might have gasped in astonishment. Before him swam a school of bluefin tuna, numbering in the hundreds, arranged in neat triangular formations, akin to a military procession moving through the water. Such a sight was rare in Lin Tianyu's time and place. Yet here it appeared almost commonplace, making his inaugural deep-sea dive all the more extraordinary. Awestruck, he watched as the colossal creatures glided past, but soon his realization dawned. This was a divine gift laid before him. He swam a few strokes forward before remembering the rope's end. In a surge of urgency, he tied the thick line of his spear gun to the rope around his waist and swam toward the school. The bluefin tuna seemed oblivious to the threat posed by this strange creature, continuing their leisurely swim through the water. Lin Tianyu quickly approached the periphery of the school, noting that these bluefin tuna had evidently never encountered human fishermen. Their sizes impressively substantial. He even spotted a few individuals exceeding 4 meters in length. Despite knowing these titans lacked lethal aggression, the prospect of hunting amidst such giants weighed heavily on him. However, the allure of profit was irresistible. He envisioned the swimming behemoths as treasures awaiting capture. Gritting his teeth, he steadied his spear gun, opting not to target the larger specimens. given their difficulty in subduing and the challenge of hauling them ashore. He instead set his sights on a medium-sized bluefin tuna at the rear of the formation. Measuring nearly 2 meters in length, floating in the water, he held his spear gun steady. The tuna, blissfully unaware of its impending fate, glided past him without an inkling of danger. The two were so close that he could discern the intricate blue scales adorning the fish's body. In an instant, as the tuna swam by, he aimed his spear gun at its head and pulled the trigger. The sharp spear, propelled by the line, pierced the tuna's skull, yet driven by instinct, the wounded fish erupted into a frenzy. Darting away like a bullet before coming to a halt, motionless, in an instant, the school erupted into chaos, scattering in all directions, their bodies leaving trails in the water. Lin Tianyu was jostled by 2 bluefin tuna and momentarily lost his balance. Frantically paddling to regain his composure, without hesitation, he turned and swam toward his raft, climbing aboard without even removing his mask, immediately beginning to pull the submerged rope. The combined length of the rope and the line from his spear gun was nearly 70 meters. And the tuna, still alive, struggled against the line. Summoning all his strength, Lin Tianyu toiled for over a minute before finally managing to drag the fish to the side of the raft. However, hoisting the 2-meter-long behemoth aboard proved impossible. It weighed around 200 to 300 kilograms. Far beyond his capacity alone. To avoid complications, he secured both ends of the fish to the raft's buoyancy tubes and began paddling toward shore. Upon finally reaching the beach, Lin Tianyu collapsed onto the sand. Panting heavily, his hands trembling with excitement. After resting for 5 or 6 minutes to calm his racing heart, he confronted a pressing dilemma. How to transport such a large fish home? This 2-meter-long giant weighed over 200 kilograms. A burden too great for him to lift unaided. After contemplating several solutions, all of which he dismissed, he resolved to cut it into several pieces. With this decision made, he retrieved his pre-prepared knife and began the dismemberment. Although the tuna was massive, its skin was not particularly tough, and the flesh was thick and easy to slice. The only challenge lay in the sturdy bones, which resisted even his cleaver, forcing him to resort to a spade for a more vigorous approach. After considerable effort, he succeeded in dividing the fish into 4 sizable sections. Even so, each piece weighed over 50 kilograms, an amount that, just over a month prior, Lin Tianyu would have struggled to lift. However, he now managed to transport the 4 hefty portions back to his home with relative ease. He first called Luo Fei, who drove a truck, and then dialed Hu Bin's number. "Hello, is this manager Hu?" 20 minutes later, Lin Tianyu and Luo Fei arrived at the entrance of an old warehouse. Hu Bin stood at the door, waving as he spotted Lin Tianyu's arrival. Before the vehicle had even come to a complete stop, 2 robust men in white lab coats emerged from the warehouse, and together, the 3 swiftly carried the 4 woven bags containing the fish inside. Lin Tianyu instructed Luo Fei to wait a moment and followed them inside. Upon entering, he noticed that, besides himself, Hu Bin, and the 2 workers, there was another individual he vaguely recognized as the chef from the Wan Feng Hotel. He nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The chef appeared visibly excited. And Hu Bin's mood mirrored his, as he hurriedly instructed the workers to open the bags. The moment they unveiled the fish, however, he was left dumbfounded. "This is the bluefin tuna you mentioned?" "Indeed," Lin Tianyu replied somewhat sheepishly. Aware that the fish, having been cut and hacked at, did not present a particularly appealing sight, which likely accounted for Hu Bin's discontent. "This is the bluefin tuna you spoke of?" Hu Bin's voice rose in pitch, his irritation palpable, clearly at odds with his expectations. "Absolutely, this is bluefin tuna, and it is undeniably fresh." At that moment, the chef directed the 2 workers to open the remaining 3 bags, arranging the 4 sections of the fish head to tail. Revealing the impressive outline of a giant tuna, the chef tore off a small piece of the flesh to taste, nodding at Hu Bin, "It is indeed fresh." Hu Bin's expression improved slightly, yet he still appeared quite displeased. "You have thoroughly butchered this fish, although it can still be sold. Its quality has significantly diminished, and the processing will be far more troublesome." "You didn't mention it would be like this. I assumed it was a whole fish," Lin Tianyu said with a nonchalant smile. "Well, I can offer you a discount then. How about 1,500 yuan per kilogram?" Hu Bin's gaze shifted towards the chef, who nodded slightly, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. "Very well. Let's proceed as you suggest." Lin Tianyu felt a sense of relief in his heart as the chef began calling out to the assistants, "Boys, let us get to work, weigh it." The final weight of the fish was 216 kilograms. At 1,500 yuan per kilogram, totaling 324,000 yuan. Lin Tianyu asked for a round figure, leaving out the 24,000, and Hu Bin did not insist. He realized that Lin Tianyu must have some special channel to acquire such fresh seafood at a remarkably low price, perhaps without even needing to cover the base costs, so he naturally refrained from being polite. After weighing, the chef led 2 assistants to place the fish carcass on a large cutting board, skillfully filleting it. True expertise indeed. In no time, neatly cut pieces of fish were ready, cleaned, weighed, and packaged in vacuum bags. Lin Tianyu did not linger and left the warehouse after receiving his payment. As Hu Bin watched Lin Tianyu carrying the suitcase filled with money out of the warehouse, an unusual glint appeared in his eyes. He hesitated for a moment, pulled out his phone, and dialed the number. "Hello? Is this Brother Y? I need your help to look into someone." Chapter 13. The shark Lin Tianyu gazed at the neatly stacked yuan in the suitcase, feeling a tinge of disbelief. He never expected to acquire 300,000 so effortlessly. This was certainly not something he could earn through the daily grind of his former job. With profit comes motivation. Over the next month, Lin Tianyu successfully hunted 4 bluefin tuna. Although he did not encounter the same ease as during his first dive, often returning empty-handed, overall, hunting bluefin tuna was not exceedingly difficult. His bank savings grew steadily, exceeding 1 million yuan. With such a substantial sum, he had no intention of letting it sit idly in the bank. Even though his life had become quite fulfilling, he still yearned for the fantastical world beyond the black wooden door. After all, for someone who grew up playing World of Warcraft and watching Harry Potter, magic was always a source of fascination. He often fantasized about possessing supernatural powers one day, envisioning how marvelous it would be. Previously, he had to temporarily abandon his exploration of that world due to insufficient strength, but now with this fortune at hand, the desire to explore the realm beyond the black door resurfaced in his mind. To embark on such an adventure, he required weapons, powerful weapons. Only with adequate armaments could he ensure his safety in another world. After all, the dead cannot become wizards. Initially, he considered ordering a crossbow online, but he soon realized that China's weapon regulations were exceedingly stringent. After searching for quite some time without finding useful information, he shifted his focus to melee weapons. Numerous listings for cold weapons could be found on Taobao. Yet Lin Tianyu had little interest in replicas or dull blades. He needed genuine instruments of combat. Thus, he sought out a sword factory and commissioned the creation of 2 dogleg sabers. A katana, a replica Han Dynasty longsword, a Western-style 2-handed sword, and a dagger, all crafted from the finest steel with exquisite craftsmanship. Although he spent 30 to 40,000 yuan, he deemed it entirely worthwhile. The shipment of swords and knives arrived promptly, and indeed, one gets what one pays for. The weapons met all his expectations, razor-sharp, aesthetically pleasing, and durable, far surpassing any stainless steel replicas. If brought back to ancient times, they would undoubtedly be considered treasures, worthy even as gifts for a king. Nonetheless, no matter how excellent the weapons, they required close combat to unleash their true potential. Lin Tianyu lacked the confidence to rely solely on a sharp blade to defeat orcs, trolls, or other monsters from another realm, let alone wizards. Thus, despite practicing with the weapons during his free time, he had yet to venture through the black wooden door again. One day, as usual, he paddled his raft onto the azure sea, armed with a spear gun, preparing to hunt bluefin tuna. However, today's waters appeared unusually tranquil. After searching for some time, he failed to find a suitable target. Consequently, he had to delve deeper into the ocean. Fortunately, after extensive practice, he had become quite adept at diving, no longer feeling the initial trepidation of exploring deeper waters. After swimming for about 5 to 6 minutes, he found himself several hundred meters away from the raft, yet still had not spotted a single bluefin tuna, leading to a sense of disappointment. Just as he was contemplating whether to swim further, a massive shadow suddenly approached him from a distance. Lin Tianyu's heart leaped with joy, thinking that finally, a large figure must be a bluefin tuna. However, he soon sensed something was amiss, as bluefin tuna typically swim in schools, and this solitary specimen was unlike any he had seen before. As the shadow drew nearer, he discerned that its shape did not resemble that of a bluefin tuna. It appeared to be a flattened body, swimming sideways, when the shadow moved to within 10 meters of him. He finally recognized its true identity. It was a 3-meter-long thresher shark. Although its name contained the word mouse, its physique was anything but small. This was Lin Tianyu's first encounter with a shark in the deep sea, let alone at such close proximity. The raft was several hundred meters away, and armed with only a spear gun, he felt a surge of terror wash over him. His scalp prickled, and his back turned icy. Fear enveloped him like cold water, even deeper than the dread he felt when first encountering a zombie. For a brief moment, his mind went blank, unsure of how to react. Suddenly, he remembered that when he purchased his diving gear, it came with several shark repellents. He hastily reached for his waist, only to feel a wave of despair wash over him. After a month of diving without encountering any danger, he had forgotten to wear the shark repellent during his recent dives. It was likely still in its packaging. His frustration was palpable. What kind of situation was this? Was he destined to perish today? Nevertheless, he did not surrender entirely to despair, for he still held a spear gun. However, shooting a shark was a wholly different matter than shooting a tuna. A missed shot at the latter would only result in the loss of a spear gun, but a missed shot at the former could cost him his life. Gripping the spear gun tightly, he felt an intense surge of anxiety. He had only one chance and was uncertain if he could seize it. He recalled reading online that sharks typically attack humans out of fright or mistaking them for other animals. With this in mind, he refrained from immediately pulling the trigger, instead warily observing the approaching behemoth. The shark seemed intrigued by Lin Tianyu, a peculiar creature it had never encountered before, and did not rush at him right away, allowing him a glimmer of hope. Slowly, the shark approached, and Lin Tianyu's heart raced. He aimed the spear gun at the shark's head, poised to fire. Fortunately, the shark eventually turned away, and as it brushed past him, Lin Tianyu caught a clear glimpse of its row of razor-sharp triangular teeth, reminiscent of a shredder. When Lin Tianyu finally climbed back onto the raft, it felt as though he had walked through the gates of hell. His legs felt unsteady, and he lay on the raft for quite some time. Regaining his composure, and no longer concerned about fishing, he paddled furiously back to shore, all the while cursing inwardly. That was incredibly intense. Absolutely exhilarating. If it happened again, I wonder if my heart would give out. This unexpected encounter solidified Lin Tianyu's resolve to abandon fishing. Although the thrill of earning substantial money was exhilarating, life was far more precious. Once wealth surpasses a certain threshold, it merely becomes a number. For someone whose savings had never exceeded 6 figures, 1 million or 10 million were essentially the same. However, since he intended to cease this venture, he still needed to wrap up a few matters, particularly to inform Hu Bin of his decision. Lin Tianyu contemplated calling Hu Bin as soon as he got home and quickened his paddling speed. Chapter 14. The letter. As Lin Tianyu engaged in an intimate encounter with a shark, Hu Bin found himself seated at the dining table of an old friend, savoring a dish of bluefin tuna sashimi. Not long ago, this delicacy was exclusive to the Wanfeng Hotel, and the ingredients were procured through Hu Bin's connections. This was merely the surface explanation. In reality, both he and the head chef at Wanfeng understood that the materials had passed directly through their hands. Sashimi demands the freshest fish, and although bluefin tuna could be purchased in the market, those were merely frozen products. The idea of obtaining such fresh fish was previously unfathomable. When Wanfeng Hotel introduced this dish, it sparked an even greater frenzy than that surrounding the steamed Mediterranean spiny crab, eagerly sought after by the affluent. As other hotels inquired about the source of this fresh ingredient, their gaze inevitably fell upon Hu Bin, leading them to purchase exclusively from him. It could be said that through his established connections, Hu Bin derived far greater value from the bluefin tuna than Lin Tianyu, reaching a remarkably substantial figure. He even contemplated opening his own hotel once he accumulated sufficient funds, featuring the seafood provided by Lin Tianyu as the signature dish. As he savored the exquisite fish, his phone suddenly rang. Hello, this is Hu Bin. It's Xiao Lian. You need something? He assumed Lin Tianyu was calling to sell him another tuna. Though somewhat irked by the interruption of his meal, the prospect of acquiring yet another tuna that would yield substantial profits overshadowed his annoyance. However, the response from the other end left him flabbergasted. You said you're quitting? What does that mean? Lin Tianyu replied, quitting means quitting. What else is there to say? Having just returned from a near-death experience, he was not in the mood for pleasantries. Hu Bin could hardly believe his ears. You must be joking, right? Or do you have some other more valuable seafood for me to help you sell? It must be something like shark fins or abalone. At the mention of shark fins, Lin Tianyu recalled the shark he had encountered in the ocean and shouted, "What the hell with shark fins? I am done with the sea, and I'm not doing this anymore. I've made enough money and I'm washing my hands of it, understand? Goodbye. Damn it. You've made enough money, but I haven't made enough yet." "Hello? Hello?" But the other end had already hung up. Enraged, Hubin smashed his phone into pieces and stood up abruptly. "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" The bald chef sitting across from him put down his knife and fork, asking in a low voice, "Just a minor issue. It won't be a problem for long," Hubin replied fiercely, driving his knife forcefully into the table. After a moment's thought, he pulled out another phone and dialed a number. "Hello, is this Brother Y? Have you found any results from your investigation?" Meanwhile, Lin Tianyu stood before the stove in the kitchen, adding slices of ginger and garlic into a pot simmering with tuna. The aroma was simply delightful. Any renowned chef witnessing this would surely berate him for such a waste, braising such exquisite bluefin tuna so casually. However, Lin Tianyu felt quite pleased with himself, not at all sensing any wastefulness. Just as he was about to serve the fish, a rapid knocking at the door interrupted him. "I'm coming, I'm coming," he shouted in response as he approached the door, glancing outside to find Xiao Yu standing there with a bored expression. He opened the door, slightly puzzled. "What brings you here? Is there a problem with my visit?" Xiao Yu replied, somewhat miffed, then suddenly sniffed the air. "Wow, what are you cooking that smells so good?" As she spoke, she squeezed past him into the house. Lin Tianyu shook his head helplessly. Having spent considerable time with Xiao Yu, he was accustomed to her rather brash demeanor. "Did you need something, of course?" "I have a letter for you," she said, handing him an envelope made of copperplate paper. Lin Tianyu, curious, wondered who would write him a letter. He typically communicated through online channels. As he took the envelope and examined it, he noted it bore no signature. He did not open it immediately. Instead, he slipped it into his pocket and turned to her, puzzled. "By the way, why do my things always get sent to you? What's so strange about that? All the rental properties are under my father's name. To save money, he used one address, so everything gets sent to me." Lin Tianyu thought to himself that this arrangement was rather convenient. Yet he did not press further. Politely, he inquired, "I was just about to eat. Have you eaten yet?" "Not yet, but I recall you promised to treat me to a meal last time. I see no better day than today," she declared, plopping herself down in a chair with an expression that dared him to object. Lin Tianyu sighed and nodded in resignation. "All right, I'll get you some utensils." The fish was ready. Lin Tianyu ladled the fish into a porcelain bowl and brought it to the table, then opened the rice cooker to serve each of them a bowl of white rice. Xiao Yu, unable to contain herself from the enticing aroma, eagerly picked up a piece and exclaimed, "Yum, this is so delicious." "What kind of fish is this?" "Bluefin tuna." Lin Tianyu replied casually, taking a bite himself. It was decent, though he had grown weary of seafood during this time. While it wasn't unpleasant, he no longer felt any excitement about it. "Bluefin tuna? I've heard it's very expensive, like dozens of dollars per pound," Xiao Yu remarked. Lin Tianyu chuckled inwardly but said, "It's not too bad. It's not overly expensive." Xiao Yu devoured the majority of the fish, her stomach swelling with satisfaction. Once she finally left, Lin Tianyu retrieved the letter and opened it. "To Mr. 79. Dear Mr. 79, first, I extend my condolences for the unfortunate passing of your predecessor, and I congratulate you on your induction. Secondly, the upcoming auction will be held tomorrow at 12:30 p.m. in the alternate realm, number 1503, Astra Palace. The nearest entrance is at the Warm Home CAF in S City, which will close before the auction commences, so please do not be late. P.S. The auction only accepts currency of tangible significance. Eternal Gate Sales Department Astra Calendar, Year 1379, Month 14, Day 37. Lin Tianyu read the letter twice before grasping its full meaning, his heart swelling with indescribable excitement. Clearly, this was a letter concerning the portal of time and space. The so-called Eternal Gate likely referred to the organization that manufactures and sells such portals. The secrets of those two portals were evidently about to be unveiled before him. After much hesitation, Lin Tianyu decided to attend. The sender did not seem to harbor ill intentions, and he did not believe he could resist any potential malice with his abilities. Nonetheless, as a precaution, he strapped a dagger to his waist. This dagger was one of his custom weapons, crafted in the style of a military knife and incredibly sharp, but wearing it was merely a psychological comfort. Additionally, he interpreted the phrase currency of tangible significance in the letter to mean cash, so he withdrew 500,000 in cash and packed it into a backpack, hoping to acquire something at the auction. Chapter 15. The steward. Upon waking in the morning, Lin Tianyu felt a twinge of anxiety. After playing some online games, he could hardly wait until after 10 o'clock, believing it better to arrive early than late. Thus, he promptly dressed. Adhering to the principle of utmost low profile, he donned a rather ordinary outfit, neither trendy nor outdated. The 500,000 was packed into a plain handbag. After some deliberation, he also included the assortment of small items left by Kalufu, thinking there might be something of value among them that could be examined by a knowledgeable person at the auction. Having prepared everything, Lin Tianyu stepped out of his home. He had only heard of the Warm Home CAF, located in a relatively obscure neighborhood. After inquiring with a taxi driver, he finally found his way there. Upon arrival, he hesitantly pushed open the CAF's door. The CAF was sparsely populated, with perhaps only 3 to 5 patrons scattered across its tables. Lin Tianyu settled into a corner, ordering a cup of coffee. The coffee was rich and aromatic, yet he had no inclination to savor it. Instead, he stealthily surveyed his surroundings, hoping to catch a glimpse of something unusual. Unfortunately, the CAF appeared to be just an ordinary establishment, and the customers seemed unremarkable. Lin Tianyu couldn't help but wonder if that person would be a fellow traveler like himself. He sat there, persistently at a loss, with neither anyone arriving to rendezvous with him nor any conspicuous clues in sight. As the clock neared midnight, Lin Tianyu still had not encountered anyone who resembled a fellow traveler. Having consumed several cups of coffee, he felt discomfort in his bloated stomach and decided it would be prudent to visit the restroom. However, his unease about leaving his bag, which contained his money, prompted him to carry it along as he entered the lavatory. Just as he was halfway through his business, the restroom door was abruptly flung open with a loud bang. A sweaty, rotund man, dragging a hefty bag, stumbled in, clearly exhausted from the weight. He dropped the bag with a thud, sounding as if it contained a massive load of iron. The man took a breath and, noticing Lin Tianyu's curious gaze, casually inquired, "Traveler?" Lin Tianyu's heart stirred. Could this so-called traveler refer to a time-space traveler? Contemplating this, he nodded and cautiously asked, "Do you know where the entrance is?" "Of course," the portly man replied, locking the restroom door behind him. He then pulled from his pocket what resembled an electronic car key, featuring a green button and a red button. Pressing the green button, a doorway's outline gradually emerged in the air behind Lin Tianyu. Upon pressing the red button, the door swung open with a click. Lin Tianyu marveled silently. This gadget is remarkably advanced. Yet, he found it rather peculiar that a portal to another realm would be located in a restroom. The portly man, seemingly unfazed, hoisted his large bag and stepped through the door. Lin Tianyu hastily adjusted his pants and followed suit. Upon entering, the man promptly closed the door behind them, and they found themselves in a long corridor. The door they had just passed through was a pristine white, devoid of any embellishment. Next to it stood 7 identical doors, each leading to different destinations. Lin Tianyu surmised that these doors were not akin to the one he had used but rather part of some standardized apparatus. As he followed the portly man down the corridor, they approached a grand red door flanked by 2 guards clad in gilded armor, exuding an air of solemnity. The guards appeared completely unperturbed by their presence. Displaying no change in expression, the 2 men entered the opulent red door, and Lin Tianyu was immediately taken aback by the scene before him. Before him lay a magnificent hall, adorned in golden hues, with a unique style that fused elements of science fiction and classical design, reminiscent of the grand halls from the film Thor, albeit less extravagant. The hall was populated with approximately 60 to 70 individuals, scattered in groups at various tables, some casually feasting while others engaged in lively conversation. A dozen beautiful maidens, clad in golden robes with an unconventional design, fastened diagonally across their chests, revealing a glimpse of alabaster arms and collarbones. With skirts cut high like kipayos, moved gracefully among the guests, serving drinks and food. Lin Tianyu thought to himself that his visit had indeed been worthwhile, while the portly man gazed in awe, exclaiming, "This auction venue is splendid." Last time at the Lance Icefield, aside from those fishy penguin people, there was hardly anyone to speak with. Uncertain of the man's ramblings, Lin Tianyu refrained from probing further. Wary of revealing any inconsistencies, they found an unoccupied table and took a seat. The portly man placed his bag beside him, fidgeting with an anxious demeanor. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Tianyu extended his hand. Introducing himself, "I am Lin Tianyu, number 79. Ha, I am number 121, Huang Kachong. You may call me Huang Fatty," the man replied. Their conversation had scarcely begun when a young man in a crisp white suit approached Lin Tianyu. "Mr. Number 79? Lin Tianyu glanced at him. Noting his refined demeanor and unremarkable appearance, he nodded in affirmation. The young man smiled professionally. "Please follow me. The steward wishes to see you." With a sense of trepidation, Lin Tianyu followed the young attendant into a room adjacent to the hall, where he found two elderly gentlemen engaged in conversation. One was clad in a golden royal robe, sporting a crown adorned with jewels. His tousled golden hair and beard resembling that of a lion, clearly a person of great stature. The other, dressed sharply in a tailored suit, with impeccably groomed white hair and beard, exuded an air of sophistication. They conversed in a language that Lin Tianyu could not comprehend. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for allowing me to use your palace for this gathering. I am truly grateful," one elder expressed. "Ah, no need for thanks. If it were not for your provision of those advanced weapons aiding us in repelling the Astralan's assault, our nation would have long been reduced to ashes. As a king, I shall never be stingy with friends. You need not feel any restraint," the monarch replied. "Ah, it seems you have a guest arriving. I shall not disturb you any further." The elder smiled and nodded at the king as he departed. Turning to Lin Tianyu, he smiled. "Please, have a seat. Young man. No need for formalities." To Lin Tianyu's surprise, the elderly man spoke fluent Mandarin without the slightest accent, rendering it somewhat incongruous coming from a foreigner. "May I inquire why the chairman seeks my presence?" he asked with cautious respect. "It pertains to the induction of new members and some customary procedures." "There is no need for anxiety. Please sit a while. Once the other individual arrives, I will explain everything together." Lin Tianyu composed himself and sat quietly for about 5 minutes when the young man in white returned, this time accompanied by a young Caucasian man. The young man appeared to be in his 20s, with short golden hair and light freckles around his nose. He wasn't particularly handsome, yet he was not unattractive either. Donned in a well-fitted black suit that exuded formality, albeit with somewhat disheveled hair and slightly puffy eyes, as if he had just awoken. "All right, everyone is present now. I believe it's time to address some formal matters," the elder said while sifting through a stack of documents. "First, let us review your stories. Here we are." He pulled out a file to examine. "First, Mr. Number 63. "I am Tommy," the young Caucasian interjected quickly. The elder shook his head slightly. "I do not require that information." "Now, Mr. Number 63, your predecessor met his demise during a chase by the Time Management Bureau, succumbing to injuries inflicted by an energy weapon. Before he perished, he revealed his identity to you and bequeathed to you the ownership of 2 time-space portals. Am I correct?" "Yes, Chairman, you are absolutely correct," Tommy replied hastily, appearing quite anxious. Lin Tianyu perceived a hint of neuroticism in him and felt a flicker of curiosity regarding the Time Management Bureau. The elder nodded at Tommy and then turned his gaze to Lin Tianyu. "Now, we shall move on to Mr. Number 79. Let me see. The records indicate that you were unfamiliar with your predecessor." Lin Tianyu nodded, believing it best to be forthright with this formidable individual. "I inadvertently discovered the time-space portal left behind by him while renting an apartment. I have no prior knowledge of time-space travelers." "How fortunate," the elder chuckled, shaking his head. "The records state that your predecessor perished from a lightning strike while operating a supernatural energy device, leaving no final words or will. Thus, as the first to uncover the secret of the time-space portal he left behind, I hereby acknowledge your legitimate status as a time-space traveler." Upon hearing this, Lin Tianyu exhaled in relief, although uncertain of the consequences had he not been recognized. He presumed they would not be favorable. Chapter 16. The auction. "Now, Number 63 and Number 79, do you both wish to become time-space travelers and adhere to the relevant rules and regulations that govern your role?" Both eagerly nodded with grave expressions. "Yes, I am willing." "Relax, there are no stringent norms or doctrines for time-space travelers. However, as newcomers, there are certain matters you must be apprised of. As a time-space traveler, there are various behavioral norms and details to observe. We have compiled these into a booklet, which is mandatory reading for newcomers. As the elder spoke, he handed each of them a book, an English version for Tommy and a Mandarin version for Lin Tianyu. Lin Tianyu cast a glance at the cover of the book, titled Guide to Time and Space Travel. The old man continued, "Of course, this book serves merely as a guide, not a set of regulations. It is intended for reference, not obligatory adherence. There are only 3 rules that time travelers must genuinely observe. First, never disclose the existence of the time portal to the public or any government of any dimension. Second, never attempt to pry into the secrets of the Grand Council of all ages. Third, never engage in any form of collaboration with the Temporal Management Bureau." Well, here are 2 spatial probes, essential equipment for every time traveler. Take them. The old man handed 2 objects resembling car keys to the pair and added, "The usage instructions are contained within the Guide to Time and Space Travel. Now, the auction is about to commence. I believe you may leave." As the 2 exited the study, a sense of relief washed over them. Tommy extended his hand, saying, "I am Tommy Jerry." "I am Lin Tianyu," Lin Tianyu replied, shaking his hand. "Ha ha, I can hardly believe it. We are now time travelers. This is truly exhilarating," Tommy Jerry exclaimed, brimming with excitement as they walked. Lin Tianyu, having watched numerous original English films and series, found his English to be quite adequate. He was able to communicate with gestures and words. Observing Tommy's animated expression, Lin Tianyu understood his enthusiasm. After all, who could remain composed upon suddenly acquiring such a legendary title? He himself was equally thrilled, though he chose not to display it outwardly. Despite the language barrier, their shared status as newcomers facilitated their conversation. Tommy continuously expressed how fortunate he felt and his aspirations for future success. However, due to the rapid pace of his speech, Lin Tianyu grasped only parts of it, managing to respond with a few affirmations. Upon returning to the grand hall, the plump man immediately spotted him. "Hey, it seems you have made a new friend. This is Tommy Jerry, number 63, and this is Huang Kachong, a senior." Tommy hastily extended his hand, saying, "It is a great honor to meet you, Mr. Huang," his tone filled with respect, clearly stemming from a newcomer's reverence for a veteran. Despite Huang Kachong's rough appearance, he spoke fluent English, which surprised Lin Tianyu, though he quickly regained his composure, realizing that as a time traveler, Huang must possess considerable linguistic prowess. The 3 exchanged a few words before the auction commenced. The plump man eagerly pulled the 2 to sit down, placing a bag on the table with an excited expression. The auctioneer was none other than the elderly man referred to as the steward. He stepped onto the stage and waved slightly to the crowd, prompting immediate silence and a rhythmic voice. He announced, "Welcome to the latest time portal auction. This time, we have 3 portals for bidding. According to the rules, we only accept currencies of tangible value. Gold is the basic unit of currency. Other items such as diamonds, various rare metals, and portable energy will all be converted into gold for transactions. I will now present the 3 portals for auction. Feel free to place your bids, with each increment no less than 5 gold." Lin Tianyu was taken aback, realizing that currencies of tangible value referred to this. In that case, his 500,000 renminbi would be utterly useless. Just as he was pondering, 2 burly men brought forth a portal that appeared quite ordinary, akin to a standard security door. Portal to Parallel Dimension number 2012. With a similarity to the original Earth dimension of 97.5, standing on the streets of this dimension, one might easily mistake it for Earth if not for careful observation. The starting price for this portal is 40 gold. You may now place your bids. I bid 40 gold. I bid 45 gold. I bid 50 gold. Bids echoed, in various languages and accents, creating an amusing harmony. Curious, Lin Tianyu turned to Huang Kachong, asking, "How much is 1 gold?" Huang Kachong replied, 1 kilogram of gold. Lin Tianyu was astonished, realizing that this time portal was indeed exorbitantly priced. Given that gold currently costs over 300 yuan per gram, even at 300 yuan per gram, a kilogram would amount to over 30,000 yuan. The starting price of 40 gold effectively meant 2 million RMB, converted to USD, that would be around 200,000. Moreover, this was merely the base price. Relying solely on selling tuna, it would take him a year or 2 to save enough to purchase such a portal. He glanced at the bag on the table, assuming it was filled with gold bars. How much gold do you have? 100 gold, the plump man replied. That is all my current reserves. Lin Tianyu mused that this amounted to over 30 million. Truly impressive. The portal was ultimately sold for 65 gold AT that moment. The second portal was presented. This time a golden stone door, exuding an ancient Egyptian style, adorned with a pyramid and a sun at its apex. Ancient portal number 3761. Located on a desolate mountain upstream of the Nile during the ancient Egyptian era, with a starting price of 60 gold. You may now place your bids. I bid 100 gold, the plump man exclaimed. Rising abruptly, Lin Tianyu was startled, and the entire hall fell silent, clearly taken aback by someone so fervently determined to acquire this portal. I bid 150 gold, another voice stated calmly. The plump man immediately deflated like a punctured balloon, sinking back into his seat. It's over. I won't win this time. Lin Tianyu glanced over, noticing the one who bid 150 gold was a burly white man with a rugged beard. Exuding an intimidating aura, clad in a Marine Corps camouflage outfit with rolled-up sleeves revealing his muscular arms, accompanied by two similarly attired companions, all armed. That's Carlos the Raider. It seems ancient Egypt is in trouble this time, Lin Tianyu heard Huang mutter. Observing the heavily armed trio, he could infer the meaning of Raider, however. Before the auctioneer could strike the gavel, another voice rang out. I bid 200 gold. It was a woman's voice, speaking English with a hint of a Latin accent. Lin Tianyu curiously turned to see, to his astonishment, a rare Latina beauty. Her brown skin glistened alluringly, her long black hair cascading down her back, secured with a blue pirate bandana. She wore a white linen jumpsuit that revealed part of her voluptuous bosom and a deep neckline, complemented by a matching skirt and a leather corset at her waist. Her long black leather boots reached above her knees, and the short skirt barely concealed her enticing physique, subtly revealing the delicate skin of her thighs. Leaning back in her chair with her arms crossed, she rested her long, shapely legs on the table, the split of her skirt exposing a generous view of her stunning legs, inciting an involuntary rush of desire. Yet she seemed entirely oblivious to the effect she had, maintaining a provocative gaze locked with Carlos. Adorning her neck was a solid gold choker, embedded with a large emerald, and apart from that, she wore no other adornments. Two curved daggers were strapped to her back, and a dagger hung from her boot, giving her the appearance of a fantasy film pirate queen. Among the eccentrically dressed attendees, her attire harmonized beautifully with her demeanor, as if she were destined to appear this way. That's Isabella, the pirate captain, Huang Keqiang suddenly remarked. Lin Tianyu, intrigued, inquired, Do you know her? No one does not know her. She is the only indigenous person among us. Chapter 17. The pirate, indigenous? Lin Tianyu questioned, somewhat puzzled. Indeed, she was originally a pirate in the Aegean Sea during the 16th century. Her previous captain encountered her during a voyage, and they seemingly had a romantic affair. However, Isabella grew weary of him. While he, unwilling to lose her, tried to control her by any means necessary, even resorting to force. Ultimately, he was captured by Isabella, who, in order to survive, revealed his identity as a time traveler. Yet, he still could not save his own life. Did Isabella kill him? Tommy Jerry interjected. Strictly speaking, it was not Isabella who did it herself. Huang Keqiang pondered how to phrase it without sounding too gruesome, but ultimately abandoned the effort. Let me be blunt. She covered him in fish blood and tossed him to the sharks. Lin Tianyu recalled the mouse shark he encountered a couple of days ago and instinctively imagined the sensation of being surrounded by hundreds of sharks, causing him to shudder involuntarily. This woman was the first to uncover the secret of the time traveler after their demise. Thus she inherited her predecessor's title, designated as number 47. Lin Tianyu mused that this was indeed a feasible scenario, leading him to consider that being a time traveler was a perilous profession. However, the woman was undeniably beautiful, possessing a rare wild beauty that was captivating. It was no wonder her predecessor had been infatuated with her. The corpulent man, seemingly misinterpreting the glimmer of admiration in Lin Tianyu's eyes, clapped him on the shoulder and warned, I caution both of you, that woman is not to be trifled with. Those who dare to pursue her often meet unfortunate ends. Should you entertain any notions towards her, beware lest she devour you alive. Lin Tianyu understood that Huang Keqiang meant well and nodded slightly. By the way, how do you know these stories? Because when that woman used the time gate, it attracted the attention of the Eternal Concordia. They found her and demanded she complete a test. Failure meant certain death. Why? Lin Tianyu inquired, somewhat puzzled. Neither Tommy nor I underwent any tests. Because she is an indigenous person. Regardless of whether they hail from another world or ancient times, their thought processes are entirely distinct from us modern individuals. Thus, while many time travelers recruit such individuals as their subordinates, it is exceedingly rare for an indigenous person to become a time traveler. What is most astonishing about this woman is her effortless passing of the test. Certain traits she exhibited seemed to align perfectly with the preferences of those old fogies in the Eternal Concordia, and her mindset was sufficiently open to quickly adapt to modern life. What exactly is the Eternal Concordia? Lin Tianyu almost voiced this question, but recalled the 3 principles that time travelers must adhere to. One of which stated, time travelers must not attempt to pry into the secrets of the Eternal Concordia. He had no desire to experience the consequences of breaking the rules, so after contemplating, he decided to withhold the question for another time. The time gate leading to ancient Egypt appeared to be in high demand, yet 200 gold coins seemed to be the limit. No one was willing to bid higher. Thus it fell into Isabella's hands. Soon, the 3rd gate was presented. This gate was red, adorned with flame-like patterns that appeared vividly alive. That moment, the auctioneer announced, Time Gate number 0031, leading to a harsh, primordial world where scarcely any life exists, save for a semi-elemental creature that consumes flames for energy. This creature is exceedingly ferocious, with a threat level of 43.07, and the temperature in that world often exceeds several hundred degrees, rendering the environment extremely hostile, with barely any breathable air. However, it harbors an abundance of mineral resources and rare energy crystals. The starting bid for this gate is 90 gold coins. Is there anyone willing to bid? I bid 90 gold coins, declared a man clad in a black robe. Silence followed. The elderly auctioneer seemed to have anticipated such a scenario, sighing in resignation, very well, it is sold. After concluding the final auction, the elderly man waved his hand once more and addressed the crowd. Today's auction has come to a close. The rights to this hall will remain until midnight. The time gate at the end of the corridor will close promptly at midnight, so please ensure your departure before then. The next auction is expected to take place in a few months, at which time I will send out notifications. Until we meet again, I wish you all safe travels. With that, the old man departed. While the auction had ended, the trading fair was just beginning. Time travelers, by nature, form a loosely knit professional alliance, lacking a figure with sufficient authority to gather everyone for similar gatherings. Thus, each auction has become the only opportunity for time travelers to convene on a large scale. Over the course of their extensive travels, they amass various valuable items that they cannot fully utilize. Consequently, the period following the auction naturally evolves into a time for the exchange of spoils and information regarding different realms. Everyone began to display their collected items on the tables before them, seeking suitable buyers or trade partners. The palace transformed into a bustling marketplace, albeit devoid of mundane vegetables and meats. Instead, the wares consisted of weapons, jewelry, memorabilia, various forms of art, high-tech gadgets, and even wondrous artifacts imbued with supernatural abilities. Lin Tianyu, clutching a box containing 500,000 RMB, anxiously surveyed the crowd, uncertain of what to purchase. Many items left him perplexed regarding their utility, while others, such as paintings, jewelry, and crafts, held little significance for him. However, the abundance of offerings was remarkable. After a brief search, his eyes brightened upon spotting a stall selling firearms, if there was anything he desperately desired. Firearms were undoubtedly among them. He approached the stall, where the proprietor, a burly man clad in a camouflage bulletproof vest, was polishing an automatic rifle whose name Lin Tianyu could not recall. The display was replete with various models of firearms, including several commonly seen in games and films, MP5 submachine guns, AK-47S, M16 rifles, SG-552S, Uzi submachine guns, and even an M60, all brand new and equipped with an array of accessories such as tactical scopes, infrared sights, and grenade launchers, enhancing their formidable appearance. The metallic sheen of the weapons was striking. "May I inspect the weapons you have for sale?" Lin Tianyu ventured to ask, extending his hand to grasp one. The man huffed, swiftly gathering the displayed weapons and setting them aside, then dragging out a package from beneath the stall and unfurling it before Lin Tianyu. Feel free to pick whatever you like. Lin Tianyu's heart sank. The caliber of weapons on display paled in comparison. They consisted mainly of worn-out firearms, predominantly the Mosin Nagant, M1 Garand, and Thompson submachine guns from World War II, with even older models resembling the primitive revolvers from American Western films that fired a single shot per trigger pull, leaving no trace of modern weaponry. Chapter 18, Transaction. I wish to see the weapons over there. Lin Tianyu pointed to those behind him. Those are reserved, non-sale items, understand? Lin Tianyu felt a twinge of disappointment. Nonetheless, the assortment before him was still firearms, vastly superior to the crossbows he owned. He sifted through the offerings and selected a Winchester repeating rifle, which bore a resemblance to the Demon Slayer from a game, albeit with a slimmer barrel capable of firing both buckshot and standard projectiles. He also chose a Thompson submachine gun, commonly known as the Chicago typewriter, a favored weapon during 1930s gang shootouts, and 2 Colt revolvers, the latter being the only modern-looking firearms in the collection. How much do these cost in total? Both long and short guns are priced at 100,000 each, with bullets at 100 per round. Goodness, that is exorbitant. Lin Tianyu inwardly cursed. Such dilapidated firearms would likely cost only a few $100 to $1,000 at an American gun shop, let alone the outrageous price of 100 per bullet, which felt like outright robbery. The man glared at him. Take it or leave it. Though you think I truly care for your paltry sum, I'm merely selling these out of convenience. Tossing them away would be a waste. This is called maximizing profit, understand? Lin Tianyu sighed in resignation. He fully grasped the concept of maximizing profit. It was akin to when he once sold various fish at a meager price per pound. Though he found them unremarkable, they still provided some income. In the eyes of the burly man, these outdated weapons were likely akin to those insignificant fish. With no other options available, Lin Tianyu begrudgingly paid for the 4 firearms and an additional 1,000 rounds of assorted ammunition. The man took the money without even glancing at it, tossing it into a canvas bag as if it were merely scrap paper. This purchase depleted his entire 500,000, leaving just enough space in the now empty bag to accommodate the weapons and ammunition. Lin Tianyu returned to his previous seat, clutching his bag, yet he was reluctant to leave so soon. There were too many enticing things around him. The precious artworks and dazzling jewels were being sifted through by onlookers, presenting a glimpse of the future he might attain and desire. There were also some peculiar items that, surprisingly, could fetch a handsome price. Suddenly, he recalled the parcel he had brought from home, containing the relics of Croft. Perhaps there were valuable items inside, even if he couldn't discern their worth himself. Surely, someone interested would enlighten him about them. He opened the small package, spreading its contents on the table, revealing the rather unremarkable items within. A crudely carved wooden horse, a metal plate inscribed with strange runes, a few yellowed scrolls, which Lin Tianyu speculated might be magical scrolls, along with various other trinkets. Most passers-by merely glanced and moved on, as if those items were nothing more than worthless junk. After sitting for half an hour without anyone engaging him, Lin Tianyu decided to take out the Guide to Time Travel and peruse it while continuing to wait. Just as he began to believe these items were utterly insignificant, a man suddenly halted in front of his stall. It was the man in the black cloak who had purchased the last door. His attire and demeanor resembled that of a wizard, emanating an air of mystery. A strand of snow-white hair peeked from beneath his hood, and his eyes were an unsettling shade of pure black, devoid of pupils, as he regarded the spread of Lin Tianyu's parcel with an unusual gaze. How much for your magical scrolls? The fluent Mandarin startled Lin Tianyu momentarily, though he was becoming accustomed to such oddities. A flicker of joy ignited within him. These scrolls were indeed the legendary magical scrolls he had hoped for. However, he hesitated over how to price them. After a moment's thought, he smiled faintly. These are not for sale, but I would not mind exchanging them if you have something I require. The cloaked man pondered briefly, then began retrieving several items from his pockets. A short sword radiating a crimson glow, a shimmering silver chainmail, a wand-like short stick, and a golden amulet. Allow me to introduce my treasures. This Aslate magical short sword is imbued with the enchantment of a magical weapon, capable of effortlessly slicing through heavy armor. This chainmail, forged with mithril, possesses defensive capabilities that far exceed its appearance. Even ordinary bullets find it challenging to penetrate. This charged wand can unleash 30 magical missiles, each capable of inflicting damage equivalent to a full-force punch from a professional boxer. Lastly, this golden amulet is a magical talisman, permanently attuned to the Comprehend Language's first-level spell, allowing you to understand any language you can hear, though you cannot speak or write it, merely comprehend. What do you think? Quite marvelous, isn't it? These are all exceedingly rare magical items available in the market, and they can be used by ordinary individuals. You may select one of these items in exchange. Such marvels, Lin Tianyu mused. Yet upon reflection, he realized that the first three held little significance for him. The enchanted short sword, though sharp, was merely slightly superior to the blades he had purchased. He had no intention of engaging in close combat, rendering it useless. The mithril chainmail, while described as difficult to penetrate by ordinary bullets, did not guarantee absolute safety and was only effective against mundane ammunition, clearly inadequate against more formidable projectiles. In that case, purchasing a bulletproof vest would be more practical. As for the charged wand, it was even more amusing. While a boxer's powerful punch could be fierce, it was unlikely to be fatal, making a bullet a more straightforward solution. The only item of some value was the amulet with the Comprehend Language's spell. But the fact that it only allowed comprehension without the ability to speak or write diminished its worth significantly. However, this ability was still quite alluring to him, as language barriers posed the greatest challenge during time travel. If the amulet indeed possessed the properties he was told, he could at least understand the speech of ancient or otherworldly beings, allowing for some rudimentary communication. With this thought in mind, Lin Tianyu nodded. Very well. I will choose this amulet as my exchange item. The cloaked man waved his hand dismissively. Your magical scrolls are merely low-level first- and second-tier spells that I have already mastered. To me, they are no more than consumables and far less valuable than my amulet. Therefore, you must add something else to sweeten the deal. Lin Tianyu felt a pang of confusion. If his items were of little use, why would the man want to trade with him? He tentatively inquired, "What do you wish for as a sweetener?" The cloaked man glanced down at the items, muttering, "Alas, there is not much of worth here," as he seemingly carelessly picked up the iron plate and the crudely carved wooden horse. Let us use these two items to balance the trade. Lin Tianyu smirked inwardly. The man's expression seemed strangely familiar, reminiscent of a television show he had once watched about an antique dealer who visited the countryside to acquire antiques. The dealer coveted a farmer's bronze cup, but pretended to be interested in a porcelain bowl worth only a few hundred. The farmer, aware of its true value, was baffled when the dealer spent over 1,000 on the bowl, only to later feign regret and attempt to return it. Naturally, the farmer refused, leading to the dealer cunningly persuading him to part with the bronze cup under the guise of a sweetener. The farmer believed he was simply indulging the dealer's minor greed, unaware that the dealer's true aim had always been the bronze cup. It was evident that the man before him was not interested in the magical scrolls, but rather one of the other two items. Lin Tianyu's gaze shifted between the wooden horse and the iron plate before he chuckled. "Do you truly think I would be foolish enough to offer such precious items as mere sweeteners?" The cloaked man appeared taken aback by Lin Tianyu's response, then smiled. "Well, it seems you are not one to be easily deceived. I am curious, do you truly understand what this iron plate is for?" Lin Tianyu shrugged nonchalantly. "I do not know its purpose. I only know it is something that can be sold for a high price. This is a membership card, an identification token for a wizard organization called the Abyssal Flame. It is utterly useless to you, and may even bring trouble, for in this room, no more than 3 individuals possess magical talent. And I am the only one who has chosen to become a formal wizard," he said with a hint of arrogance. "However, for a wizard, it is a rare and valuable item. Am I correct?" Lin Tianyu remained unfazed by his words, half-jokingly replying, "Very well." The cloaked man sighed in resignation. "It seems I must make a substantial offer. You must be curious as to how I speak such fluent Mandarin." As he spoke, he removed a talisman from a golden necklace around his neck. This is a talisman attuned to the Tongue of Eloquence spell, a third-tier magic, which is no easy feat to maintain. Wearing it allows you to understand, write, and speak any language you have heard. This is the most treasured possession of time travelers. Many have offered me exorbitant sums for it, yet I have never been willing to part with it. Now, I propose to exchange it for these items. What do you say? Lin Tianyu's heart leapt at the prospect. If it was indeed such a remarkable item, it would be perfect for him. Being able to communicate in various languages would eliminate the barriers of interaction with beings from other times and realms. He understood the importance of moderation. And since the iron plate held no significance for him, he did not press further. Instead, he readily agreed to the trade, though he insisted on testing the talisman first. After donning it around his neck, a stream of fluent English flowed effortlessly from his lips. This is truly an extraordinary treasure. Then we have a deal. Good. The man in the black robe smiled as he casually stuffed the several scrolls and the iron plate into his pocket, then carefully cradled the wooden horse in his hands as if it were a rare treasure. Lin Tianyu suddenly felt a sense of being deceived. This wooden horse? The man in the black robe turned back and flashed him a mysterious smile before turning to leave. Chapter 19. Slaughter. By the time Lin Tianyu stepped through the time portal located in the cozy CAF, night had fully descended. Exiting the CAF amidst the astonished gazes of the staff, he clutched his bag, feeling a mix of excitement and anxiety about the secrets it concealed. Inside were weapons that were undeniably lethal, and should they be discovered, it would surely lead to a cascade of troubles. He hailed a taxi and headed straight home, arriving shortly after 8 o'clock. Upon entering, he tossed the bag onto the floor and reached for the light switch, only for the room to illuminate on its own. In that brief moment of distraction, 2 burly men lunged at him from either side, forcefully pinning him to the ground. Damn it! What is happening? Lin Tianyu exclaimed. Both alarmed and furious, he struggled in vain against their grip. As they held him firmly down, suddenly, the boss's chair across the room spun around to reveal the sinister visage of Hu Bin. Long time no see, Lin Tianyu, he said, rising from his seat and looming over him. Didn't we just meet a few days ago? Lin Tianyu replied, striving to maintain a nonchalant tone. He was not overly concerned about his predicament. It was evident that they were here due to the interests surrounding the tuna deal, and they likely would not resort to lethal measures, at least not for the time being. Among the weapons he had purchased, 2 long guns remained in the bag, while he had concealed 2 Colt revolvers within his clothing. Although he felt a pang in his chest, it also brought him a sense of reassurance. If he could find a way to turn the tables, he could regain control of the situation. Heh, you know I've always held you in high regard. Not just for your composure, but also your taste. Look here, a katana model 88K. I have one at home too, purchased during my trip to Shanghai last year. However, I've always doubted whether this blade is truly as formidable as the videos claim. Whether it can indeed slice through bone with ease. But it seems today I might finally have the opportunity to test it. As he spoke, Hu Bin drew the katana from its sheath, clicking his tongue in admiration. I believe today presents a perfect chance for a demonstration, he continued, tracing the blade along Lin Tianyu's body before resting it against his wrist. Lin Tianyu could feel the chilling aura emanating from the cold steel, and beads of sweat began to form as he exclaimed, Please don't do this. You merely want me to continue supplying, and I agree to it. I can even lower the price further. How about 1,000 per kilogram? Hu Bin smirked coldly, retracting the katana. Had I heard you say that 3 days ago, I would have been quite pleased. However, my intentions have shifted. I want your entire supply chain. You understand what I mean, don't you? Lin Tianyu cursed inwardly, thinking to himself how greedy this man was. He had merely mentioned having an overseas supply line in passing, one that was entirely fictitious. Where could he possibly procure such a thing? Although he thought this, he feigned helplessness, saying, all right, as long as you don't kill me, I'll comply. However, those foreigners can be quite difficult to negotiate with. They might raise their prices if they see a new face. Hu Bin, oblivious to the fact that Lin Tianyu was fabricating the existence of these foreigners, eagerly replied, Just tell me their contact details. You must let me stand first. I have a dedicated phone for contacting them, which is in the drawer. I'll retrieve it for you. Hu Bin thought to himself that a single individual like Lin Tianyu could hardly pull off any tricks, especially since he was just an ordinary person. And with 3 of them present, it was a straightforward situation. He gestured for his 2 associates to release Lin Tianyu. However, Lin Tianyu inwardly scoffed, rubbing his arms as he walked toward the drawer while feigning a search. Secretly, he retrieved both revolvers from his clothing. Noticing something amiss in Lin Tianyu's actions, Hu Bin coldly warned, What are you doing? I advise you not to attempt anything clever. Lin Tianyu smiled coldly, suddenly spinning around with both guns aimed at the trio. It seems the tables have turned, my friends. Hu Bin was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the revolvers, but then burst into laughter. Don't you think you can intimidate us with 2 replica guns? If they were domestic models like the 5464, I might have taken you seriously. You think I'm a fool, waving 2 Colts at me? Today, I'll make sure to chop off both your hands. Get him. As he spoke, he waved his hand, prompting his 2 henchmen to charge at Lin Tianyu, convinced that he could not possibly possess real firearms. Lin Tianyu, caught off guard by their reaction, had no other choice. He aimed at the 2 attackers and pulled the triggers. The sound of gunfire erupted, accompanied by bright flashes and the acrid scent of gunpowder filling the air at such close range, for bullets effortlessly felled the 2 men. One dying instantly while the other gurgled blood, teetering on the brink of death. Hu Bin was paralyzed with fear. He had never anticipated that this typically calm individual would display such brutality, nor that he possessed genuine firearms. Realizing that begging for mercy was futile now that someone had been killed, he hurled the katana at Lin Tianyu and turned to flee. Lin Tianyu dodged the blade and aimed at Hu Bin's retreating figure, pulling the trigger repeatedly. At a distance of just 5 or 6 meters, even with poor aim, he would hit his target. The first 2 shots missed, but the third struck Hu Bin's thigh, bringing him crashing down. Lin Tianyu, emboldened, approached Hu Bin, stepping on him coldly. You brought this upon yourself, he said, preparing to pull the trigger. Wait, do you know who is backing me? If you kill me, there's no way you'll escape. TMD. Is there any point in your rambling? Just die already. Lin Tianyu aimed at his head and fired, the shot ringing out and splattering blood, as the echo of the gunfire faded into the stillness. Lin Tianyu's steady hands began to tremble, and he retreated a couple of steps, collapsing onto the sofa, still grappling with disbelief. I've killed someone. I've truly killed someone. The air in the room was thick with a repugnant odor, a grotesque amalgamation of blood, gunpowder, and the stench of death that made Lin Tianyu feel nauseous. It was no wonder that many people vomit after taking a life. This odor was undeniably overwhelming. He suddenly burst into laughter, finding it ironic that he could still entertain such peculiar thoughts. Chapter 20. Preparations. Now was not the time for such reflections. Although he was uncertain about who Hu Bin's associates were, dealing with the bodies was imperative. For others, this could present a significant challenge, perhaps even more daunting than the act of murder itself. However, for him, it posed little difficulty. A mere toss through the time portal would suffice. The only question was, which portal should he use? After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to discard the bodies through the black portal to the otherworld. After all, he would frequently visit that island in the future, and he did not wish to be haunted by the memory of the deceased while fishing. Laying the black portal flat on the ground, he opened it, revealing a gaping hole in the floor. He then tossed the 3 corpses one after another into the abyss, hastily closing the portal before any creatures were attracted by the bodies. Next came the task of cleaning the bloodstains from the floor. For someone who had never taken a life, it was difficult to fathom the sheer volume of fluids that could flow from a human body. The scene before him made him scoff at the gunfight films he had watched, where countless people perished yet hardly any blood was depicted. He opened the windows to let the night breeze disperse the eerie odor, then grabbed a mop and began to clean. After considerable effort, the room was finally tidy, though the bullet holes in the walls and floor remained persistent. Even if he managed to erase all traces, he still did not believe that simply covering up the evidence would ensure his safety. Given that Hu Bin had sought him out and brought accomplices, it was likely that others were aware of the incident. If Hu Bin went missing for an extended period, suspicion would inevitably fall upon him. Perhaps it is time for me to put my travel plans into action. Lin Tianyu mused to himself. His thoughts were not merely a spur of the moment. On one hand, he had entertained similar ideas in the past, but due to insufficient preparation and lack of adequate weaponry, he had not followed through. However, now that he had acquired the most elusive of weapons and a magical artifact that enabled him to communicate in any language, these concerns were evidently no longer obstacles. Furthermore, should he embark on a journey now, it would likely take him several months, a period that would conveniently allow him to evade unwanted attention. The pressing question remained, to which world should he venture? Previously, Lin Tianyu had planned to purchase a small speedboat online after acquiring his weaponry, and then set sail in the Mediterranean with ample supplies to explore the nearby coasts. After all, compared to the unknown horrors of the magical realm, the ancient world promised a far greater degree of safety. With the weaponry at his disposal, he could easily overpower any adversaries, provided he did not encounter a large-scale assault, which would likely pose no significant danger. Nevertheless, the unexpected arrival of Hu Bin disrupted his plans. Without a boat, he could not leave the small island. Moreover, ordering a speedboat would take at least a week for delivery, and he hardly had the luxury of waiting around for that long in America. Relying solely on the raft left him with little confidence, considering that although the Mediterranean was an inland sea and the island was presumably not far from the coast, he doubted the raft could withstand a lengthy voyage. A minor gust of wind or a small wave could very well capsize him. Thus, the only viable option appeared to be the fantastical world behind that black wooden door, with firearms in hand. At least the goblins would no longer pose a threat. Having reached this conclusion, he finally resolved to take action. With his decision made, he felt a sense of calm wash over him. After all, once he had prepared everything by tomorrow, he could simply depart. Even if someone were to pursue him, there was no need for fear. No matter how far they pushed, it was unlikely they would uncover his whereabouts. That night, Lin Tianyu experienced a restless sleep at home, the eerie atmosphere of the room weighing heavily on him. He managed to doze off for a brief moment only when dawn began to break. Around 9 o'clock, he jolted awake from a nightmare, and upon opening his eyes, he found that daylight had fully arrived. He hurriedly got out of bed, prepared a simple breakfast, and contemplated the preparations he needed to make for his impending journey. If he truly intended to travel, certain supplies were essential. After finishing his meal, he rummaged beneath his bed and retrieved several stacks of renminbi, ready to head out for a substantial shopping spree. His residence was located on the outskirts of the city, somewhat remote, with no large supermarkets or comprehensive markets nearby. Thus, he took a taxi into the city and entered a sizable general supermarket, where he began to shop with fervor. With ample funds at his disposal, he paid little heed to prices and opted for the most expensive and highest quality items. Considering the limitations on what he could carry during his travels, he focused on lightweight, high-energy foods such as chocolate, beef jerky, compressed biscuits, and candies. Additionally, he did not forget to purchase a few bottles of mineral water. Beyond these essentials, he contemplated the need for trade items upon reaching the otherworld. Procuring a variety of small but technologically advantageous objects such as lighters, mechanical watches, pocket watches, perfumes, and artificial gemstones. These items, though modest in size, would serve well in dealings with the denizens of the other realm. In addition to food and trade goods, he also gathered some basic necessities: toothbrushes, toothpaste, towels, and even toilet paper. Remarkably, these items did not cost him much. After completing his shopping, he suddenly remembered that he should inform Xiao Yu of his departure. As he had no idea how long he would be away, it would be prudent to prepay some rent, and he had a considerable amount of frozen seafood in the refrigerator that he decided to leave for Xiao Yu. He removed all the frozen fish and meat from the fridge, packed them into a large plastic container, and headed out the door. Upon arriving at Xiao Yu's home, he discovered that the door was unlocked. With a gentle pull, it swung open, revealing a scene that startled him. A person bound on the sofa, none other than Xiao Yu. Lin Tianyu's heart raced as he hurriedly untied the ropes binding her. Xiao Yu, without uttering a word of thanks, dashed into the bathroom. After a while, she emerged, her face flushed, and instead of gratitude, she berated him. "What the hell did you do to get me into this mess?" Lin Tianyu was taken aback. Piecing together the events that had transpired, he inquired about the situation, and indeed, his suspicions were confirmed. Last night, Hu Bin and his 2 henchmen had arrived at Xiao Yu's home, having discovered that she was the daughter of Lin Tianyu's landlord, likely possessing a key to his residence. They had issued her a mild threat, which explained how they had gained entry into his home. Feeling a tinge of guilt for Xiao Yu, he reassured her, "It's just a minor inconvenience, which I have resolved. However, I need to leave for a while to lay low. Here is 6 months' rent. Take this for now. I might not be back for several months, and during my absence, please refrain from touching anything in my apartment." Xiao Yu remained displeased, prompting Lin Tianyu to produce more cash. "Consider this compensation for your distress. Additionally, I brought some canned tuna. I fear it might spoil in the fridge, so it's all yours." Only then did Xiao Yu's expression soften slightly. "Fine, But if the rental period ends and you haven't returned, I want to keep your belongings for you. Lin Tianyu thought to himself that surely he would return within 6 months, but merely nodded in response. Chapter 21. Negotiation. Upon returning home and inventorying his supplies, Lin Tianyu felt as though he was adequately prepared. Yet, another thought crossed his mind. The raft he had left on the beach of the small island, along with the nearby diving equipment, needed to be properly stored. After all, he might require them in the future, and he certainly did not want them to be ruined by the elements, especially considering the effort he had invested in constructing the raft. With this in mind, Lin Tianyu once again opened the time-space door leading to the small island, intending to secure the raft and diving gear. However, as he stepped through the door and peered down at the island, he suddenly heard a coarse voice calling out from afar. "Get the stuff off the boat, you lazy bunch. We're stuck on this island for the day, move it." The words were shouted in a language he had never encountered before. Although the magical talisman enabled him to grasp the meaning, he could not discern the specific language. He quickly crouched down and peered through the gaps in the bushes atop the hill. Spotting a wooden boat, approximately 7 or 8 meters in length, stranded on the beach, a man clad in a black shirt and hardened leather armor, sporting a bushy beard, was directing others to unload the boat's cargo. Lin Tianyu was taken aback. For over 2 months, this small island had been devoid of any human presence. Yet today an unexpected group of intruders had appeared. He scrutinized the individuals below. Their attire appeared tattered. Some were even bare-chested, but each was unmistakably clad in leather armor, with swords and knives at their waists. Clearly, they were not merchants, soldiers, or fishermen. Their identities were becoming increasingly apparent: pirates. Moreover, it was evident that they bore distinct European features. Though their skin had darkened from prolonged sun exposure, it was clear they were neither black, nor Arab, nor Asian. But what kind of European could possess such a complexion? As Lin Tianyu pondered this, one of the pirates spotted the raft and diving gear he had left on the beach. That pirate rushed over to the bearded man, exclaiming, "Hey, boss, look what I found." "What the hell is this? Where did you find it?" "Right behind that rock, there's also a strange boat." The bearded man followed the pirate and upon seeing the raft, was taken aback. "Damn it, there's someone on this island. Quick, search the place thoroughly and kill anyone you find." Lin Tianyu thought to himself that there was no longer any point in negotiation with such barbaric individuals. With that thought, he quickly scrambled back into the door. His weapons were still inside the house. "Hey, there's someone up there. Look, boss, he is up there." Lin Tianyu heard the shouts from below and did not glance back. He dove into the door and vanished before their eyes. Good heavens! He disappeared. He must be a wizard. To hell with wizards. The bearded man kicked the panicking pirate to the ground. "You, and you, come with me. The rest of you, keep unloading." Upon uttering those words, the man with the bushy beard swiftly drew a short sword from his waist and charged up the hill with the few pirates whose names had been called. Lin Tianyu returned to the room but did not immediately close the door. Instead, he opened the bag containing his weapons. He hesitated between the Winchester repeating rifle and the Thompson submachine gun, ultimately opting for the latter. Although the Winchester had a longer range and greater accuracy, it lacked the continuous suppressive fire that the Chicago typewriter could provide. The Thompson, along with a 50-round drum, weighed a hefty 15 pounds, and its substantial heft assured him of its formidable lethality. Lin Tianyu brandished the weapon as he traversed the temporal gateway leading to the island, just as the bearded man and his crew reached a distance of 5 or 6 meters from the hilltop. The sudden appearance of Lin Tianyu startled the bushy-bearded pirate, and the peculiar weapon in Lin's hands sparked a flicker of confusion in him. Yet, adhering to his simplistic and brutal mindset, he commanded, "Kill him," with a fierce swing of his sword. The bearded man led the charge. "Die for me," Lin Tianyu shouted, pulling the trigger. Contrary to his expectations, no bullet erupted forth, and a jolt of panic surged within him as he noticed the bearded pirate was closing in. Damn it, the safety was still on. He suddenly realized his mistake and hastily flicked a switch on the trigger. By that time, the bushy-bearded pirate had already reached him, and Lin could clearly see the man's eyes, reddened by the sea breeze, could smell his foul breath, and hear the heavy, labored breaths that accompanied his imminent delight in slaughter. Lin Tianyu locked eyes with the ferocious pirate leader and squeezed the trigger. The The bullet effortlessly penetrated the man's hardened leather armor, bursting forth a cloud of crimson mist behind him. Lin unleashed a series of shots, 5 or 6 bullets sending the bushy-bearded man flying backward, rolling down the slope until he finally came to rest on the beach. The remaining pirates stood frozen in shock, brandishing their swords and knives, uncertain whether to continue their assault, flee, or surrender outright. Lin Tianyu, however, had no intention of allowing these threats to remain. He steadied himself, slightly leaning back from the significant recoil of the Chicago typewriter, and aimed at the closest pirate, pulling the trigger yet again. The bullet easily toppled the man to the ground, prompting the other 2 pirates to spring into action. One turned to flee while the other charged forward with a wild cry. Lin Tianyu dispatched the advancing pirate with a shot to the head, and then confidently strode towards the boat on the beach. The pirates who were busy moving cargo seemed oblivious to the chaos, only hearing the rapid tat-tat-tat as their leader and 2 comrades tumbled down the hill, the only survivor desperately fleeing. Although they did not fully grasp the situation, their inherent ferocity compelled them to seize their weapons, howling as they charged at Lin Tianyu. After quickly assessing the skill of the approaching pirates, he estimated there to be a round of them, perhaps out of fear or due to their usual formations. The pirates instinctively grouped together loosely in their charge, believing that their numbers would offer them safety, unaware that this only facilitated Lin Tianyu's slaughter. What utter foolishness! Lin Tianyu no longer felt the shock that had accompanied his earlier kills. Having easily dispatched 3 pirates had instilled in him a sense of unreality, as if the ferocious faces before him were not truly human, but mere faceless entities from a video game. Now, as these entities converged upon him, were they not merely offering themselves up as experience points? He leveled the gun, aiming at the leftmost pirate, and as he pulled the trigger, swept the barrel to the right. The tremendous recoil required him to exert all his strength to maintain stability, ensuring the trajectory remained true. After sweeping back to the left, he ceased fire only when no living soul remained standing before him, having finally exhausted his ammunition. The only pirate still alive was the one who had fled down from the hill, instinctively lying on the ground, pleading for mercy. To his astonishment, he had narrowly escaped disaster. Upon lifting his head, the horrific scene before him extinguished the last flicker of defiance within him, and he cried out desperately for mercy. Listening to the man's frantic pleas, Lin Tianyu mused that communication did not appear to be as challenging as he had once imagined. Indeed, brute force proved to be the most effective means of negotiation. Chapter 22. Rome. Navigating around the gruesome pile of mangled corpses, Lin Tianyu approached the paralyzed pirate. He had no intention of killing this final pirate. From the man's gaze, he could discern that the one-sided massacre had instilled in him a profound respect, a reverence that Lin desperately needed. "What is your name?" As Lin Tianyu spoke, the pirate gradually regained his composure, the sight of this black-eyed, black-haired sorcerer filling him with dread. The still smoldering muzzle of the gun sent shivers down his spine. Surely, it was a weapon of the gods. He thought to himself, trembling as he replied, "I am Yule, my lord, Yule Sanchez." "Then, Yule Sanchez, where do you hail from?" "I am from Sicily, the son of a fisherman." "Sicily? Indeed, it lies in the Mediterranean," Lin Tianyu pondered, before inquiring further. "And who is your king?" "The king? Do you mean the emperor?" Everyone knows that the Roman Empire is under the reign of the great Emperor Vespasian. The Roman Empire? Vespasian? Lin Tianyu was not well versed in foreign history. While he knew of the Roman Empire, Vespasian was a name that held little significance for him. However, he was certain that this time period belonged to ancient Rome, and if it were ancient Rome, it was relatively favorable for him. As, compared to the dark and ignorant Middle Ages, the Roman Empire was considerably more enlightened. Had it been medieval Europe, he would have faced dire consequences as a black-eyed, black-haired pagan. The Romans' enlightenment was largely reflected in their religious beliefs. They not only worshipped their own gods but also those of foreign cultures, believing that this would grant them multifaceted protection. This notion bore resemblance to Chinese beliefs. Moreover, due to the vast expanse of the Roman Empire and its complex ethnic composition, the Romans exhibited a certain grandeur and were not overly hostile towards outsiders. If he were to travel to Rome, he would at least not be burned as a devil, nor would he encounter excessive trouble due to his dark hair and eyes. The man before him had conveniently become an available guide. Still, Lin Tianyu held reservations about Yule. After a moment's thought, he extracted a packet of chocolate from his pocket, broke off a piece, and slowly extended it towards the man. "Eat this." His words were delivered in a commanding tone. And though the poor Yule had no idea what this dark, mud-like substance was, he steeled himself and swallowed it. To his surprise, the peculiar concoction was neither bitter nor spicy, nor difficult to swallow like dirt. Instead, it was incredibly sweet, a delicacy for someone who had never tasted sugar before. After consuming it, he gazed greedily at the packaging in Lin Tianyu's hands, clearly wishing for more. Yet, Lin Tianyu smiled and shook his head. "Unless you wish to bleed from all your orifices and die immediately, I wouldn't mind giving you a few more pieces." Yule was taken aback. "Master, what do you mean by that?" Lin Tianyu leaned closer, a mysterious smile gracing his face. "Do you know what I just fed you?" Yule naturally shook his head. Lin Tianyu proclaimed with pride, "This is a miraculous potion I concocted from devil's grass. While its taste is sweet, it is highly toxic. The poison will not manifest immediately. Rather, it will lie dormant within you. If you do not consume the antidote within 7 days, it will suddenly erupt, causing you to bleed from your orifices and die. If you consume more, the onset will occur sooner. You are still of some use to me, and I do not wish for you to perish before you can serve your purpose." Lin Tianyu's tone was remarkably calm, as if discussing an ordinary matter, but Yule felt as though the tolling of doom had been sounded in his ears. "O gods above! I do not wish to die," he cried, desperately retching, but only succeeded in expelling a viscous black liquid. The ominous hue deepened his panic. "Futile efforts. The poison has already integrated into your system. Your only chance of survival now lies in serving me. When I reach the shores of Rome, I shall not only provide you with the antidote, but also grant you this ship." "Captain Yule Sanchez, what a resounding title that would be." Lin Tianyu's voice was akin to the seductive whisper of a devil, ensnaring Yule in its allure. The title of captain, once a distant dream for him, now felt tantalizingly close, and indeed it was a name of considerable renown. Previously, he had merely been a foot soldier in this diminutive band of pirates, charging into battle while others claimed the spoils. If only he could possess his own ship, he could recruit a few fishermen as his crew and ascend to the status of a pirate lord. The fear in his eyes gradually gave way to excitement. But upon meeting the wizard's beaming gaze across from him, that thrill was swiftly supplanted by despondency. "How can I be certain of your truth? Do you have any other options at present?" Lin Tianyu replied, "Moreover, a demigod never speaks falsehoods." "A demigod?" Yule exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment. Indeed, the power to reap lives with a mere gesture could only be attributed to divine might. The visage of the figure before him was unlike any he had encountered. Perhaps he truly was a demigod, then? "Esteemed demigod, may I have the honor of knowing your name?" "I am Tianyu. You may call me the Speaker of Tianyu." With a casual flourish, Lin Tianyu fabricated a name and ambled onto the deck of the small vessel. A series of peculiar sounds drew his attention, and peering into the ship's cabin, he discovered a rotund man bound like a zongzi, whimpering pitifully. Clad in an intricately patterned robe, he was evidently a man of means, starkly contrasting with the ragged pirates. "Who is he?" "I do not know, my lord. This man was captured by the captain from the shore. I heard the captain mention that he hails from a wealthy family and intends to use him for ransom," Yule explained. Lin Tianyu contemplated for a moment. This rotund fellow certainly appeared affluent. After all, in ancient Rome, one would not achieve such girth without considerable resources. He waved his hand. "Release him." "Yes, my lord." Yule swiftly untied the man, who, upon rising, first set about adjusting his disheveled attire and smoothing down his damp hair before approaching Lin Tianyu with a respectful bow. "Apilius thanks you for your assistance, kind-hearted stranger from afar." Although Apilius was perplexed by the recent turn of events, he had heard the anguished cries and caught snippets of dialogue between Lin Tianyu and Yule. Most importantly, he had witnessed the gruesome sight of corpses strewn across the beach. The fact that Lin Tianyu ordered the pirate to untie him filled him with a sense of fortuitous omen. He was not inclined to believe the man was truly a demigod, suspecting instead he was merely a sorcerer wielding some arcane power. However, he maintained the necessary respect in his demeanor. "Apilius, are you a Roman?" the self-proclaimed demigod inquired. "Yes, my lord," I am a merchant from Rome. I possess properties and shops in the city. If you would allow me to return home safely, I would be willing to offer half of my wealth in gratitude, which amounts to several thousand asses, the ancient Roman currency. Appius anticipated a delighted reaction, but Lin Tianyu exhibited no interest in real estate and was indifferent to the Roman currency, merely responding with a cool smile, which left Appius feeling increasingly anxious. I require none of your wealth, Lin Tianyu stated. My riches are ample, but I would appreciate your service as my guide during my visit to Rome, as recompense for saving your life. That is absolutely agreeable, Appius responded, his voice imbued with fervor, rendering his plump visage less comical. Lin Tianyu nodded. Excellent. However, prior to our departure, I still need your assistance in moving some items. He led Yule and Appius towards the island. As they reached the shoreline, Lin Tianyu spotted the body of a bearded man, his hand tightly clutching a short sword. Lin Tianyu extracted the sword from the corpse, scrutinizing it closely. It was an ancient Roman gladius, measuring just over 40 centimeters in length, resembling a large dagger. Lin Tianyu surmised that the limitations of ancient metallurgy likely rendered longer blades prone to breakage. The sword's blade was thick, and the hilt was cast from bronze, imparting a substantial weight despite its modest length. Lin Tianyu grasped the hefty gladius. His mind pondered a profound question. What does time travel truly signify? Is it merely to witness civilizations long vanished, or to exploit the disparities of science to amass wealth? If it is the latter, then let this ancient Roman gladius be my first trophy of acquisition. He mused as he and the two men approached the door that stood inexplicably before them. If Yule had harbored any doubts about Lin Tianyu's claim of being a demigod, they were now all but extinguished. The sight before him could only be explained by divine intervention. Even Appius found himself grappling with disbelief, but what astonished them further was the spectacle behind the door, which opened into a mirror of a wardrobe in a bedroom. Both men could see their reflections in the glass, a phenomenon that left them utterly astounded as they unwittingly stepped through the door. The wonders within the room only deepened their astonishment. Everything appeared so fresh, so miraculous, that they resembled country bumpkins entering a bustling city. Peering about in a WEIT was not until Lin Tianyu tossed two canvas bags before them with a splash that Appius jolted back to reality. Good heavens, what is this place? Even the worldly Appius was rendered almost speechless. Let alone Yule, the unseasoned fisherman. This is my invisible palace, invisible to mortal eyes. Everything you witness here must remain a secret. To divulge it to others would invoke divine wrath, that of course, even if you were to share. I doubt anyone would believe you. Now, quickly, assist me in moving these items aboard the ship. I shall join you shortly. Moving items was typically the task of servants, and under ordinary circumstances, Appius would never have complied. However, now, under Lin Tianyu's commanding tone, he felt no inclination to resist. Once the two Romans had vanished through the doorway, Lin Tianyu hung the Roman gladius on the wall and retrieved the final package, containing all his weapons, ammunition, and other vital items. He cast one last glance at the room before stepping outside. Rome, I have arrived. Chapter 23. The beacon. Hey, Fatso, quickly help me hoist the sail. Hey, Fatso, tie the rope securely. Hey, Fatso, stop calling me Fatso. My name is Appius, you wretched pirate. And why should I assist you with this or that? I am a well-known merchant, not a stinky sailor. Shouldn't these tasks fall to the crew? Appius could no longer endure being bossed around by a pirate and dropped his work. Reprimanding loudly, he had every reason to be displeased. Since the ship set sail, Yule had treated him like a sailor, working him to the bone, and the rotund man was ill-suited for such labor. Meanwhile, the self-proclaimed demigod had been lounging at the stern, engrossed in a book inscribed with strange characters. Who knew what wicked spells might be contained within? Appius speculated maliciously. Yule glared at him. Do you not realize that one cannot operate this vessel alone? His meaning was clear. He dared not direct Lin Tianyu. So Yule had no choice but to rely on Appius for assistance. Hurry up, we will soon be finished, Yule urged in a calm tone. Reluctantly, Appius nodded and grasped the rope, though his eyes frequently darted towards Lin Tianyu's book. The tome Lin Tianyu perused was none other than the Guide to Time Travel, which had broadened his understanding significantly. He learned that there were three types of time portals: the ancient portal, the parallel dimension portal, and the otherworld portal. There were purportedly over 10,000 distinct types of temporal worlds, a fact that inspired the name the Fellowship of All Ages. It was also revealed that different portals could potentially lead to the same world, suggesting that one might encounter other time travelers during their journeys, albeit with a low probability. Furthermore, aside from this fundamental knowledge, the most crucial revelation was the existence of the Temporal Management Bureau. According to the text, the Temporal Management Bureau is an organization established by the earliest group of time travelers. Unlike contemporary time travelers who rely on time gates for their journeys, the Bureau possesses alternative methods of traversal, making them more agile, swift, and formidable compared to ordinary time travelers. While the Bureau professes to uphold the order of time and space, its true objective is to eliminate or subsume all other time travelers, thereby monopolizing control over all temporal realms. This leads to a ruthless approach towards time travelers, adhering to a philosophy of those who comply shall prosper, those who resist shall perish. Any time traveler discovered by the Bureau faces relentless pursuit, unless they manage to escape. They must either surrender or face death. Opposing the Bureau proves exceedingly difficult, as it wields powerful military forces and rapid deployment capabilities, far beyond the fragmented nature of ordinary time travelers. In contrast, the Eternal Concord is an organization aimed at allowing all time travelers to act freely, unshackled by tyranny. They selflessly offer the invaluable time gates at a nominal price and provide essential assistance to empower time travelers in their struggle against the Bureau. However, the text does not elaborate on the origins of the Eternal Concord. From the book's perspective, this organization appears to be one founded by saints. Nonetheless, Lin Tianyu remains skeptical, as the book is published by the Concord itself, which would naturally not cast itself in a negative light. Nevertheless, based on the information encountered thus far, the Concord seems benevolent, while the Bureau is decidedly perilous. The book also outlines several crucial details that time travelers should heed. First, they must avoid causing significant historical disturbances, as large-scale alterations to history can easily attract the Bureau's attention, resulting in pursuit. Second, they should not draw excessive attention to themselves and must refrain from underestimating ancient peoples or beings from other realms. It's worth noting that more time travelers have met their demise at the hands of ancient or otherworldly beings than at the hands of the Bureau, as Lin Tianyu concluded reading the pamphlet. Twilight enveloped the surroundings. Euler retrieved some dried fish and hard bread from a box at the bow of the ship, distributing it among the three. After a few bites, Lin Tianyu found it inedible. The coarse fare was devoid of flavor. Yet, considering his limited provisions, he forced himself to consume it, treating it as an experience of life's hardships. Conversely, Apis was heartily enjoying the meager meal, having expended considerable energy throughout the morning. For someone accustomed to a life of luxury, he relished the rough food. After taking a sip from a bottle of mineral water to wash down the food stuck in his throat, Lin Tianyu gazed at the sun, gradually sinking into the sea, feeling an unprecedented calm within. Suddenly, Apis emitted a strange sound, and upon glancing over, Lin Tianyu realized he seemed to be choking. Hastily, he offered his water bottle to Apis, who gulped down a couple of swigs. Finally regaining his composure, when he attempted to express his gratitude, he noticed the water bottle in his hand appeared remarkably peculiar, translucent like the purest glass yet soft and elastic, adorned with strange patterns and incomprehensible inscriptions. The sheer elegance of such a simple drinking vessel piqued his curiosity about the dark-haired, dark-eyed foreigner before him. As the last rays of sunlight vanished below the horizon, darkness claimed dominion over all. Unlike the night on land, the isolation of the sea intensified humanity's fear of the dark, especially aboard a small wooden vessel. Even Euler, seasoned in seafaring, fell into an unprecedented silence, leaving only the sound of waves lapping against the hull, amplifying the sense of solitude. Though the air was not cold, Lin Tianyu tightened his cloak, as if seeking solace in its embrace. Euler lit a lantern at the bow, illuminating a small circle around them and revealing the anxiety etched on his dark features. "My lord, I fear we may be in trouble," he said. Lin Tianyu regarded him quizzically. "Did you not claim to be an experienced sailor? Night sailing should pose no issue." Euler replied, "But without stars, even the most seasoned mariner cannot discern direction." Realizing the issue at hand, Lin Tianyu retrieved a compass from his bag of trade goods. He placed it flat beneath the oil lamp. The red needle points south, while the blue needle indicates north. Simply follow this direction. Euler gazed in astonishment at the wondrous object, twisting the compass in circles, yet the blue needle remained steadfast in its orientation. Goodness, what is this marvel? Both Euler and Apis displayed expressions of delight. This is known as Athena's beacon. It was with this artifact that Theseus navigated the labyrinth of the Minotaur, Lin Tianyu explained. Apis inquired, wasn't it the thread given by the Cretan princess that guided Theseus? Lin Tianyu chuckled, many things remain shrouded in mystery for mortals. Regardless, with this treasure, we need not fear losing our way at sea. As he spoke, the wind blew a thick mass of clouds eastward, allowing the moon to peek through. Moonlight shimmered upon the sea's surface, dispelling some of the darkness. Although distant horizons remained obscured in shadow, the surrounding scenery became discernible. Euler perceived this as a good omen. With Athena's beacon and the moonlight as their guide, nighttime navigation seemed less daunting. Meanwhile, Apis regarded Lin Tianyu with growing reverence. When the morning sun graced the ship's bow, the trio glimpsed the coastline of the Mediterranean in the distance. Chapter 24. Landing it was a pristine white sandy beach enveloped in morning mist, where the sound of the incoming tide resonated. Standing at the ship's bow like a conqueror, Lin Tianyu proclaimed loudly, I have arrived, Rome. He spoke in Chinese, rendering his words to Apis and Euler akin to an incantation, imbuing the cool Mediterranean morning with an air of mystique. As Euler maneuvered the small vessel along the coast, Lin Tianyu retrieved some food from his backpack to supplement their breakfast. He could no longer tolerate the hard, rock-like bread and salty fish. Having packed half a bag full of provisions, he decided to offer 3 sausages and 3 cream bagels as a morning feast. Accustomed to sharing, he had no qualms about distributing some of his bounty to the 2 Romans, an unconscious gesture that greatly moved both Euler and Apis. The food Lin Tianyu presented evoked admiration even from Apis, who was no stranger to gourmet treats, not to mention the astonishment of Euler, who had seldom enjoyed a decent meal. The only lament was the limited quantity, but given Lin Tianyu's lack of further offerings, Euler refrained from requesting more. As midday approached, the small boat finally neared a harbor. We are almost there, Apis exclaimed. For to him, reaching the harbor signified true safety. Although the past 2 days had been filled with extraordinary experiences, the prospect of returning home brought greater comfort. Numerous vessels were docked at the harbor, though none were particularly grand. Yet, the sheer number conveyed a sense of prosperity and vibrancy. Lin Tianyu had already donned a specially tailored outfit, a grayish-black hooded robe that concealed his attire, which starkly contrasted with the prevailing style of the era. The robe's retro design, while still somewhat distinct, ensured he did not appear overly outlandish. As Lin Tianyu and Apis stepped onto the dock's walkway, Euler remained behind, gazing at Lin Tianyu with a forlorn expression. Is this it? Do you no longer require my services, my lord? Euler's words suggested reluctance to part, his eyes hopeful as they awaited Lin Tianyu's response. It then dawned on Lin Tianyu that he had yet to address the matter of the antidote. Ah, what a bother, he mused, retrieving a fruit-hard candy wrapped in golden foil from his pocket and tossing it to Euler. Consume this, and your poison will be neutralized. Euler snatched it eagerly, as if fearing Lin Tianyu might retract his offer. He hastily unwrapped the candy and swallowed it without savoring the taste, chewing a few times before gulping it down. Very well, I believe it is time for me to bid farewell, my friend. It has been a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am an adult, and it is my honor to meet you, said Euler with great respect, though he thought to himself how he could boast about this encounter upon returning. Lin Tianyu nodded at Euler and then walked towards the shore with Apis. Euler watched Lin Tianyu's figure disappear into the crowd at the dock, still feeling a sense of disbelief. He mused to himself, I never imagined I would become the captain. From this moment on, this ship belongs to me. His excitement was nearly overwhelming, and as he surveyed his newfound vessel, a small object suddenly caught his eye. It was the beacon of Athena. That fellow had forgotten to take it. Euler swiftly snatched it up and concealed the compass in his bosom. Only then did he take a moment to examine this marvelous little item. Its exterior was black, crafted from a material he had never encountered before, plastic, covered by a layer resembling glass, and within it, the magical needle seemed to be driven by an invisible force, perpetually pointing southward. Euler glanced around, ensuring no one was watching, before furtively hiding the compass in his clothing. He pondered, would that demigod return to reclaim this treasure? If he thought I had stolen it, would he come back to eliminate me? The mere thought of that fellow's formidable weapon sent shivers down his spine. No. I must leave this place quickly, Yule thought, hastily pulling the sail ropes once more. Despite his exhaustion from sailing all night, he resolutely set sail again. Lin Tianyu was unaware that the small item he had inadvertently left behind had sparked such fervor in someone. He did not worry that Yule would return to the small island in search of the time portal's entrance. He did not believe the other party possessed the audacity to do so. Moreover, without a time detector, there was no way to reveal the portal, let alone open it, which required a specially crafted key.at that moment. He was leisurely strolling along the dock with Apis, hoping to hire a carriage for an easy journey to Rome. As the two walked side by side, Apis suddenly remarked, "There is no poison at all, am I right?" Lin Tianyu was taken aback, and he couldn't help but regard the plump man before him with newfound respect. The rotund fellow appeared to be unassuming, yet a glimmer of cunning shone in his eyes. "Indeed, there is no poison," Lin Tianyu replied with a smile, still amused by Yule's exaggerated reaction. "Come now, my friend. Introduce me to this port." Hibernus Port was one of the Roman Empire's significant seaports, being the largest one closest to the city of Rome, complete with tax officials and a Roman centurion stationed there. As the two ascended the stone steps of the dock, they happened upon a troop of Roman soldiers passing by. Lin Tianyu observed these warriors clad in exquisite leather armor, wielding shields and spears. With a sense of intrigue, as ancient soldiers, they exhibited commendable discipline, neither harassing the merchants nor disturbing the populace. Their patrol seemed solely intended to affirm Rome's dominion over the port. "They are all children of wealthy families," Apis explained. "Only citizens can become regular soldiers in the Roman legions, and they must provide their own weapons and armor. Thus, those who possess such equipment are unlikely to be of humble means, and they do not take advantage of the merchants." Of course, there was one thing he refrained from saying. These soldiers were quite adept at pillaging enemy territories during wartime. Just as the two were contemplating how to acquire a cart or any suitable beast of burden, a squad of Roman soldiers, led by a centurion, approached them directly. Lin Tianyu felt a surge of tension. Instinctively reaching for the two Colt revolvers at his waist, preparing for the impending inquiry, Chapter 25. The selection: the short sword in the centurion's hand and the shields and spears held by the soldiers behind him appeared utterly inadequate in Lin Tianyu's eyes. However, the real dilemma lay in what to do after dispatching the adversary. He did not believe that such a large port could possibly house only 10 soldiers. Therefore, he refrained from acting impulsively and looked to Apis for guidance on how to navigate this predicament. These soldiers seemed far more dignified than pirates, their attire undeniably orderly. The centurion at the forefront was a stern-looking middle-aged man, his armor more refined than that of the ordinary soldiers, and instead of a shield and spear, he wielded a Roman short sword. His gaze swept over the slightly disheveled Apis and the oddly dressed Lin Tianyu before ultimately settling on Apis. "Are you a merchant?" "Yes, I am a merchant from Rome," Apis replied, his expression revealing little tension, suggesting he was quite adept at dealing with these soldiers. "What a fortunate encounter. So you are here for the selection event?" Apis paused momentarily, then eagerly nodded. "Indeed, I have come to participate in the selection." The centurion nodded in acknowledgement. "Then please follow me." As the centurion turned to lead the way, Lin Tianyu curiously inquired, "What is this selection event?" As they walked behind the troop of soldiers, Apis quietly explained that, aside from their military pay, Roman soldiers derived a significant portion of their income from plundered spoils. Each time the Roman army returned victorious from battle, they would auction off the spoils, distributing the proceeds according to rank and merit. This system allowed Roman soldiers to maintain high morale and relatively good discipline domestically, and the auction of these spoils was referred to as the selection event, attracting numerous merchants from various trades. Lin Tianyu found this rather intriguing. It was reminiscent of the rules of a gold team in gaming, which seemed to have been introduced from abroad. Perhaps such regulations had evolved from this very tradition. When the two arrived at the selection event's venue, Apis was instantly captivated by the scene before him. An expansive area was filled with a plethora of goods. These are items confiscated from merchant ships that refused to pay the maritime tax, Apis informed Lin Tianyu. Ever since the destruction of Carthage, Rome had gained dominance over Mediterranean maritime trade, with its navy patrolling the seas. All merchant vessels operating in the Mediterranean were required to pay hefty maritime taxes, especially for foreign ships, which faced even steeper levies. Consequently, many foreign merchants attempted to evade these taxes, and if caught by the Navy, their fate was grim, either executed on the spot or enslaved. The best outcome was merely to pay a substantial ransom to secure their lives. However, due to the lucrative nature of maritime trade, many merchants were willing to take the risk of smuggling. For Roman merchants, this somewhat bloody legal framework ironically provided them with a competitive advantage, thus representing an early form of trade protectionism. The confiscated goods were piled high in the open air, awaiting new owners. A discerning merchant could acquire valuable items for a fraction of their worth, making the auctions hosted by the Roman Navy exceedingly popular. As Lin Tianyu and Apis entered the venue, numerous merchants were already selecting their desired goods, hardly paying attention to the arrival of the two. Even casting only fleeting glances at Lin Tianyu's eccentric attire, to merchants, profit was paramount. Lin Tianyu reveled in being overlooked. He held little interest in the grains, pottery, glassware, or linen, as these bulk goods held no allure for him, especially since he lacked sufficient funds to purchase them. Instead, his eye was drawn to the livestock that had been transported by sea. Such goods held immense profit potential, as horses were exceedingly expensive in Rome. Yet the risks associated with horse trading were equally daunting. In the harsh conditions at sea, livestock were prone to illness, and a widespread death of animals could lead to catastrophic losses. This further contributed to the high prices of horses, typically reserved for commanders and couriers, while carts were generally pulled by donkeys or oxen. Moreover, due to the high dietary demands of horses, most merchants were disinclined to invest in such delicate creatures. Lin Tianyu, however, was oblivious to these considerations. Even if he were aware, he wouldn't care. What mattered to him was the speed of the horse, for in ancient times, the security environment was far from what it is today. Having a horse would undoubtedly facilitate a quicker escape. The horses available for purchase at the selection event are predominantly Arabian steeds, imported by merchants from the distant Arabian Peninsula via maritime transport. However, they have now become the property of the imperial forces. There are a total of 6 steeds, and perhaps due to the arduous journey across the sea, these horses appear rather lethargic. Lin Tianyu, lacking extensive knowledge about horses, can nonetheless discern certain qualities simply by observing their physique. He approaches a seemingly gentle black stallion, gently stroking its sleek, satin-like coat. "What do you think of this horse?" Lin Tianyu inquires, not turning his head towards Apilius. "Quite impressive, but we lack the funds," Apilius replies. "Money is not the issue. The challenge lies in finding the right person. Please help me locate the highest-ranking officer here." Reluctantly, Apilius responds, "Are you certain? Understand that if you cannot offer an appropriate price, we could encounter difficulties. Though these soldiers may be simple-minded, they do not take kindly to being trifled with. Rest assured, I will present a price that will satisfy them." Seeing that Lin Tianyu seems resolute, Apilius turns to leave. Shortly thereafter, he returns with a man clad in centurion armor, approaching Lin Tianyu. "This is my friend who wishes to purchase a horse," Apilius introduces him. The centurion, with a perplexed expression, nods at Lin Tianyu, clearly taken aback by his unusual appearance. However, he refrains from prying and casually asks, "Are you looking to buy a horse?" "Indeed," Lin Tianyu affirms with a nod. "I wish to acquire 2 fine horses, but I am unsure if these are for sale." These horses were originally intended to remain with the army, as our soldiers occasionally require mounts for transportation and the conveyance of military orders. However, we only need 4, so if you can offer a sufficiently generous price, I would not mind parting with 2. What price can you offer? Lin Tianyu smiles. "To be honest, I do not possess a single coin." The centurion's expression immediately shifts to one of anger. "What? Are you mocking me? If that is the case, I shall show you what the iron fist of the empire truly means. Do not be so angry. While I may lack gold, I possess something far more precious, a relic imbued with extraordinary powers." "A relic? What kind of relic?" "This," Lin Tianyu replies, producing a lighter from his pocket. It is a meticulously crafted disposable lighter, purchased for 5 coins, far more durable than the less expensive alternatives, and aesthetically pleasing as well. To an ancient person, it would be considered a work of art. "What is this?" the centurion inquires, puzzled. "This is known as the Box of Prometheus. It was this very artifact that allowed Prometheus to steal fire from Mount Olympus." As he speaks, Lin Tianyu gently activates the lighter, and a flame springs forth. Look, how convenient and miraculous this is. While you march into battle, you undoubtedly require fire frequently. Using flint is quite inconvenient. Should an emergency arise and you are unable to ignite a flame, it would be disastrous. But with this artifact, you need not worry about such matters. Moreover, aside from its miraculous ignition capability, this item is itself a rare piece of art. Observe the exquisite carvings. Only the finest sculptors could create such lifelike embellishments. The centurion takes the box of Prometheus into his hands, examining it with growing greed. This is the first time he has encountered such a wondrous artifact. Suddenly, a contemplative expression crosses his face. May I ask where you obtained this artifact? Do you possess any others? I acquired it from an altar at an ancient ruin. It took considerable effort for us to obtain this. There is only this one in existence. I would not part with it if I were not truly in need of money. Though still somewhat skeptical, the centurion nods. Very well, I am willing to exchange these 2 horses for this artifact, but I have one condition. You must not disclose the existence of this artifact to anyone else. Lin Tianyu smiles slightly. That is certainly not a problem. Chapter 26. Rome. Like most modern individuals, Lin Tianyu has had limited opportunities and experiences with horseback riding throughout his life. Aside from a few occasions during a trip to Inner Mongolia, his only experiences have been riding donkeys and camels for photographs. Thus, when confronted with a tall steed lacking stirrups, he finds himself quite perplexed. Nevertheless, he eventually manages to mount the horse. Although still somewhat unsteady, he does not fall off as the horse takes small steps, which fills him with a sense of pride. Apilius, being slightly more accustomed to the era, has a bit more experience with riding, though it remains quite limited. Consequently, the 2 must travel at a slow pace, stopping intermittently. Fortunately, the road is relatively smooth and not overly arduous. Lin Tianyu places both canvas bags on Apilius's horse, leaving only the one containing weapons on his own mount. They follow a dirt path towards Rome, encountering no significant dangers along the way. For a modern man, the experience of traveling by horseback is almost unimaginable, and the picturesque pastoral scenery of ancient Rome greatly delights Lin Tianyu. Thus, he traverses this stretch of road with genuine interest. At this time of year, Rome is in the midst of harvest season, and one can see numerous peasants and slaves laboring in the fields, wearing simple, tattered garments. Some are even bare-chested, with only a linen cloth wrapped around their waists. The expressions on their faces reveal a stark contrast. The slaves often bear expressions of numbness, while the free citizens appear more animated, radiating the joy of the harvest. Occasionally, other pedestrians can be spotted. The roads of Rome are well constructed and, barring inclement weather, are quite suitable for travel. As they draw nearer to the city, the number of pedestrians increases significantly, most of whom are walking. Wealthier families may be seen riding in horse-drawn carts, transporting their harvested goods to the markets in the city. The 2 riders, atop their tall steeds, certainly stand out, especially Lin Tianyu in his peculiar attire. His unusual garb and the face concealed beneath his hood give him an air of mystery. Despite the glances he receives from those around him, Lin Tianyu feels no unease. The Thompson submachine gun in his bag and the 2 Colt revolvers at his waist render him an invincible presence in this era, instilling him with a sense of superiority and immense security. Observing the passers-by, he feels a sense of elevation. This sensation is quite extraordinary. It can imbue a person with remarkable confidence, a confidence that is easily perceived by others, leading Apilius to grow increasingly curious about Lin Tianyu's origins. When they finally arrive at the foot of Rome, Lin Tianyu cannot help but marvel at the city's grandeur. The towering walls, while not as exaggerated in height as modern skyscrapers, possess a magnificence and profound historical weight that surpasses contemporary constructions of concrete and glass. At this moment, Lin Tianyu finally removes his hood, gazing up at the towering city gates with excitement. He observes the fully armored Roman soldiers, the bustling crowds, and the intricately carved city gate adornments, feeling as though he has stepped into a historical tableau. Apilius, mistaking Lin Tianyu's excitement at witnessing history for astonishment at the city itself, proudly states, "See, this is the legendary city of Rome, the greatest city in the world. It houses hundreds of thousands of residents, surpassing the population of many nations. It boasts the most vibrant markets and the oldest relics. If you reside here for a time, you are certain to fall in love with it. Apilius's smug demeanor suggests as though he were the architect of this city, gradually calming his excited heart. Lin Tianyu merely responds with a faint smile to Apilius's words. Let us first settle at your home. Your family must be frantic after your lengthy absence. They would be better off if I were dead, Apilius mutters under his breath. Yet he follows Lin Tianyu's lead. To avoid any unexpected incidents, the two dismount and walk alongside the throngs of people entering Rome. The sheer size of the city clearly exceeds Lin Tianyu's expectations. While it may not compare to modern metropolises, the lack of effective transportation, coupled with the absence of traffic rules and stoplights, means that it takes them over half an hour to reach Apilius's residence in the city. Apio's abode was a modest two-story residence constructed from solid rock and mud bricks, accompanied by a small courtyard. Such a dwelling in the city of Rome was undoubtedly a considerable investment, and although Apio said nothing, Lin Tianyu could discern a hint of pride etched upon his countenance. As the two entered through the grand walnut door, a young maiden engaged in laundry appeared before them. The beautiful girl paused momentarily before flinging herself into Apio's arms like a fledgling bird. Oh, thank the heavens, father. You have finally returned? Apio's, too, exhibited signs of excitement, replying, I have returned, of course. Rest assured, no one in this family can contend with me. As if recalling something, he added, I nearly forgot. Allow me to introduce you. This is my daughter, Alicia, and this is the kind-hearted individual who rescued me from the clutches of pirates, Tianyu. It was only then that Alicia noticed Lin Tianyu, who was clad in peculiar attire. With a touch of shyness, she offered a slight bow, saying, Thank you for saving my father. Unlike the generally tall and robust figures of modern Western women, Alicia appeared quite petite, perhaps owing to a diet devoid of the high-calorie, high-fat fare of contemporary times. Her visage bore the exquisite beauty reminiscent of ancient Greece, with sun-kissed skin and chestnut curls cascading down her back. Lin Tianyu was convinced that, clad in suitable and aesthetically pleasing garments, she could truly radiate the allure of a rare classical beauty. However, the somewhat bulky robe she wore detracted from this charm. Clearly, the fashion of this era left much to be desired. Alicia's curiosity towards Lin Tianyu was palpable. The cloaked figure towered above her, as ancient Romans were generally of shorter stature, and his obscured face exuded an air of mystery. When Lin Tianyu finally removed his hood, Alicia nearly gasped, having never encountered anyone with such an unusual appearance. After a long day of travel, both men were famished, prompting Apios to ask Alicia to prepare some food for them before leading Lin Tianyu to an unoccupied room. There is a question I have long wished to pose to you, my friend. What precisely is your purpose in coming to Rome? Might you share it with me? Upon hearing Apio's inquiry, Lin Tianyu fell into deep contemplation, the question resonating with a dilemma that had plagued him. What did time travel truly signify? Or rather, what benefits could he derive from this unprecedented, wondrous experience? Was it merely to witness long-lost civilizations, to be a simple traveler and observer, or to exploit the scientific disparities to amass wealth and become affluent in reality? Or perhaps to reside in these ancient times, utilizing his modern knowledge to forge a significant legacy? He had yet to arrive at a definitive answer, nor could he ascertain what he truly desired. Thus, when Apios posed his question, Lin Tianyu found himself enveloped in reflection. Chapter 27. Business. Regarding the quandary that lingered in his heart, he had yet to reach a conclusive answer. Hence, he resolved to set it aside. However, one thing he was certain of was that, for him, the paramount concern was to acquire sufficient wealth. After all, the world from which he hailed was the foundation of all material goods, weaponry, information, and so forth, all of which could only be procured with money. Therefore, earning a profit remained his foremost priority during this venture to Rome. Yet, he did not intend to focus solely on accumulating wealth. After all, to him, the distinction between 10 million and 20 million seemed negligible. Money had ceased to hold the irreplaceable value it once did in his life, leading him to believe that he ought to dedicate more time to exploring this historical city, perhaps uncovering intriguing treasures along the way. Nevertheless, the goods he had brought could not simply be left unsold, necessitating the assistance of someone to facilitate this endeavor. The portly, cunning individual before him appeared to be the most suitable candidate. Firstly, he had saved Apio's life, which, while not an absolute guarantee of trust, provided a relatively reliable foundation. Secondly, Apios had witnessed Lin Tianyu's prowess in combat, yet remained unaware of the intricate details of that encounter or the nature of the mysterious weapon Lin Tianyu possessed. Consequently, Apios harbored a certain degree of reverence for him, an essential factor, as such reverence would deter betrayal, precisely what Lin Tianyu required. Additionally, he was not averse to sharing some of the profits, for enticing incentives formed the bedrock of long-term, stable collaboration. No form of trade could rival the profits of temporal commerce, given the absolute technological disparity and monopolistic potential involved. The extent of the profits was beyond imagination, as evidenced by how he had exchanged a mere lighter for 2 fine horses. Thus, when Lin Tianyu opened the satchel containing his wares, revealing the precious treasures, Apios was left utterly astonished. Pleased with Apios' reaction, Lin Tianyu smiled and introduced, "These are the goods I have brought. The beacon of Athena, the box of Prometheus. I believe you have already seen them. There are also other items. The tears of Venus, perfume, can imbue women with an enchanting fragrance. This precious liquid is extracted from the juices of rare blossoms and is worth a fortune. The eye of Apollo, monocular, allows one to see distant sights. Should a military commander possess such a treasure, they could detect enemy forces in advance and better gauge the battlefield situation. The true shadow, small mirror, reflects the world's images with absolute accuracy. These are priceless artifacts, each capable of commanding a high price. Should you successfully sell them, I am willing to grant you 1/3 of the profits as a commission." 1/3. Apios swallowed hard, acutely aware of the vast sum of money this represented. Although he considered himself a relatively successful merchant, his entire estate amounted to little more than this residence and 2 shops specializing in linen, valued at merely a few thousand asses. In contrast, he believed that any one of these treasures could fetch hundreds of asses, and should he manage to sell them all, the commission alone would suffice to elevate him among the wealthiest individuals in the city. With this thought, Apios' gaze toward Lin Tianyu transformed, as if he had become the embodiment of Mercury, the Roman god of commerce, enveloped in an ethereal glow. "Have you not yet made up your mind?" Lin Tianyu said, giving Apios a reassuring pat on the shoulder, rousing him from his daydream of a prosperous future. "Ah, I would certainly be honored to serve you. I must say, your generosity leaves me at a loss for words." Lin Tianyu was not surprised by Apios' response. He smiled, stating, "Then let us consider it settled. I shall not interfere in the particulars of your endeavors, for I trust that, as a successful merchant, you shall not disappoint me." Indeed. My commercial acumen is absolutely trustworthy." A series of knocks at the door drew their attention, and Alicia's voice came from behind it. "Father, the food is ready." Apios acknowledged her call and, together with Lin Tianyu, ventured out. The dinner was quite sumptuous, at least by the standards of this world. A whole roasted chicken, a platter of soft, freshly baked bread sliced into even portions, a glass bottle of wine, and a dish of olives. Such fare was rarely afforded, and it was only due to Apios' return that Alicia had prepared this feast. Lin Tianyu, not particularly finicky about meals, noted that while the food might seem somewhat meager for entertaining guests in his eyes, he understood that the living standards of ancient times could not be compared to those of the modern era. Thus, he graciously took a seat. Alicia served the chicken according to custom, with Lin Tianyu receiving the breast while Apios, perhaps due to years of traveling, eagerly devoured 2 drumsticks. After acknowledging Lin Tianyu with a nod, Apios began to eat heartily, while Lin Tianyu, pulling a small knife from his pocket, sliced his chicken into smaller pieces and combined them with some lettuce, creating a rather primitive sandwich. Observing Lin Tianyu's unique way of eating piqued Alicia's curiosity. Yet out of respect, she refrained from asking further. The meal concluded swiftly, and once Lin Tianyu had wiped his lips and hands with the paper napkin he carried, Alicia led him to his room. The chamber was impeccably tidy, and although sparsely furnished, it met Lin Tianyu's standards. It was certainly a marked improvement over sleeping on the damp and chilly ship. Thus, Lin Tianyu settled in the home of Apicius. A few days of travel had left him quite fatigued, and given the lack of any decent entertainment activities at this hour, he decided to retire early for the night, despite it being just past 7. He did not fully trust Apicius, so he locked the door and kept his pistol beside him as he fell asleep, albeit restlessly. The next morning, he was awakened by a commotion. Feeling somewhat irritable, he dressed quickly, only to find Apicius embroiled in a heated argument with a middle-aged man who bore a striking resemblance to him. Upon noticing Lin Tianyu, the man seemed momentarily flustered, casting a fierce glare at Apicius before turning to leave. Shouting back, "This isn't over, Apicius, this isn't over. It appears you might be in some trouble," Lin Tianyu remarked, crossing his arms as he addressed Apicius. "Oh, it's nothing, merely a family dispute," Apicius replied dismissively. "Does this mean it won't affect our business dealings?" Lin Tianyu inquired, his concern evident. "Of course not," Apicius declared, thumping his chest confidently. Lin Tianyu nodded, suddenly intrigued. "What does Apicius mean?" Apicius looked somewhat embarrassed. "That's my nickname." At that moment, Alicia emerged from the kitchen, announcing, "Father, Mr. Tianyu, breakfast is ready." Chapter 28. The witch breakfast was quite simple, consisting of dry bread, olives, fresh sheep's milk, and of course, the essential wine for hospitality in ancient Rome. Lin Tianyu found it somewhat peculiar that Alicia herself was arranging the food on the table. "I thought preparing meals was the servant's duty." "There are no servants left," Alicia said, her tone tinged with sadness. "Since that incident, the only 2 servants we had were sold off. Now, only KVA remains to assist with the heavier tasks, but I wouldn't trust him to cook." KVA was a taciturn slave from Apicius' household, and Lin Tianyu had seen him upon his arrival the previous day, though he had no distinct impression of him. Curiosity piqued regarding the incident Alicia mentioned. Lin Tianyu was about to inquire when Apicius waved his hand impatiently. "Let us not dwell on such depressing matters. With Mr. Tianyu's assistance, our family will soon prosper again, and we will have servants once more, at which point you need to do these chores." Alicia forced a smile. "I don't mind working. It just feels too lonely when I'm the only one at home." As she spoke, she cast a discreet glance at Lin Tianyu before taking her seat. While Apicius dipped his bread in sheep's milk, Lin Tianyu broached the subject of business. Apicius had a plan in mind. He did not intend to sell these treasures in his own shop, but rather to present a lighter to the municipal officer of Rome, along with a bottle of perfume for the officer's wife, a renowned beauty often discussed in social circles, a veritable fashion icon of the era. Once these 2 items garnered attention, it was inevitable that inquiries would arise regarding their origin. Those who mingled with the municipal officer were typically dignitaries, while those who interacted with his wife were society ladies. Attracting this clientele would undoubtedly lead to profitable ventures. Lin Tianyu had no objections to Apicius' plan. In fact, he was somewhat astonished that merchants of this era had begun to leverage celebrity influence. "By the way, Apicius, after breakfast, I intend to explore abit.asa Roman. Do you have any suggestions for places to visit?" "Explore Rome?" I'm not particularly well-versed in that. I'm usually preoccupied with business and have little impression of any interesting spots in the city," Apicius replied, suddenly recalling something. "How about letting my slave act as your guide? He's quite familiar with Rome and will surely satisfy your curiosity." However, Alicia interjected, "I doubt KVA has much free time. He still needs to tend to the shop. Let me guide you, Mr. Tianyu. I believe I know Rome rather well." Apicius regarded Alicia thoughtfully, then nodded noncommittally. "Very well. It shall be as you say." He then returned to his meal. "Thank you very much," Lin Tianyu said, smiling at Alicia, who returned the gesture but did not elaborate further. After breakfast, Apicius departed with KVA to visit the municipal officer, while Alicia changed into more appropriate attire and led Lin Tianyu out of the house. They exited the street where Apicius' home was located. Alicia began her tour. Rome boasts many famous sites, but the Colosseum is a must-see. "Have you ever witnessed a gladiatorial match, Mr. Tianyu?" Indeed, Lin Tianyu nearly exclaimed that he had, but quickly remembered that he had only seen it in films, and the reality would likely differ greatly. "I've heard of them, but I've never seen one in person." "Have you?" "I've seen 1 or 2. It's quite a bloody sport. To be honest, I'm not very accustomed to it, but I think you might enjoy it." As they conversed, they had already exited her neighborhood. Alicia pointed towards a distant construction site. "Look over there, that's the Colosseum." In truth, Lin Tianyu had noticed it even without her prompting, as the grand silhouette of the Roman Colosseum was impossible to overlook. Gazing at the imposing structure that resembled the tourist images he had seen, Lin Tianyu suddenly felt a sense of temporal dislocation. He retrieved a digital camera from his pocket and gently captured this precious moment. "It seems a bit different," he mused aloud after lowering the camera. Alicia did not inquire about his strange behavior, instead explaining, indeed, it's still under construction. However, despite that, this magnificent structure has already begun to host events. Construction halts on the 6th and 7th days of each week for gladiatorial matches. Today is Thursday. If you're interested, we could go see one the day after tomorrow. As they strolled and chatted, Lin Tianyu discerned that Alicia was an insightful young woman. Despite her occasional adherence to outdated norms characteristic of her era, their interactions were generally pleasant. When they arrived at a street with a markedly different architectural style, Alicia suddenly stopped. I think we should head back. She hesitated, and Lin Tianyu noticed a hint of unease in her gaze as she looked towards a narrow, secluded alley. He glanced at the alley, which seemed rather quiet. Aside from its dilapidation, it held no particular allure. A mule cart was parked at the street's end, where a few dark-skinned children were engaged in a peculiar game, tossing smooth stones back and forth like a performance of juggling. That's the Alley of Strangers, Alicia whispered. The Alley of Strangers? Lin Tianyu had never heard of such a term. His curiosity piqued as he regarded Alicia with intrigue. That's where various foreigners reside, Bonnie. Vasti and gypsies. Gypsies? That sounds intriguing. I've heard they can tell fortunes. All mere tricks, Alicia said disdainfully, revealing her evident disdain for gypsies. The people living in that alley are nothing but con artists, thieves, beggars, and peculiar travelers. Travelers? Lin Tianyu pondered, suddenly feeling an urge to venture inside, akin to the curiosity one feels when gazing at a mountain and wondering what lies behind it. Although the scenery beyond might be mundane, it does not diminish the joy of exploring the unknown. Lin Tianyu smiled. It sounds quite fascinating. I believe I should take a look. Alicia appeared taken aback, surprised that Lin Tianyu would still wish to enter that mixed alley after her description. Sensing her discomfort, he offered, if you prefer not to go, you can return home. I believe I can find my way back. Of course, you may wait for me here, should you wish. After a moment's hesitation, Alicia shook her head. No, leaving a guest alone to return is not the Roman way of hospitality. If you insist on going in, I suppose I shall accompany you, even if I might regret it. Lin Tianyu admired Alicia's resolute demeanor, feeling a newfound respect for the principled young woman. Very well, then let us proceed. Lin Tianyu spoke as he walked into the alley. He could occasionally sense that someone was peering at them through the windows, scrutinizing the two unexpected guests. Despite the profound solitude of the place, Lin Tianyu felt that he and Alicia were not alone. As they ventured deeper, peculiar figures began to materialize within his line of sight. A few individuals clad in animal hides, with disheveled hair and beards, were gathered around a rickety wooden table, dismembering the corpse of an animal. Upon noticing the two approaching, they immediately displayed a wary demeanor. A beggar, emanating a foul stench, squatted at the street corner. Upon seeing the two pass by, he abruptly rose, extending a battered ceramic bowl with several chips to beg for alms. Suddenly, a hunchbacked old man appeared before them, regarding them with a sinister grin, his hand gripping a cane that seemed to exude an eager anticipation. Lin Tianyu felt a sense of foreboding. He was surrounded by a throng of people who had seemingly emerged from nowhere. Their mouths uttered words of begging, yet their eyes cast malevolent glances over the two. Lin Tianyu's unease grew as he realized the alley's eerie quietude meant that if he were to be secretly dispatched here, no one would ever know. Just as he contemplated turning to leave, a scruffy man missing 2 front teeth suddenly blocked his path. The man wielded a Roman short sword and wore tattered leather armor. Lin Tianyu surmised he was either a deserter or someone who had killed an unfortunate Roman soldier to acquire such equipment. Nevertheless, none of that mattered now, for the scruffy man was clearly intent on confronting him. The man menacingly waved his short sword, asking, "Where are you two headed?" "I believe that is none of your concern," Lin Tianyu replied calmly, though he inwardly regretted the trouble his impulsiveness had wrought. He touched the wooden grip of the Colt revolver concealed within his coat, contemplating the possibility of fighting his way out if matters escalated, knowing full well that the secluded surroundings would likely go unnoticed. Alicia, visibly anxious, clutched the hem of Lin Tianyu's garment, clearly shaken. "Please step aside. I am the daughter of a municipal officer, and my guards are waiting for us at the street corner. If you do not wish to be captured and nailed to a cross, I advise you to move aside." However, The crowd before them showed no inclination to part. They neither retreated nor advanced, merely observing with predatory eyes, akin to a pack of timid yet greedy hyenas. Lin Tianyu felt a surge of agitation, and just as he prepared to unleash a violent onslaught, a young woman's voice, laced with a peculiar accent, rang out from behind the throng. "Are you also idle? Perhaps I should find you something to do." Instinctively, Lin Tianyu turned to see a woman clad in a vividly colored robe standing at the rear of the crowd, her face obscured by a veil, rendering her features indistinct, yet her eyes, resembling sapphires, suggested that she was indeed a strikingly beautiful woman. The beggars surrounding the two seemed to have sensed something fearsome, their expressions suddenly shifting to one of terror as they stood frozen in place. Lin Tianyu vaguely heard someone utter the word witch. Observing the woman closely, she indeed bore a resemblance to the fortune-telling gypsy witches depicted in films. It was only when the woman impatiently waved her hand that the crowd scattered as if granted a reprieve. Vanishing in an instant from the streets, Lin Tianyu felt a wave of relief wash over him, yet he became increasingly curious about the woman before him, wondering what manner of being could frighten such vicious beggars away. A living gypsy witch. Indeed an intriguing prospect. The witch turned and took a few steps, suddenly halting before a door. She turned back and nodded at Lin Tianyu, saying, "Do you not wish to come inside and take a look? Traveler, perhaps you have not realized that you have arrived at a crossroads of fate. We should be on our way," Alethea urged, her voice tinged with a hint of pleading. The witch, however, smiled slightly at her. And despite her smile being obscured by the veil, it conveyed a sense of being in complete control. "Do you not wish to know your future, young Alethea?" Alethea's eyes widened in astonishment. "You know my name?" The witch replied with a mysterious smile, "In a certain sense." "I know all." Lin Tianyu was also taken aback. If Alethea had not conspired with this woman, then her behavior was indeed astonishing. Curiosity about the so-called witch's true identity piqued within him. "Then I shall intrude," he said. Pulling Alethea along as they entered through the door, Chapter 29. Divination. It was a small room, yet its layout was remarkably efficient, allowing those within to feel unconfined. The room was divided in two. This side was evidently a reception area, occupying 1/3 of the entire space, while the other side housed the actual divination chamber. The two rooms were separated by a curtain made of beautiful shells and exquisite bone carvings, obscuring the interior from outside view, allowing only glimpses of curious artifacts within. The reception area contained only simple furnishings, a table and chairs, upon which rested a ceramic jug filled with well water and 4 cups, nothing more. The witch halted before the curtain, turning to ask, "Which of you wishes to go first?" Lin Tianyu glanced at the eager Alethea and gestured for her to go ahead. After a moment's hesitation, she could not resist the allure of foreseeing her fate and followed the witch inside. Lin Tianyu, feeling somewhat bored, sat on a rustic wooden stool. It was about 10 minutes later when Alethea emerged, her face clouded with melancholy, clearly indicating that the divination results were not favorable. Lin Tianyu, unable to assist her, offered a comforting nod, then pulled back the curtain and stepped inside. The divination room was filled with an array of bizarre items, statues of pagan deities, crystal balls for divination, and tapestries adorned with strange runes. A glass jar contained what appeared to be talismans rich in pagan symbolism, and upon first glance, Lin Tianyu decided he must acquire a few as souvenirs before departing, either as gifts or for personal adornment. The divination room had no windows, so even in daylight, candles flickered within, casting a mystical hue over everything in the dim light. Whether or not this peculiar witch possessed the power of foresight remained uncertain, but she had undeniably excelled at creating an atmospheric setting. The witch stood opposite a low table made of obsidian, quietly observing Lin Tianyu. For reasons unknown, Lin Tianyu felt a complex and peculiar emotion emanating from her gaze, a blend of joy and sorrow, as if she were looking at a long-lost relative or someone familiar yet unacquainted. This inexplicable sensation made Lin Tianyu uncomfortable, as he was certain this was their first encounter. "Forgive my impertinence, but may I ask if we have met before?" "Of course not," the witch replied, seemingly aware of her own lapse in composure, masking it with a smile. "This is my first time seeing you." Lin Tianyu jested, "Yet your gaze makes me feel as though we have crossed paths before. And I might have wronged you in some way." A flicker of irritation passed through the witch's eyes. That jest is not amusing in the slightest. She quickly regained her composure, sitting cross-legged at the obsidian table like a professional. Gesturing for him to sit, Lin Tianyu noticed her hand was exceptionally delicate and pale. If she were not a petite woman, she might well be an underage girl, a notion reinforced by her melodious voice. The witch, however, paid no heed to Lin Tianyu's inquisitive gaze. She retrieved a deck of cards from her voluminous sleeves, the backs of which were hand-painted with exquisite patterns, seemingly crafted for divination purposes. Tarot cards? Lin Tianyu inquired uncertainly. They are Ada's astrology cards, the witch replied expressionlessly, shuffling the deck with a flourish that resembled a captivating performance, yet also bore the hallmarks of a mysterious ritual. Finally, she deftly arranged the cards into an even row upon the table. Please draw 3 from this selection. These 3 Kuro cards will reveal your past, present, and future. Kuro cards? Such a peculiar name, Lin Tianyu thought to himself, yet it seemed no different from those fortune-tellers at tourist attractions of yore. However, having an ancient Roman which performed the divination imbued the experience with a certain atmospheric charm. Far more credible than the modern-day soothsayers clad in retro robes, wielding tarot cards purchased for a mere $5 from a shop. This ambience thoroughly satisfied Lin Tianyu's curiosity about ancient mystical cultures, prompting him to draw 3 cards from the deck with a keen sense of intrigue. The witch gently revealed the first card, depicting a fisherman casting his net, his expression one of despair. Above him, a full moon illuminated the sea, but the fisherman's basket lay empty. Beneath the image, a line inscribed in Latin read, "The Futile Fisherman." What does this mean? The witch's voice was calm, yet imbued with a mysterious resonance. Your past is replete with meaningless toil, often exhausting your efforts without reaping the rewards you deserve, leaving you steeped in pessimism and despair regarding life. Lin Tianyu pondered this, recognizing a semblance of truth reflecting his own past, before acquiring the portal through time and space. His existence had indeed felt rather monotonous. Nodding in acknowledgement, he signaled for the witch to proceed. With a composed demeanor, the witch unveiled the second card. It illustrated a traveler adorned in a long robe, wielding a sword, standing at a crossroads, seemingly indecisive. Below the image, another line in Latin read, "The Hesitant Traveler." The paths symbolize opportunities, while the sword embodies passion. Your life is vibrant, yet you remain uncertain of your direction. You now stand at a crossroads, where any significant choice may dictate your future fate. Well, I must admit I feel somewhat lost, and you've hit the nail on the head this time, Lin Tianyu shrugged. So what does my future hold? The witch's eyes sparkled with a hint of excitement, as if she were more eager than Lin Tianyu to uncover the answer. Abruptly, she revealed the third card, which depicted a defeated gladiator lying despondently upon the sands of the arena, his weapon cast aside. Nearby, a victorious figure raised a gleaming axe overhead, their face turned towards the audience, seemingly awaiting their judgment on the vanquished one. Beneath the illustration, the Latin words read, "The Vanquished Gladiator." The witch fell silent for a prolonged moment upon seeing the card, a silence that stirred unease within Lin Tianyu. Nevertheless, his skepticism towards the nature of this divination kept him from feeling alarmed, and he feigned nonchalance, asking, "So, does this imply my future is bleak? You shall encounter a significant crisis, and in your struggle against fate, you will ultimately falter. Yet, in the final moments, a glimmer of luck may still shine upon you. Do you see the audience? They will determine your life or death." The witch's tone turned enigmatic. Her gaze fixed on Lin Tianyu as a complex expression resurfaced in her eyes. Her voice trembled as she inquired, "Do you wish to continue?" "Of course," Lin Tianyu replied. "Your readings are indeed intriguing, though I remain skeptical of typical divination. Do you possess any more profound insights? You desire a more detailed revelation?" A peculiar expression crossed the witch's face, leading Lin Tianyu to feel he might have misspoken. "I genuinely wish to know more." "Very well. If you insist, however, I must caution you. Knowing your future is not always a blessing. It may render your journey through life exceedingly mundane." The witch retrieved a crystal ball set upon a bronze base from a box, placing it delicately on the red cloth of the obsidian table. Flanking the bronze base were 2 spherical protrusions, which the witch gestured towards. "Please grip them with both hands." Lin Tianyu thought to himself that the spectacle was about to unfold. It was his first encounter with someone using a crystal ball for divination. Although such scenes were common in films and games, he had never witnessed such a practice in reality. Following the witch's instructions, he placed his hands upon the protrusions, his gaze fixed on the crystal ball. Suddenly, a peculiar warmth enveloped his palms, as if his limbs had melded with the bronze base. This unfamiliar sensation sparked a sense of caution within him, compelling him to withdraw his hands. Yet, inexplicably, his hands felt as though they were ensnared by an invisible force, rendering him immobile. What was happening? He glanced anxiously at the witch, whose eyes remained serene. Gaze into the crystal ball, and you shall behold your destiny. Upon her utterance, the once clear crystal ball erupted with a swirling white mist. Before Lin Tianyu's eyes, the mist began to whirl like a vortex, causing his gaze to blur. A voice whispered in his ear, "The veil of destiny is about to be lifted. The fog of life shall be dispelled. Look upon it, and feel the weight of your future." The mist spiraled faster, and fragmented images materialized before Lin Tianyu, disjointed and chaotic, reminiscent of a shattered narrative laid bare. Within those fractured scenes, he witnessed the fervor of flames and blood. The ominous overture of war and slaughter, the dread born of darkness and malevolence, alongside the joy of life's birth and the sweetness of love. His expression shifted with the rapid transitions of the images. As the final scene unfolded, a solitary figure loomed before him, standing in front of a black door, its depths obscured in shadow. Yet, something menacing seemed to lurk within, instilling Lin Tianyu with an instinctive fear to peer inside. He called out to the figure, wishing to warn them of the lurking danger, but the person, oblivious to his pleas, stepped toward the door. Just as one foot crossed the threshold, they turned to face him, revealing a visage strikingly similar to his own, save for the slight aging that suggested they were in their 30s, exuding an unfamiliar calmness and serenity. Lin Tianyu's hair stood on end. He and the stranger locked gazes. And after an indeterminate span, a flicker of a smile crossed the stranger's face, as if acknowledging Lin Tianyu's presence. Then, before Lin Tianyu's astonished eyes, the figure stepped into the door and vanished. In that instant, as the ominous door closed, the vision abruptly dissipated. Lin Tianyu staggered backward, landing on the ground, disbelief etched across his features, his mind still enveloped in the final tableau. "What did you see?" The witch's urgent voice pulled him back into reality. He refocused, noting how she stood, her eyes gleaming with hope and inquiry, gazing intently at him. "I saw everything," he replied, shaking his head as he attempted to recall the fragmented visions. Yet, the kaleidoscope of future glimpses eluded his memory, leaving only the last scene, vivid as an oil painting, imprinted in his mind. What could that fearsome door signify? "I fear I cannot elucidate much," he said, rising to his feet, feeling somewhat weakened. "I did witness a great deal, yet I cannot seem to recall it all." Lin Tianyu gasped for breath, hesitating momentarily, but refraining from sharing the last haunting image. "I understand," the witch nodded, retrieving a brown earthenware pot and pouring a steaming drink for him. "Drink this. It will help you feel better." Lin Tianyu inhaled the herbal aroma, hesitated briefly, then took a sip. A bitter yet subtly sweet flavor spread across his palate, distinct from tea, invigorating his spirit. It was his first experience with such an extraordinary occurrence, and he felt a twinge of remorse. "I believe I owe you an apology for my earlier remarks. Your divination is indeed remarkable. While I remain uncertain if the future will unfold as the vision suggested, you have undeniably introduced me to the formidable force of destiny." He spoke as he fumbled in his pocket, intending to pay a fee for the divination, only to awkwardly realize that he had no money on him. Moreover, all those trinkets were left at Apius's house, not by his side. Fortunately, he still possessed an old lighter he used previously, a vintage Zippo that Lin Tianyu had acquired at a flea market for 200 yuan. This lighter bore distinct characteristics of a bygone era, with a bulldog relief etched on its casing. Thus, Lin Tianyu surmised that it was likely a remnant from the American military's aid to China during World War II. Although he did not smoke, he cherished carrying this lighter with him. Hesitating for a moment, he ultimately decided to use it as payment for the divination. He opened the lighter in his hand and smiled at the witch, saying, "I wonder if you have heard the story of Prometheus." Upon hearing Lin Tianyu's tale, The witch neither shook her head in disbelief nor gasped in astonishment. She simply smiled faintly. A fine story. Though it appears riddled with flaws, however, I do not mind your using it to settle your FE. In fact, I find this little object quite fascinating, and thus, I am willing to offer you a talisman as a gift. As she spoke, she placed a glass urn before Lin Tianyu. May I choose but one? Indeed, the witch nodded. Very well. Lin Tianyu pondered for a moment before finally selecting a bronze sphinx talisman. The craftsmanship of the sphinx was remarkably three-dimensional, and Lin Tianyu thought it would undoubtedly be a remarkable artifact in modern times. This venture into the dark alley not only granted him a rare divination experience, but also bestowed upon him this delightful trinket, leaving him feeling that the journey was worthwhile. Bidding farewell to the witch, he turned and walked away. As Lin Tianyu's silhouette vanished behind the door, the witch contemplatively toyed with the lighter in her hand, igniting it, extinguishing it, then igniting it once more, then extinguishing it again, her movements remarkably practiced. She cleared her throat lightly towards the corner, and the tapestry hanging on the wall was suddenly drawn aside. A burly man in his 50s emerged from behind it. Despite his graying hair and beard, he appeared robust. His muscular torso was clad in an exquisitely crafted black leather armor adorned with silver embellishments, while his lower half was protected by metal greaves akin to those worn by Romans. He wore leather boots, carried a two-handed sword on his back, and had two curved daggers hanging from his waist. With a long dagger tucked within his greaves, armed to the teeth, indeed. The weapons he bore were conspicuously different from those of this era. Yet, the witch seemed to pay no mind to these details. She merely nodded casually at him. Alex, you may release her now. As she spoke, she removed her headscarf, tying her smooth black hair into a neat ponytail. The garish, brightly colored robe she wore was discarded, revealing attire that was starkly different from the fashion of this era. When her veil was lifted, it revealed a delicate, somewhat youthful face. Had Lin Tianyu seen her, he would likely have been taken aback, for this witch appeared to be merely 16 or 17 years old, resembling nothing more than a girl. Before long, the old soldier returned, dragging a woman in her 30s, who bore the traits of a gypsy. The girl nodded apologetically at the gypsy woman. I am sorry for borrowing your space. I believe this money should suffice as compensation. She tossed a small pouch of gold coins before the woman, who picked it up and inspected it, her eyes immediately alight with excitement, leaving no trace of discontent. The girl seemed unsurprised by this reaction, gesturing at Alex before turning to leave. The man, referred to as Alex, promptly picked up the crystal ball from the table and hurriedly followed her. Where are we headed now? He inquired as they walked. The girl turned back and smiled at him. We are going home. The story of Prometheus. In ancient Greek mythology, Prometheus imparted much knowledge to humanity. When Zeus forbade mankind from using fire, he stole it from Olympus for them, thus incurring Zeus's wrath. As punishment, Zeus bound him to a cliff on Mount Caucasus, sending an eagle each day to consume his liver, which would regenerate daily. Thousands of years later, Hercules, in search of the golden apples, came to the cliff, killed the monstrous eagle, and had the centaur Chiron replace Prometheus. However, he was destined to wear an iron ring forever, embedded with a stone from Mount Caucasus. Chapter 31. Diary on the 5th day in Rome. Clear weather today. While exploring the ancient city of Rome, I stumbled upon a remarkable surprise. In a place known as the Alley of Oddities, I encountered a genuine witch who introduced me to the true essence of divination. The mysterious force she wielded still leaves me somewhat incredulous. The outcome of the divination, however, was not auspicious. It appeared I might not live beyond 40. Although there seemed to be a glimmer of hope, the outlook was rather bleak. Nevertheless, I enthusiastically pinned this diary entry. Elysia has been rather downcast on our way home, as if the witch had imparted some unsettling words to her. This merchant's daughter remains somewhat enigmatic to me, yet it is not of great consequence. Perhaps she will find joy when her father sells my treasures and becomes suddenly wealthy. Tomorrow, I shall continue my exploration of Rome, having decided to visit the public baths, which I have heard much about. It is said that the ancient Roman baths were communal, with men and women of all ages bathing together. I wonder what such a scene would be like. Autumn, year 76, Lin Tianyu, written in the home of a Roman merchant. On the 6th day in Rome. Overcast today was cloudy, yet this did not deter me from visiting the public baths of Rome. Though be honest, I was rather disappointed by the reality of the place. Despite the lavish descriptions on Baidu Baike, it was dirty and hot. Although spacious, it was crowded, and the unique odor characteristic of Westerners was magnified here, leading me to flee from the unbearable scent. Later, I discovered that there existed luxurious baths exclusively for the elite, which were indeed splendid. Alas, I lacked the privilege to enter. Consequently, other than managing to snap a few photographs of nude women in the public baths, I gained nothing of significance today. Fortunately, tomorrow I can witness the famed gladiatorial games, and I hope it does not leave me disappointed again. Autumn, Year 76, Lin Tianyu, written in the home of a Roman merchant. On the 7th day in Rome, clear weather today was splendidly sunny, and early in the morning, Elysia and I made our way to the Colosseum, undoubtedly the liveliest place in Rome. The locals seemed deeply passionate about this blood-soaked spectacle. Around 9:30, the first fight commenced. This initial bout was merely a warm-up, so the rules were rather lax. About a dozen gladiators, all death row inmates, wielded daggers and poked at one another, as long as half of them perished. The remainder could leave alive. However, the audience appeared uninterested in this casual contest, perhaps eagerly awaiting the main event. I felt a pang of sympathy for the unfortunate souls who were the first to be stabbed, their screams resonating pitifully. Although it was said that such warm-up matches should conclude swiftly, one gladiator lingered on, causing us to wait an additional half-hour. Due to time constraints, the second match was postponed until the afternoon. Despite having 2 hours to wait, the spectators showed no intention of leaving their seats. Many produced dry bread for a makeshift meal, while the affluent had servants carrying wine and fruit to indulge in. Bored, I engaged in conversation with several Roman merchants nearby. It seems that the reputation of the treasures I entrusted to Appius for sale has spread through high society, which delighted me immensely. Around 1 o'clock, the real spectacle finally began. This match was dubbed Theseus versus the Minotaur, featuring a gladiator armed with a shield and short sword facing off against a bull adorned with sharp blades. The moment the gladiator entered, the crowd erupted in cheers, as he appeared to be quite a celebrity. His physique was remarkably athletic, and he displayed a star-like charisma, shouting and gesturing at the audience, rivaling even modern sports icons. This match proved to be far more entertaining, reminiscent of Spanish bullfighting. The gladiator's movements were deft and agile. He effortlessly evaded the bull's charges, almost toying with it. After over half an hour of this display, he delivered a decisive blow, marking a perfect conclusion to the day's events. The subsequent 2 matches were lackluster, with little more than the cries of the dying and splattering blood leaving any impression. On my way back to Appius's home, I reflected on myself, feeling remorse for having found interest in such a brutal and bloody spectacle. I felt I had betrayed the ideals instilled in me through previous education. Perhaps tomorrow, I should adopt a more critical perspective when witnessing the games. Autumn, Year 76, Lin Tianyu, written in the home of a Roman merchant. On the 8th day in Rome, the weather is fair. It is yet another splendid day for witnessing a gladiatorial contest. Despite having endured a nightmarish dream about gladiators, I resolutely decided to attend the games once more, for I had heard that a team battle was to take place, an exceedingly rare spectacle that I could not afford to miss. As per tradition, the morning events served merely to warm up the crowd, featuring the demise of a few condemned prisoners and petty thieves, the lack of excitement rendering my concern for these unfortunate souls rather faint. By afternoon, the much-anticipated match commenced, aptly titled the Battle of Troy. More than 50 combatants entered the arena, the true professional gladiators, whose imposing presence upon entering starkly contrasted with the earlier spectacles. The fighters were divided into 2 factions. One side boasted approximately 30 warriors portraying the ancient Greek coalition, armed predominantly with spears and shields, alongside a few wielding short swords or javelins. Notably, several of the larger fighters were assigned roles such as Odysseus and Agamemnon, while the most formidable-looking of them all took on the guise of Achilles, his appearance a far cry from Brad Pitt's portrayal, yet still eliciting cheers from the audience. The opposing faction consisted of merely 20 warriors, equipped with shields, spears, and a handful of bows. The gladiator portraying Hector appeared to be a rather unassuming individual. Clad in black leather armor adorned with silver embellishments, seemingly in his 40s, though considering the aging nature of ancient folk, he could well have been in his 30s. This gladiator seemed to possess a notable reputation. I overheard him being referred to as Silent Alex. a former centurion who had been relegated to the arena as punishment for defying military orders. I could not help but feel a pang of sympathy for him and his 20-odd Trojans, as they appeared to be significantly outmatched in both numbers and prowess compared to the Greek coalition. To my astonishment, as the contest commenced, the 20-plus Trojans formed a semicircular defensive formation against the wall, with several archers stationed at the core. Under the relentless assault of the Greek coalition, this formation remained steadfast, suffering the loss of only 1 or 2 warriors, while the Greeks, overconfident, found themselves struck down by the arrows of the archers, losing 5 or 6 men. Just as the two sides were locked in a stalemate, Alex suddenly initiated a counterattack. Though my understanding of tactics is rudimentary, limited to my experiences with real-time strategy games, I discerned a marked disparity in the strategic application and coordination of the two factions. Despite their numerical disadvantage, Silent Alex adeptly commanded his forces, orchestrating both offense and defense with a rhythm that was nothing short of impeccable. In contrast, the Greek coalition, though abundant in numbers and robust in physique, fought as individuals, leading to their swift defeat. The gladiator portraying Achilles barely had the chance to make an impact before being struck down by a random spear, rendering his impressive appearance utterly wasted. Autumn of the year 76, written by Lin Tianyu in the abode of a Roman merchant. Chapter 32. An invitation on the 12th day in Rome. The weather is overcast. What an abundance of wealth. I have struck it rich. In just 1 week, I managed to sell more than half of my treasures, enough to fill the storerooms of the Appius household to the brim. It is truly exhilarating. The challenge now lies in how to transport this fortune back to the modern era. I believe it would be prudent to convert all the money into gold. Autumn of the year 76. Written by Lin Tianyu in the abode of a Roman merchant. On the 13th day in Rome. The weather is fair. Today, I received an invitation from the Roman emperor himself, expressing a desire to meet this foreigner. How astonishing! I had only intended to profit and return promptly, never anticipating that even the emperor would take notice. Admittedly, I have been somewhat indiscreet during this time, but I am not particularly eager to dine and converse with an emperor. Yet, it appears that declining is not an option, given the significance of such an invitation. To be honest, I am rather curious to experience the grandeur of the Roman palace. There is no helping it. I shall attend, hoping that the evening does not present any dangers. Autumn of the year 76, written by Lin Tianyu in the abode of a Roman merchant. Lin Tianyu set down his ballpoint pen, closed the diary, securing it with a leather strap before placing it into his satchel. Since it was inscribed in Chinese characters, he harbored no fear of prying eyes. Approaching the window, he gazed at the moonlit night and inhaled the crisp evening air. It had already been 2 weeks since his arrival in Rome. In this brief span, the trade goods he had brought had created quite a stir among the upper echelons of Roman society, with half being sold in the mere course of a week. Witnessing such momentum, Appius promptly raised the prices, yet even then, he could not deter the Roman elite's insatiable quest for status symbols. These enigmatic items, imbued with peculiar functions that the people of this era could scarcely comprehend, swiftly became the talk of the town. Not only those who had acquired the actual goods engaged in speculation, but even those who had merely seen or heard of them joined in the discourse. The foreigner, Lin Tianyu, frequently found himself at the center of this conversation. After all, Appius had previously been an ordinary merchant, and the sudden appearance of such extraordinary treasures inevitably drew attention. In just a fortnight, Lin Tianyu had amassed a fortune of several tens of thousands of asses, excluding the commission owed to Appius. Converted to gold, this sum would weigh over 100 kilograms. However, Lin Tianyu did not exchange it all for gold. Aside from a portion converted, the remainder was spent procuring valuable pearls and gemstones. As these would be far more convenient to carry, he had grown somewhat desensitized to the notion of wealth accumulation. The primary concern now was how to transport the gold back to his time. Although the weight was merely 50 kilograms, it was substantial enough to provoke unease if he were to attempt the journey alone. During this period, with little else to occupy his time aside from exploring the city, he also became involved in some of Appius' business dealings, gaining a minor reputation within the upper echelons of Roman society and forging acquaintances with various dignitaries. However, this newfound notoriety brought not only convenience but also complications. Each night upon returning, he diligently recorded his experiences in Rome in his diary, intending to reflect upon them in his later years and perhaps leave a legacy for his descendants, allowing them a glimpse into Lin Tianyu's extraordinary adventures. Due to the foreboding nature of a previous divination, an ever-present sense of crisis lingered within Lin Tianyu, fearing that he might meet his end before reaching his 30s, should such a fate befall him. At least this diary would serve as proof of his existence. Yet, for now, there was no need for such worries. His only concern was the evening's banquet. Although he had prepared himself mentally for the sale of otherworldly treasures, the news of the Roman Emperor's invitation to a banquet still left him astounded. The emperor, after all, represented the pinnacle of power in ancient society, far surpassing any modern president or prime minister in terms of authority. Even if the power of Roman emperors seemed slightly less than that of their Chinese counterparts, they still wielded the ability to decide life and death, and a misstep could lead to dire consequences. Fortunately, prior to his departure, he had researched the emperor of this era. Vespasian, as he was called, was highly regarded in Roman history as a wise ruler, which alleviated some of Lin Tianyu's trepidation, though a degree of anxiety remained inevitable. His choices in attire were limited due to the scarcity of clothing he had brought, compelling him to don a simple toga. As for weaponry, it was imperative to carry some, for while its practical use may be limited, it would provide psychological reassurance. Concealed within his garments were 2 Colt pistols, along with a decision to bring a sword. After encountering danger in the alley of strangers, he recognized a crucial issue. Although firearms possessed formidable power, their deterrent effect was virtually non-existent until fired. The prior incident, where he had been besieged by a group of beggars, was largely due to his lack of a symbolically significant weapon in Rome. Only citizens were permitted to bear swords, while slaves and the destitute could only wield daggers or spears, with the exception of gladiators. Consequently, he had resolved to carry a sword or dagger whenever he ventured out. And this occasion would be no exception. Among the 6 cold weapons he had brought, the dagger and the curved blade were unsuitable for use as a sword, while the 2-handed sword was excessively ostentatious. Thus, he was left to choose between the 88K katana and a replica of a Han Dynasty sword. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately opted for the 88K katana, as the Han-style sword was custom-made and its efficacy remained untested, whereas the 88K katana was a mass-produced item purchased online. Having previously subjected it to rigorous testing, he could attest to its considerable lethality, easily capable of piercing the metal of a gasoline barrel and severing bamboo as thick as an arm with ease. In this era, the defensive capabilities of armor were nearly negligible against such a weapon. In this era, the short sword is utterly inadequate. Should danger arise, this blade could effortlessly outmatch all the weaponry of its time. Moreover, there lies an unspoken stratagem. He hopes to draw attention with this katana, rendering the 2 Colt pistols concealed within his garments rather inconspicuous in comparison to this gleaming instrument of slaughter. Lin Tianyu secured the katana to his belt, adjusted his long robe, and strolled leisurely outside, where a striking carriage awaited before the Apuleius residence, and a few Roman palace guards appeared to be growing impatient. Lin Tianyu accepted the small package handed to him by Apuleius, containing each precious treasure intended as samples for the Roman emperor. Then, amidst the concerned gaze of Alicia and the excited anticipation of Apuleius, Lin Tianyu stepped into the carriage. Chapter 33. The disparity as the carriage came to a halt, Lin Tianyu alighted, finding himself before a palace distinctly imbued with ancient Roman architectural style, simple, grand, and magnificent. Treading upon the marble floor, he entered through the palace's grand doors, guided by 2 guards, traversing a lengthy corridor until he paused before the entrance to a spacious salon. A few Roman guards stood sentinel at the threshold, their expressions turning wary upon Lin Tianyu's arrival. After a brief exchange with one of the guards, they nodded, and a figure resembling the captain approached Lin Tianyu, extending his right hand. "Your weapon." Lin Tianyu nodded. This scenario was far from unexpected, and he bore no objection to the disarming of his sword, for the true assurance lay in the pistols nestled at his waist and within his coat. When he placed the sheathed katana into the guard's hands, he distinctly noted the surprise etched upon the guard's face, for such a long and slender weapon was nearly unimaginable given the ancient Roman standards of metallurgy. Yet, being an officer of the emperor, the guard quickly regained his composure, nodding to Lin Tianyu to signify he could enter. As Lin Tianyu crossed the threshold, he had anticipated a grand banquet attended by numerous dignitaries. He presumed his presence would be of little consequence amidst the festivities. However, upon stepping into the secluded salon, he was met with an empty hall. To say it was entirely devoid of company would not be entirely accurate. At one end of a long dining table, an elderly man was casually tearing succulent pork from a roasted pig, savoring it delicately with salt from a dish. Upon noticing Lin Tianyu's entrance, the elder casually gestured, "Please, take a seat, esteemed guest from afar." This indeed was merely a dinner, specifically arranged in his honor. Lin Tianyu approached the opposite end of the table and was about to sit down when the elder shook his head. "Why sit so far? It is just the two of us here. I believe we need not adhere to such formalities." After a moment's hesitation, Lin Tianyu settled beside the elder. "Do try it. This piglet was sent from the pastoral lands of Fastula, and it is quite delectable. An old man like me enjoys indulging in rich fare." He drank deeply from his goblet of wine, and a nearby slave promptly refilled it. The table was laden with simple yet sumptuous fare. Roasted piglet, several golden-hued flamingos, 2 dishes of garum sauce, a seafood condiment, a plate of olives, a loaf of bread, and of course, the indispensable wine, held aloft by 2 serving slaves. The abundance of candles illuminated the room brightly, a rare sight for Lin Tianyu, who had only encountered a diminutive oil lamp during his nights at the Apuleius residence. By the flickering candlelight, he could discern the emperor's visage, a weathered face marked by the passage of time, his broad forehead betraying a resolute character, while wrinkles lent him an air of age. His gaze was unwavering, embodying a distinctive blend of justice and gravitas typical of an ancient sage king. He appeared markedly different from the leaders Lin Tianyu had encountered in his own time. As a long-reigning sovereign, he exhibited none of the subterfuge characteristic of modern politicians, his authoritative demeanor unmistakable. This commanding presence instilled in Lin Tianyu a palpable tension, though the privacy of their gathering, limited to just the 2 of them and a handful of slaves, provided some solace. Particularly as the elder emperor seemed rather at ease, Lin Tianyu took his seat. A serving slave promptly sliced a piece of meat from the piglet for him. He tasted it, but his nerves rendered him unable to discern its flavor. After 2 bites, he paused, uneasily inquiring, "Might I ask why His Majesty has summoned me?" Vespasian did not answer the question directly, but instead inquired, "Tell me, foreigner, how long have you been in Rome?" "Roughly 2 weeks," Lin Tianyu replied candidly. 2 weeks, merely 2 weeks, and you have acquired such astonishing wealth. Do you not realize how remarkable a feat this is?" The elder's tone was ambiguous, tinged with either ire or jest. Lin Tianyu thought perhaps the old man coveted a share of his newfound riches. "This wealth was garnered through the exchange of precious treasures. I believe it is not as extraordinary as you suggest." "Then from whence did these treasures originate?" "Do not claim they were procured from ancient ruins, nor from the hands of the gods upon Mount Olympus. While I consider myself devout, I am not naive. I do not believe in such pagan myths." A wave of anxiety washed over Lin Tianyu as the elder's authoritative gaze bore down upon him. Though it may have merely been a psychological reaction, it certainly heightened his unease. He grasped the grip of the revolver concealed at his waist, striving to regain his composure. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to offer a more plausible narrative. "In truth, these treasures were crafted by the skilled artisans of my homeland." "Oh, that sounds rather implausible, though it is certainly more credible than your previous assertions. Pray tell, foreigner, what sort of artisans are capable of creating such marvelous treasures?" Upon hearing the emperor's evident skepticism, Lin Tianyu found himself unexpectedly calm. He realized that despite wielding sovereignty over a nation, this elder was still merely a man of ancient times, with a vastly limited scope of knowledge compared to his own. With a slight smile, Lin Tianyu remarked, "I have heard tales of your Majesty's conquests. Surely you have traveled to many places?" Vespasian nodded. "Indeed, I have journeyed to numerous lands." "Have you ventured to Gaul?" Vespasian nodded once more. "I have been there twice." "Then, how do you perceive Gaul in comparison to Rome?" Vespasian shook his head. "It is certainly incomparable. The walls of Rome are grand and imposing, while the fortifications of the Gauls are but wooden palisades. Roman dwellings are spacious and comfortable. Gauls reside in caves and wooden huts. The Romans are civilized, wealthy, noble, and brave, while the Gauls are but a band of barbaric men clad in animal hides." Despite the various vices among our ranks and the admirable qualities of the Gauls, it is clear that Roman civilization far surpasses that of the Gauls. Ah, so that is your Majesty's perspective. Lin Tianyu paused for a moment. Perhaps that sentiment may be somewhat disrespectful, but I must confess that when I first arrived in Rome, my feelings mirrored yours upon encountering Gaul. A flicker of anger crossed Vespasian's countenance. However, he did not explode like an ignorant buffoon. Instead, he inquired gravely, "Then, foreigner, what manner of place is your homeland?" Lin Tianyu shrugged. "I cannot accurately depict the essence of my country, but perhaps your Majesty might glean some insight from the goods I have brought. The craftsmanship of my artisans is unparalleled by that of Rome." Though Vespasian's displeasure was palpable, he reluctantly conceded, "You speak the truth. Perhaps in the creation of these exquisite trinkets, our artisans do not possess the same level of skill as yours. However, in the forging of weapons and armor, we Romans have developed advanced techniques and methods. Moreover, since our conquest of the Spaniards, we have acquired their metallurgical expertise. The weaponry at our disposal is indeed highly sophisticated, and this has contributed to our ability to vanquish those simple-minded yet ferocious barbarians." "Is that so?" Lin Tianyu feigned surprise. "If your Majesty believes this, it seems you have not yet encountered the weaponry produced in my country. I bore one of our artisans' creations when I came to Rome, and it should currently be in the possession of those guards outside. Should your Majesty be interested, perhaps you might evaluate it, and see how it compares to your nation's weapons." Veipaxiang nodded slightly, gesturing to a guard stationed at the door, who promptly exited. Shortly thereafter, he returned, cradling Lin Tianyu's 88K katana. Chapter 34. On the sword. Upon receiving the sword, sheathed in black leather, Veipaxiang's face instantly registered astonishment. It is well known that during this era, Roman short swords typically measured only 30 to 40 centimeters in length, with blades that were generally quite broad. This was primarily due to the limitations of metal forging technology at the time. Although the Roman short sword was heralded as the sword that conquered the world, its actual quality was notoriously poor, often untempered and thus exceedingly soft. A longer blade would easily bend or break, rendering it ineffective for thrusting. Furthermore, due to the inadequacy of the material, the edge could not be honed to a sharpness capable of cutting. Thus, Roman short swords were primarily suited for stabbing, making cinematic depictions of decapitating blows virtually impossible. As a seasoned military leader, Veipaxiang was well versed in such matters, yet the peculiar weapon before him utterly upended his understanding. The 88K katana, nearly a meter in length, was a profound shock to the ancient perception of weaponry. Initially, Veipaxiang regarded Lin Tianyu's weapon as merely ornamental, lacking any genuine martial utility. However, upon drawing the blade and witnessing its gleaming edge, that notion was swiftly dispelled. As a former warrior, Veipaxiang harbored a unique affection for weapons. He gently extracted the katana from its sheath, waving it lightly. The weighty feel of the blade momentarily rendered him entranced. He meticulously examined the mirror-like smoothness of the blade, assessing its thickness and the sharpness of its edge. A gentle flick of his finger against the blade brought a sudden sting. The edge was so keen that it effortlessly sliced open a small cut on his fingertip. Staring at the droplet of blood, Veipaxiang was momentarily dazed, exclaiming, "This is the most astonishing weapon I have ever encountered." His expression shifted to one of fervor. "You are absolutely correct. Your nation far surpasses Rome. I never believed such a weapon truly existed in this world, but now my perspective has changed. If I were to possess the craftsmanship to forge such weapons, and if I commanded an army equipped with them, I would be invincible." He gazed intently at the night sky, envisioning himself leading his forces to sweep across the globe, when suddenly, his expression faltered. "Wait." He turned to Lin Tianyu. "If I am not mistaken, this weapon cannot be mass-produced, am I right?" "Absolutely not." Lin Tianyu thought to himself, though he concealed his thoughts. If the emperor believed this, it would ease his burden. Otherwise, if this Roman emperor demanded he divulge the secrets of crafting such weapons, he would have nowhere to turn. "You are correct, Your Majesty. This sword is indeed a rare treasure, crafted by a master artisan over 3 arduous years, honed through countless trials. It cannot be mass-produced." "Even so, I imagine the weapons of your ordinary soldiers must far exceed those of Rome," Veipaxiang asserted. "Indeed, Lin Tianyu did not deny Wei Paxiang's conjecture this time. Noticing the Roman emperor lost in thought, Lin Tianyu assumed he desired the katana for himself, a mere trinket in his eyes. Your Majesty seems quite taken with this sword. If you truly desire it, I would be willing to gift it to you. Wei Paxiang suddenly chuckled at his words. More than a divine weapon, he wished for his soldiers to wield superior conventional arms. I am not a man of insatiable greed. This weapon is indeed remarkable, and I would gladly purchase it. For a merchant, profit is of utmost importance. Is it not? Name your price. Anticipating this response, Lin Tianyu had already determined his offer, knowing the emperor would not seek to exploit him. If your Majesty is amenable, I would like to exchange it for your sword. Lin Tianyu had noticed that Wei Paxiang wore his sword even while dining, perhaps a testament to his martial nature. The emperor's sword, styled as a Roman shortsword, was undoubtedly inferior in utility compared to the 88K katana, yet it possessed an undeniable aesthetic appeal. The scabbard was adorned with solid gold embellishments, and a ruby the size of a pearl graced the pommel, with 3 smaller gems set symmetrically on the guard, rendering the sword a veritable work of art crafted from gold and jewels. Wei Paxiang laughed at Lin Tianyu's proposition. His sword, forged by the finest craftsmen with the best materials, paled in comparison to the astonishing weapon before him, its only merit lying in its opulent decoration. Lin Tianyu's request revealed a vulnerability in his demeanor. Your request is not unreasonable. I am willing to acquiesce. Seeing Lin Tianyu's face light up with joy, Wei Paxiang added, however, beyond a precious collectible, I am more interested in acquiring the techniques for mass-producing conventional weapons. If I were to offer payment for such skills, could you procure them for me? Lin Tianyu thought to himself, had he known, he would have brought along blueprints or formulas for forging cold weapons. Now, he had no means to provide the emperor with the necessary techniques. In a moment of quick thinking, he recalled information he had found online and suddenly had an epiphany. While I am not exceptionally knowledgeable about weapon forging, I can share some fundamental principles. Since your Majesty is so generous, I would be willing to contribute this knowledge. The implication was clear. He would share what he knew, and the compensation would be at the emperor's discretion. Wei Paxiang nodded, indicating for him to proceed. In our country, artisans temper weapons through quenching, a form of heat treatment. However, I have noticed that Roman craftsmen do not employ this step in their forging process. I believe this may be why the Roman shortsword lacks sharpness and durability. Quenching? Wei Paxiang exclaimed. Indeed, some craftsmen do utilize this technique, but a weapon that is quenched becomes hard yet brittle, prone to breaking. Thus, this skill is typically reserved for crafting specialized tools, such as carving knives. Lin Tianyu understood this well. He had learned about it while researching online, including how artisans of the Han Dynasty addressed the issue through localized quenching. The solution to this problem is quite simple. One merely needs to employ localized quenching. Localized quenching? Wei Paxiang appeared puzzled by the term. It involves quenching the blade and the tip, while leaving the body unquenched. This way, you achieve sufficient sharpness and point while preserving the flexibility of the blade. Additionally, when forging weapons in this manner, it is advisable to adopt a single-edged, thick spine design, which provides ample destructive force during cleaving, easily penetrating leather armor, particularly effective against those barbaric foes lacking metal armor. Wei Paxiang's eyes sparkled with realization as he glanced at the katana in his hand. Clearly a prime example of the single-edged, thick spine design. He contemplated the feasibility of this design, growing increasingly excited. If the limitations on weapon length could be overcome, the combat effectiveness of Roman soldiers wielding sharper weapons would undoubtedly increase significantly, thereby solidifying his position as emperor through military reform. Your insights are incredibly valuable. Should they come to fruition, I will not hesitate to reward you handsomely. Let us conclude today's banquet. If you are still hungry, feel free to take some food with you. I must excuse myself now. As he spoke, he unsheathed his sword and tossed it to Lin Tianyu, turning to call out to his guards, "Summon my military advisors, generals, and engineers. I have crucial matters to discuss with them." As he exited the hall, Lin Tianyu stood in stunned silence, reflecting on the emperor's remarkable vigor. He certainly did not lack for food. Now that the banquet had concluded, he was more than pleased to depart early. He secured the emperor's sword at his waist and left Wei Paxiang's palace. Chapter 35. Doubts. The following day, Lin Tianyu did not adhere to his initial plan to leave. He felt that since he had ample time and had made the effort to visit Rome, it was necessary to remain and observe whether the Roman emperor's weapon improvement initiative would come to fruition. Should he succeed, it would signify a monumental shift in history, as the Romans would wield the very weapons used by their contemporaries in the Han dynasty, the lethal spiked mace. The thrill of altering history was far more exhilarating than merely peddling trinkets to the elite. In truth, Lin Tianyu harbored an inexplicable fascination for this endeavor, driven by a profound sense of accomplishment. For an ordinary modern individual, such fulfillment is often elusive, compelling one to seek solace in online gaming or similar distractions. Lin Tianyu was no exception. Thus, when a Roman emperor took particular note of his pronouncements and promptly adopted them, he felt an overwhelming impulse to prove his worth, a sentiment he himself scarcely understood. It was merely a subconscious desire to witness a tangible outcome. Furthermore, although reluctant to admit it, he found himself anticipating the emperor's promised reward. Since he had decided to stay, he wasn't about to confine himself to the domicile of Appius. The second round of gladiatorial contests was about to commence, and he resolved to join the revelry. Lin Tianyu had grown quite familiar with the route to the Roman Colosseum, and without needing an escort, he ventured forth alone, as was his custom. He carried 2 revolvers and a sword, a Western-style broadsword, reminiscent of Aragorn's blade from The Lord of the Rings. Unlike the stainless steel replica he had at home, this sword was a genuine instrument of death. Having stepped out around noon, Lin Tianyu arrived at the Colosseum just as the morning warm-up matches concluded, with the afternoon's main event yet to begin. Initially intending to head straight to the merchants area, where he had witnessed the previous 2 matches, he was suddenly called by name as he passed the emperor's reserved seats. "Hey, Tianyu." Turning around, he recognized the captain of the guard who had confiscated his weapons the previous night. Judging by his insignia, he was evidently a centurion of the Praetorian Guard, his status significantly elevated compared to the centurion he had encountered by the seaside. As he served close to the emperor, often wielding more influence than many lesser generals in Rome. "Does the general require my presence?" Lin Tianyu feigned ignorance of Roman military ranks, speaking rather out of turn. "I am no general. Merely a centurion. You may call me Servius," the captain replied, clearly pleased by the title of general nonetheless. "So, Centurion Servius, what brings you to me?" "Nothing of great import. I merely found it intriguing to see you attending the gladiatorial matches," he remarked, discreetly eyeing Lin Tianyu's sword at his waist, before breaking into a smile. "Might I have the honor of your company? This is indeed a prime location for viewing the contest." Lin Tianyu shrugged, "Of course," and followed the captain to a seat beside the emperor's box. "Is His Majesty not attending the matches today?" Lin Tianyu inquired tentatively. The captain did not conceal the truth, stating, "Indeed, he is not. The emperor is currently engaged in discussions with several ministers regarding weapon enhancements and likely won't attend in the coming days." This revelation did not surprise Lin Tianyu, who casually asked, "What is the program for today?" "The glory of Hercules," Servius replied with evident enthusiasm, indicating the special nature of the event. "That sounds thrilling." Indeed, this time, the role of Hercules is portrayed by the undefeated Maximus. Lin Tianyu nearly spat his wine in disbelief. Maximus? Was that not the name of the protagonist from the film Gladiator? "Who do you mean?" "Maximus, he is a gladiator who voluntarily participates in contests, boasting a record of 17 consecutive victories, often fighting alone, sometimes in duels, other times against multiple foes, yet always emerging triumphant. He is regarded as a legendary figure among gladiators. Some even claim he has received divine favor, rendering him impervious to mortal weapons. Of course, such tales are mere nonsense believed by the gullible, in my opinion. He is simply an exceptionally skilled fighter." Though he spoke dismissively, Lin Tianyu sensed a hint of envy in the captain's tone. This did not astonish him. In this era, while gladiators faced peril, they also easily garnered the adoration and infatuation of the populace, akin to modern-day movie stars, if not more so, for whereas actors merely portrayed heroes battling beasts on screen, gladiators confronted those beasts in a visceral reality. As their conversation unfolded, a thunderous drumbeat reverberated through the arena, and amidst the tsunami of cheers, a colossus of a man, muscular and formidable like a Terminator, emerged from an iron gate, standing nearly 2 meters tall. His physique was a stark contrast to the average Roman of the time, who typically measured around 116 to 117. Clad in black leather armor adorned with a fearsome red dragon emblem, he donned a horned steel helmet and bore a colossal sword, measuring over a meter in length, 10 centimeters wide, and 2 centimeters thick. A formidable weapon indeed. The sheer might of such a man wielding that sword was unfathomable. He dwarfed the diminutive Thracian gladiators armed merely with daggers. Lin Tianyu stood abruptly, struck by the uncanny resemblance this figure bore to the era. Most strikingly, he observed Maximus making a V sign towards the audience. Could it be that ancient Rome had already conceived such a gesture? What is the significance of that gesture? Lin Tianyu inquired in a low voice. No one knows, Servius replied. The gladiators passed shrouded in mystery. Despite his fluency in Latin, his appearance seemed markedly different from their own. Perhaps it is a symbolic gesture from the tribe to which he once belonged. As they spoke, the gladiatorial match commenced. The Glory of Hercules was a traditional event in the arena, yet few had ever completed it. The challenge required the performer to face 12 trials, each against a different adversary. The first trial alone was daunting enough to deter most, as it involved single combat with a ravenous lion. When the lion, symbolizing the Nemean beast, was released from its cage, the arena fell silent. All eyes fixed on the impending struggle for survival. The famished lion charged towards the only creature that resembled food, the undefeated Maximus. Despite his colossal size, Maximus displayed remarkable agility, effortlessly dodging the lion's lunge and swiftly striking down with a single powerful blow. Severing the beast's head with ease, the duel concluded in less than a minute, an outcome that took Lin Tianyu by surprise. As Maximus raised the bloodied lion's head triumphantly towards the spectators. The crowd erupted into frenzied cheers. Yet, the contest had only just begun. Chapter 36. Significance: a fully armored knight charged forth with lightning speed, the perfect fusion of power and velocity transforming his spear into a lethal instrument, slicing through the air with deadly precision. Yet, in the very next moment, a two-handed sword clashed against the spear, sending it flying while piercing the knight's chest. Maximus stood triumphantly over the still-breathing gladiator, wielding his massive sword, declaring, "I am the undefeated Maximus, the undefeated Maximus." This marked his 8th challenge completed, and the audience had descended into a state of utter madness, celebrating the unprecedented feats of this extraordinary gladiator. It should be noted that the Glory of Hercules challenge had not been successfully completed by any gladiator until this day, but it seemed that history was poised to witness its first conqueror. "He is astonishingly powerful," Servius marveled. "I have never encountered anyone like him. Madness. Sheer madness." The Glory of Hercules is more akin to Hercules' path to death. Since the inception of this challenge, dozens of elite gladiators have attempted it, and the emperor has even decreed that any gladiator who completes this challenge shall gain their freedom and a substantial reward. Yet, no one has succeeded until now. Perhaps today, we shall witness history. History? I have already borne witness to it. Lin Tianyu mused silently as he gazed down at the arena. In the arena, the gladiator who had been unseated finally exhaled his last breath. His mangled body was dragged away, and the terrified horse was led off as well. Only the undefeated Maximus remained standing, yet he appeared unable to match the relentless vigor of the legendary Hercules. After a brief moment of raucous cheers, he too retired to the rest area to recuperate, needing time before the next challenge could commence. "I wish to meet him. Is that possible?" Lin Tianyu suddenly spoke in a low voice. Severus looked at him in surprise. "That may prove quite difficult. Though I am the captain of the Emperor's Guard, Maximus is a free gladiator. You would need to seek the director of his guild." "Do me this favor," Lin Tianyu said, unfastening the sword from his waist, "and you shall earn my friendship. This sword shall symbolize that bond." Severus was momentarily taken aback, incredulous as he gazed at the two-handed sword in Lin Tianyu's hands. While he did not particularly care for Lin Tianyu's friendship, the sword was indeed something he had long desired. He had hesitated to ask for it, but now everything seemed to simplify. "Leave this matter to me," Severus readily agreed. 10 minutes later, in the resting area beneath the arena, Lin Tianyu encountered the resting Maximus, in the chamber. Maximus was quenching his thirst from a tin jug, his sweat glistening on his muscular form. He appeared to be in his 40s, bearing the rugged yet somewhat refined visage typical of a Nordic man. The prolonged battles had rendered him somewhat weary, having fought for nearly an hour. Yet his spirit remained remarkably vibrant, reminiscent of a gamer who had played through the night yet craved more. "Good afternoon, the undefeated Maximus," Lin Tianyu greeted as he entered the room. Upon seeing Lin Tianyu, Maximus seemed surprised. "An Asian? To be precise, an East Asian. How fortunate I am to encounter one in the resting area of the Roman arena. Even for a time traveler, this is quite a rarity." "You are a traveler? Am I correct?" Lin Tianyu nodded. "You are correct. I am Lin Tianyu from China, a traveler just like you." "Then, Lin Tianyu from China, what brings you to me?" Lin Tianyu pondered his words for a moment. "I am simply curious as to what compels a modern individual to bear the name Maximus and engage in mortal combat in the sands of the Roman arena." Maximus chuckled. "No one compels me. If that is your inquiry, I am here entirely of my own volition." Lin Tianyu was even more astonished. "Voluntarily? Why?" Maximus set down his jug. "Typically, individuals seek various means to prove themselves, and for me, to engage in bloody combat within the arena is my chosen method of validation." "Bloody combat? Yet you are not injured," Lin Tianyu observed. "The blood of others is still blood," Maximus laughed heartily. "I respect my opponents. They are the ones who facilitate my victories, who earn me the adoration of the audience. Their deaths serve as a testament to my value and the meaning of my existence, albeit not by their own choosing. Nevertheless, I honor them for it. You kill merely to gain applause and admiration? Do you not find such combat for the sake of pleasing others somewhat devoid of meaning? You could channel that energy into more significant endeavors, into pursuits of greater worth." Maximus shook his head with a bemused smile. "What, then, do you consider meaningful?" Lin Tianyu found himself momentarily speechless. To be honest, ever since acquiring the temporal gate, he had been contemplating this very question. Prior to that, the purpose of his life had revolved around amassing wealth, hoping to one day purchase a decent home, marry a woman of reasonable looks, and perhaps raise a child, dedicating his later years to that child, all while hoping they would not be dulled by the pressures of education or life. After living cautiously through a mundane existence, he longed for a peaceful death. Despite his belief that such a life was not what he desired, he could not deny that he seemed to have no better options. Yet now, having achieved relative financial ease, he found himself confused once more. At that moment, Cao interjected, "In truth, each individual possesses their own values, preferences, and methods of proving their life's significance. Some find their worth in the heat of battle, others in governance, while some derive fulfillment from crafting a fine dish or performing a melodious tune, and some perhaps in more base pursuits, such as their conquests with beautiful partners. There is no hierarchy among these paths. While some methods garner wider recognition, others may seem absurd or laughable, yet let me impart this to you, young Lin Tianyu. The meaning and value of one's life are not dictated by teachers or parental expectations, nor by societal norms, but by what you genuinely desire. This is the sole standard, the only truth. As long as you adhere to this standard, pursue those aspirations without regard for others' opinions." Maximus's words struck a profound chord within Lin Tianyu, awakening in him an understanding of the discontent that had shadowed his life for over 2 decades. He had never confronted the true desires of his heart or made efforts toward the goals he yearned for. For all those years, he had lived under societal constraints and parental hopes, and Maximus's insights provided him with a moment of epiphany. Then, Maximus's voice echoed in his ears again. "When I was very young, like many children, I became enamored with American wrestling. I craved the spotlight, the thrill of combat and victory. As I grew, while my childhood companions abandoned such dreams, I achieved that goal. However, American wrestling was nothing like I had envisioned. Even though I could defeat an opponent in 5 minutes, I was required to perform various theatrics, amusing the audience like a jester. At times, I even lost on purpose to serve the interests of the promoters. This was not the life I had dreamed of, but the temporal gate offered me a chance. Here, there are no rules, no theatrics, no mercy, only victory or death. Everything is raw and brutal. I kill, and thus I gain the admiration of the people. Do you hear the cheers outside? Those are genuine, heartfelt accolades, not the contrived applause of a wrestling arena, and this is what I need. This is the essence of my life's meaning." "Why are you telling me all this?" Maximus shrugged. perhaps because I could perish at any moment in this challenge. But hey, isn't that the allure of this game? He glanced at the clock. 20 minutes have passed. I believe it is time for me to return to the arena. I have 4 more challenges to complete. Should I succeed, I will become the first in history to conquer the labors of Hercules. With that, Maximus donned his horned helmet once more and strode confidently out, pausing at the threshold to declare, "By the way, Maximus is my true name, one I adopted after watching the film Gladiator." He exited, leaving Lin Tianyu deep in contemplation. Chapter 37. The cacophony of battle once again erupted outside, followed by waves of fervent cheers. Lin Tianyu did not need to guess. He knew the audience was celebrating Maximus. Just as he stood to depart, a voice suddenly resonated in the room. "Remarkable, isn't it? An unheralded retired wrestler has become the most renowned gladiator in the Roman arena. And he truly seems poised to complete the labors of Hercules." Lin Tianyu turned in astonishment to find a middle-aged man clad in a deep blue military overcoat had appeared in the room. The coat, likely from World War II, seemed all the more out of place in this time and setting compared to Lin Tianyu's attire. Undoubtedly, this man was not of this era. Yet, Lin Tianyu cautiously inquired, "Who are you?" "I am a friend of Maximus, the one who brought him to ancient Rome. You may call me Max. Are you also a time traveler?" "To be precise, I am the only time traveler, while Massimo's is merely a friend who hitched a ride with me," Max said as he approached the door of the lounge, gazing out through the stone crevices along the wall. "Though Massimo's and I are not particularly close, I take pleasure in helping others pursue their dreams. It is somewhat of a hobby for me. You see, many seemingly ordinary individuals are, in fact, remarkable souls who simply belong to the wrong era. They remain obscure in their own time. Yet if placed in a different environment, they could achieve extraordinary feats. My role is merely to transport them to the time they rightfully belong to. Massimo's was meant to be a part of this era, belonging to the arena, for it is here that he can unleash his true potential and create his own brilliance." Lin Tianyu found it difficult to agree with this notion. The supposed glory of gladiators seemed to him nothing more than a farce. While it was true that Massimo's had slain many, he questioned the significance of such senseless killing. Throughout history, many have been celebrated and even idolized for their frenzied slaughter of their kind. Yet Lin Tianyu never deemed such acts to be justifiable. Moreover, he pondered, if Massimo's did not kill enough or with sufficient ferocity, who would remember him 1,000 years hence? "Is it worth paying such a bloody price?" he asked bluntly. "Indeed. Even if it comes at the cost of blood," Cao echoed Lin Tianyu's words, responding to his inquiry. Lin Tianyu found himself at a loss for words in the face of his senseless attitude. If that is the case, your hobby is rather peculiar." Max, unperturbed by Lin Tianyu's subtle mockery, replied, "If you are surprised, it is only because you have yet to encounter the eccentricities of other time travelers. In truth, I am far from the only one with peculiar tastes." Max proceeded to enumerate for Lin Tianyu. "Assassin Cain, as he calls himself, has the peculiar passion of assassinating historical heroes, those conquerors, emperors, kings, generals, and rulers of various titles renowned for their great deeds, always employing cold weapons for close-range kills. Witnessing the demise of illustrious rulers under his sword is his greatest achievement. Then there is Rexus, whose passion lies in warfare. He has participated in conflicts across various epochs, having battled alongside prehistoric savages, led the Crusaders in the siege of Jerusalem, and commanded White Musketeers in their campaigns against Native American tribes. He has also fought in multiple battles of both world wars, serving under different factions. And Olivia, whose greatest delight is to share the bed with historical figures from different eras, meticulously documenting her experiences in a scrapbook. I have even seen that scrapbook myself. Believe me, many historical giants perform far less impressively in bed than they do in military, political, or other fields." Observing Lin Tianyu's incredulous expression, Max smiled knowingly. "Thus, in comparison, my little hobby seems rather tame." Lin Tianyu mused that indeed, such peculiarities existed among time travelers. Max then inquired, "And what about you? What are your hobbies? What achievements do you aspire to gain through the time portal?" What achievements do I truly seek?" Lin Tianyu had been pondering this very question. As if answering himself, he mused aloud, "When I was young, my greatest wish was to acquire supernatural abilities, magic, sorcery, superpowers, anything that would bestow upon me a mysterious power beyond the ordinary. I would willingly pay any price for such a gift. Yet as I grew older, I realized these were merely unrealistic fantasies, utterly unattainable. Consequently, I lowered my aspirations and considered becoming a writer, but alas, my writing skills are mediocre, my mind often restless, and I lack extraordinary experiences. Thus, my dreams remain just that, dreams. And what of now? Now? Lin Tianyu chuckled suddenly. I believe I might embark on the path of writing. After all, having experienced a few journeys, perhaps I could pen an autobiographical novel about my travels, albeit with embellishments. I certainly do not wish to attract the attention of the temporal enforcers. The more he spoke, the more exhilarated he became, nearly envisioning himself as a renowned author signing books, rendering the seemingly indifferent Max quite interesting. Then I wish you success here, and may you ultimately discover the meaning of your life, Cao remarked. But his smile abruptly vanished, his expression turning grave as he gazed outside, seemingly witnessing something. Lin Tianyu strained to listen as the cheers outside suddenly fell silent, followed by a cacophony of screams, the roars of beasts and Masamos's fervent shouts. Moments later, the door of the lounge was flung open, and 7 or 8 individuals rushed in, carrying Masamos, who lay in a state of disarray. The once formidable figure now appeared lifeless, his armor pierced, helmet askew, and weapons nowhere to be found. I did it, I truly did it, Masamos murmured, his consciousness slipping as he spoke almost instinctively. I know, my old friend, I know. Max grasped Masamos's hand, softly offering comfort in his ear. When Masamos felt something in his grasp, his spirit seemed to rejuvenate, exclaiming, I did it, Max. I became the first gladiator to complete the path of Hercules' glory. I succeeded. After uttering this declaration, his voice faded, clearly a last flicker of vitality. Lin Tianyu silently regarded the gladiator who had sacrificed his life for his dream until the last glimmer of life faded from Masamos's eyes. He quietly withdrew, not wishing to intrude upon Max's farewell to his old friend. From Masamos, he glimpsed something profound. He suddenly understood what he must do. One must pursue their dreams. Writing was merely the first step. His true aspiration remained the acquisition of supernatural abilities. He recalled the black door at home that led to another realm, a door fraught with potential peril. Yet, at that moment, he felt utterly unconcerned. Next time, I shall step into that world, for it will be the place where I can attain the coveted mysterious powers. Even if it requires paying the price of blood. As Lin Tianyu contemplated this, he strode out of the lounge. Chapter 38. The plague. Lin Tianyu pondered as he walked outside, encountering several slaves carrying stretchers from a meeting hall, upon which lay several unarmored gladiators, their conditions seemingly dire. He instinctively glanced longer, realizing they were likely the participants from last week's Trojan War, particularly one named Alex, who appeared to be among the fallen. Curiosity piqued, he observed as the slaves bore the gladiators out like corpses, placing them onto a cart. Passers-by covered their mouths and noses, recoiling in disgust. An elderly merchant stood at the entrance of the hall, his face etched with worry. What is happening here? Lin Tianyu inquired with curiosity. Don't even mention it. We've encountered the unfortunate plague. Why gladiators are ruined. The doctor instructed me to take them to the infirmary, though I fear it is merely a waiting room for death. Alas, I am truly unfortunate. Having spent considerable time in Rome, Lin Tianyu had come to understand what the plague entailed. In this era, knowledge of bacteria and viruses was scant, leading to the classification of all contagious diseases as plagues. The so-called plague was essentially a contagious cold. Since those afflicted would feel a feverish heat, it earned the name. While a cold might seem trivial to modern individuals, for those in ancient times lacking antibiotics and anti-inflammatory medications, an epidemic cold could claim numerous lives, leaving survival to mere chance. Lin Tianyu paid little heed to the matter, offering the merchant a few words of comfort before returning to the emperor's designated viewing platform. Servius had not left. He was currently captivated by a magnificent sword he held, his expression still one of disbelief. Upon Lin Tianyu's return, he greeted him with enthusiasm, clearly satisfied with the weapon. What is the matter, my friend? You seem a bit downcast. Did you encounter the indomitable Masamos? Lin Tianyu nodded. Not only did I see him, but I also witnessed his demise. Servius shook his head, sighing. Indeed, he has perished. It was inevitable. Who could survive having their belly gored by a rhinoceros? Yet he was truly formidable, managing to slay that very rhinoceros before his end. After exchanging a few words, Lin Tianyu casually recounted the incident he had witnessed on the way. Servius, however, displayed a look of astonishment. Are you referring to Alex? I know that fellow, Lin Tianyu exclaimed, somewhat astonished, contemplating how a centurion of the Imperial Guard could possibly know a gladiator. Sebas, upon hearing Lin Tianyu's query, did not conceal the truth. That was 3 years ago, during my service in the Jerusalem Legion. Alex and I were in the same cohort, but he was not particularly favored by the commander, as he often engaged in inexplicable actions, such as, for instance, he refused to slaughter the women and children of the Persians, claiming it would tarnish his honor. It was utterly nonsensical. Sebas expressed his disbelief, as if such a notion was unfathomable. Moreover, he never laid a hand on unarmed captives. I truly cannot fathom how someone like him became a centurion. Killing women and children brings no sense of achievement. Yet, after all, they are foreigners. It would not be so easy to kill them once they grow up. Besides, since the commander's orders were given, we were obliged to obey. Submission to orders is the greatest honor of a soldier. After hearing this, Lin Tianyu's previously slight admiration for Sebas evaporated entirely. Although he understood that such thoughts were perhaps commonplace for people of this era, he could not tolerate a well-dressed individual discussing how to more easily sever a child's head. Instead, it was Alex, the principled Alex, who piqued his interest. Thus, in a fit of rage, the general ordered his execution. Fortunately, he had maintained a decent rapport with us, and when we all pleaded for him, he was merely sold into slavery. Later, he caught the attention of the Palace Guild and became a gladiator. To our surprise, he did not change his ways. After defeating rival gladiators, he rarely killed those who were unable to fight back, even defying the crowd's wishes. Such behavior is quite rare, yet it earned him a resounding nickname, Merciful Alex, making him quite popular. The complexities of this world are truly baffling. Lin Tianyu nodded, but suddenly a thought struck him. If he were to venture into the world beyond the black wooden door, he would likely not be safe alone. After all, even with weapons, he was merely an ordinary person, requiring sleep and rest. In the event of danger, mutual support would be essential. He had once contemplated returning to the modern world to find a few trustworthy friends to accompany him, but as the saying goes, human hearts are inscrutable. Although he had maintained a reasonably amicable relationship with his former colleagues, they were merely acquaintances, falling far short of mutual trust. While he had a few close classmates, they had not been in contact for years, rendering them equally unreliable. Thus, it seemed he was destined to embark on this adventure alone. However, he soon conceived an idea. Why not seek out a few guards in this ancient Roman city? After all, these ancient individuals typically lacked the cunning of modern people and were comparatively straightforward. Furthermore, once they left their familiar surroundings for a world utterly foreign to them, they would inevitably have to rely on themselves, making betrayal less likely. Although this notion was promising, he had yet to find suitable candidates. Loyalty did not necessarily equate to capability, and vice versa. Thus, this idea remained merely a thought. Yet, Sebas's words sparked a revelation. What could be more fitting as a guard than a principled and honorable centurion who was also a gladiator? He clapped Sebas on the shoulder. Thank you, my friend. Your words have been profoundly enlightening. I must take my leave now. Farewell. With that, he hurriedly departed. Sebas gazed after Lin Tianyu's retreating figure, puzzled, pondering what he had said. Upon returning to Apuleius's home, Lin Tianyu disregarded the greetings of Alicia and immediately rummaged through the bags he had brought. After sifting through the one containing daily necessities, he quickly located a small box. Inside were various commonly used medications, such as cold medicine, anti-inflammatory drugs, and iodine, which Lin Tianyu had specifically prepared for this journey, just in case he encountered any ailments. Thankfully, his health had remained relatively stable during his extended stay in ancient Rome, and he had nearly forgotten about the box, but now it would finally prove useful. As Lin Tianyu rushed towards the Colosseum, the merchant from the guild had yet to depart. He patted the merchant's shoulder. Hey, fellow, what about those gladiators of yours? The merchant gave him a curious look, unsure why this man was so concerned about the ailing gladiators. However, Having heard of Lin Tianyu's reputation and knowing he had connections, he perked up and replied, "Where else would they be? They're all lying in the infirmary." Lin Tianyu smiled at him. "How about we strike a deal? If I can save most of your gladiators, what reward would you be willing to offer?" The merchant, somewhat incredulous, responded, "If you can revive them, I would be willing to pay you 20 asses, ancient Roman currency." Lin Tianyu shook his head. "What would I do with 20 asses? My storehouse is overflowing with them. Instead, if I can save all your gladiators, I want to select one as my guard." The merchant was initially delighted but soon grew anxious. "You wouldn't want Alex? Would you?" "Of course. Who else could it be?" "That won't do. Alex is my star performer. The success of my gladiators relies on him winning the matches. If you demand him as payment, I'd sooner leave his fate to the gods, as at least that would preserve my purse." Frustrated, Lin Tianyu pondered and decided to employ an old tactic. "What if I add this?" he said, producing a lighter. "The box of Prometheus." The merchant exclaimed in astonishment. He had heard of such a wondrous artifact, and his expression revealed his intrigue. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure. "But that thing is worth at most a few hundred asses. Alex is a continuous source of income for me. I have invested considerable effort in training him into an exceptional warrior." Lin Tianyu, losing patience, retorted, "Enough of that. He was already a centurion before becoming your gladiator. He trained you more than you trained him. Moreover, if he dies, he might not even be worth a single ass. However, I am generous. Let's make it this way. I'll throw in a bottle of tears of Venus. If you still refuse, then so be it. Let the fates decide the lives of those gladiators, and I will see whether the gods favor such a heartless merchant as yourself." The merchant finally relented, a sly smile spreading across his face. "If you can indeed save most of the gladiators, I am willing to make this deal." Chapter 39. Freedom. Waves of heat surged relentlessly, and Alex found himself standing in the desert of Jerusalem, the blazing sun overhead. Despite having served here for 2 years, he still struggled to endure the sweltering climate. His throat felt parched, and he longed for a refreshing drink of cool spring water. The voice of the commander echoed vaguely in his ears. "Ahead lies the tribe of the Persians who refused to submit. Oleus, you lead the charge. Sevis, take your men to flank them from the left, leaving no enemy unaccounted for. Alex, follow me as we charge in together. Remember, everyone in that village is our enemy. Not a single soul may escape." The scene before him felt eerily familiar. A vast, desolate expanse teemed with fully armed Roman soldiers, and not far ahead was a tribal encampment, smoke rising from its fires. Alex attempted to speak, but as he opened his mouth, no words emerged. Suddenly, battle erupted. Alex found himself within the village, blood dripping from his sword, surrounded by the corpses of Persians. Men, women, elders, and children. He witnessed one of his soldiers pinning a woman against the wall, violently assaulting her, while another soldier hurled an infant into a burning building. A fierce flame ignited within his chest, his eyes nearly bursting with fury. The heat escalated, threatening to engulf him entirely. A slave, using a damp cloth to wipe Alex's body, overheard the gladiator's murmurs, "It should not be this way. You cannot do this." He shook his head and smiled, continuing his task. Just as Alex felt he was about to be consumed by the flames of anger raging within him, a sudden cool rain cascaded down upon him, extinguishing that fiery blaze. The heat did not entirely dissipate. He felt as though he were a coal submerged in water, his body enveloped in smoke. The haze obscured his vision, plunging everything into darkness. The village, the soldiers, the commander, and the wailing women all vanished in an instant. Suddenly, memories flooded back to him. They were merely echoes of the past. He had long departed from Jerusalem and was no longer a centurion. A strange voice echoed in his ears, seemingly emanating from a distant horizon, vague and indistinct. Then, he felt his mouth pried open, and a hard object was thrust into it, flooding his mouth with a bitter taste that overwhelmed him. He desperately attempted to expel the object, but to no avail. Warm water flowed into his mouth, diluting that bitterness, and he greedily swallowed, as if he had just emerged from a desert. "He will be fine," Lin Tianyu remarked with a smile upon seeing the aspirin successfully administered. "That may not be the case. They appear unchanged," came the retort. "Think as you will, but I believe we can finalize our transaction now." But they are not yet well. Lin Tianyu regarded the merchant with a peculiar expression. I always thought you to be a shrewd businessman, but now I see how foolish you truly are. The merchant bristled at her words, yet Lin Tianyu's subsequent statement left him speechless. If we complete the transaction now, regardless of whether they live or die, you will at least acquire these two treasures. However, if we wait for the outcome, the merchant pondered this and quickly grasped the implication. If Lin Tianyu succeeded, all would be well, but if he failed and Alex perished, there would be no reason for the other party to engage in any transaction. At that moment, the merchant realized his foolishness and hurriedly signed the contract presented by Lin Tianyu, snatching up the two items before departing in haste. Lin Tianyu sighed, harboring a disdain for the seemingly astute merchant, and instructed the two slaves to carry Alex out of the clinic. He did not intend to bring Alex back to the house of Apius. Despite their amicable relations, after all, infectious diseases were something everyone avoided in this era. He was merely a guest. It would be utterly reckless to bring a patient afflicted with a fever back home. Thus, he rented a residence within Rome, ensuring Alex was comfortably settled inside, and procured two slaves from the clinic who were knowledgeable in caregiving to attend to the ailing man. Once all was arranged, Lin Tianyu chose not to leave. The house was spacious, and he found a room outside to settle in, continuing to monitor Alex's condition while devising a means for Apius to assist him in converting his funds into gold and gemstones. Alex's condition soon stabilized, possibly due to his robust physique or perhaps because the people of this era had never encountered antibiotics, rendering their bodies devoid of any resistance. A few aspirin quickly brought down his fever. One night, Alex awakened, opening his eyes to discover himself in an unfamiliar place. And no longer was he lying on the straw of the gladiatorial arena, but rather on a clean linen mattress. His throat was parched, and he struggled to call out, "Water!" A slave approached with a clay jug, pouring a cup of well water to his lips. He drank it all, feeling a degree of clarity return, though he remained uncertain of his surroundings. The slave's demeanor reassured him of his safety. The moonlight streaming through the window provided a sense of peace, prompting Alex to close his eyes and drift back into slumber. When the morning sun bathed him in light, Alex awoke once more, sensing that he had recovered. Although he still felt some lingering soreness and fatigue, it was not enough to impede his movement. He descended from the window, surveying his surroundings, and noticed a wooden table adorned with a set of linen garments. Upon donning them, he felt clean and tidy, a stark contrast to the sweat-soaked coarse cloth he had previously worn as he stepped out of his room. Curiosity led him to discover a man clad in an oddly long robe, seated at a writing desk in the small hall. Hearing his footsteps, the man looked up and smiled at Alex. To his astonishment, Alex found the man's appearance remarkably peculiar, jet-black hair and eyes, with a visage unlike any race he had encountered before, leaving him utterly bewildered. "You are awake? Are you feeling better?" the man inquired, tilting his head slightly. Alex was unsure of the man's identity, yet an instinct told him that this individual had healed him. "Much better. Where am I?" "In Rome," Lin Tianyu replied. "Ah, by the way," he suddenly recalled something, retrieving a parchment scroll from the table and tossing it to Alex. "By the way, from this day forth, you are free." "Free?" Alex exclaimed, somewhat incredulous as he unfurled the scroll, which clearly bore a contract transferring his ownership to a foreigner named Tianyu. "You are Tianyu." "Indeed," Lin Tianyu nodded, "and I willingly grant you your freedom, though not without conditions. You must serve as my guardian for a period of 5 years. During this time, you will travel with me, heed my commands, and ensure my safety. After 5 years, I shall reward you with a sum of money for your service. At that juncture, you may choose to continue serving me or depart at your discretion. What say you?" Alex, bewildered by the proposal, replied, "But I am your slave. You could demand anything of me without offering compensation." Lin Tianyu shrugged, "Yet I do not require a slave. What I seek is a loyal guardian, a dependable companion, a trusted friend." "Friend?" Alex murmured to himself, the term feeling strangely unfamiliar. "Indeed," Lin Tianyu smiled, stepping closer and patting Alex on the shoulder. "Moreover, the world I hail from does not permit the existence of slaves. Thus, I neither need nor desire one. Your homeland sounds like a wonderful place." "Ha, believe me, it's not as idyllic as you might imagine," Lin Tianyu replied, self-deprecatingly. "Now, Please make your decision. Theo, you wish to become my guardian? If you decline, I shall not press the matter. I can return you to your arena, allowing you to resume your life as a gladiator. I suppose I have little choice, Alex stated calmly. At least being a guardian should be safer than being a gladiator. I accept. Excellent, Lin Tianyu said, unfastening his sword from his waist. From this moment forth, you are officially appointed. Alex took the sword that was tossed to him, surprised by its length and peculiar design. He gently drew it from its sheath. A glimmer of cold light catching his eye, illuminating his astonished expression. It was a sword styled after the Han Dynasty, slightly shorter than an 88K katana or a medieval two-handed sword, measuring over 80 centimeters in length. The blade was crafted from patterned steel, adorned with naturally occurring pine patterns, a true masterpiece. Lin Tianyu had commissioned this sword for over 10,000 coins, and it was his favorite. Now, as Alex held this priceless treasure, he could hardly believe his fortune. What is this? Your weapon. A guardian must possess a proper weapon, Lin Tianyu stated matter-of-factly, leaving Alex momentarily speechless. Enough with the astonishment. You will encounter many more shocking things in the future. For now, you need to rest and regain your strength. I shall soon prepare to return home. Chapter 40. The journey home. After spending over 2 months in ancient Rome, Lin Tianyu finally prepared to return home. The old emperor's weapon upgrade plan ultimately failed. Although the localized quenching method Lin Tianyu provided did enhance weapon lethality, the old emperor discovered that crafting these new weapons was exceedingly complicated, and quality control was difficult to maintain. Equipping a legion of 5,000 with new arms was no trivial task. Moreover, the new weaponry conflicted with the Roman military's combat philosophy, in close-quarters battles. Roman soldiers typically formed tight clusters, using shields to block frontal assaults before employing short swords for close-range killings. While the new weapons were sharper and longer, capable of slashing, they were ill-suited for such close combat. As a result, the old emperor ultimately opted to recall all Roman short swords, subjecting the tips to localized quenching to enhance their stabbing capabilities without embarking on a large-scale production of new weaponry. However, despite this, Lin Tianyu still received commendations from the old emperor, who also inquired further about weapon forging. Lin Tianyu spoke at length, recalling various passages from the historical fantasy novels he had previously read, many of which featured weapon crafting. He managed to remember some details, and with a touch of imagination, he spun a tale that greatly impressed the old emperor, who rewarded him with a considerable amount of ancient Roman gold coins. Lin Tianyu packed these coins, along with the gold he had exchanged, into 2 chests, which together weighed an astonishing 130 pounds. It was quite a task for him to lift them alone. Fortunately, Alex had fully regained his strength after a month of recuperation, and with his robust assistance, moving the chests became a manageable endeavor. During Alex's recovery, Lin Tianyu did not remain idle. He learned to ride a horse. Although the absence of stirrups made him hesitant to gallop, he had mastered the basics and no longer feared falling off. He also sought Alex's guidance on some combat techniques, which helped pass the time. Finally, half a month after Alex's recovery, Lin Tianyu resolved to return home. He had accrued enough wealth and hired a competent bodyguard. Remaining any longer held little interest for him. Thus, on a tranquil morning, he set forth on his journey home. He purchased a cart and hired an elderly coachman, placing the 2 chests inside. Both he and Alex took a seat in the cart, while the precious gems were stowed in a canvas bag. Most of the food he had brought from the modern world had been consumed, and he had given the remaining items to Alicia, so he prepared an ample supply of food from this era for the return trip. Whole grain bread, tough jerky, pure wine stored in water bottles, and olives to nibble on were all packed into the cart. Theo avoided drawing attention. Only Appius and his daughter Alicia came to see him off. Alicia seemed to have something to say to him but ultimately held her tongue. Appius, however, remained perplexed by Lin Tianyu's extravagant purchase of a gladiator for protection, and even at the last moment, he hinted that Lin Tianyu should be cautious of Alex. Lin Tianyu merely smiled in response, offering no explanation. Given the considerable wealth he possessed and the poor security of this era, Lin Tianyu felt a wave of anxiety as he exited the city gate of Rome. He kept his Thompson submachine gun beside him, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Influenced by his demeanor, Alex also grew tense, clutching the treasured ancient sword with a wood grain pattern, ready for battle, however, as they gradually lost sight of Rome. No untoward incidents occurred. It seems we have finally left Rome, Lin Tianyu remarked, gazing at the city walls disappearing behind the hills, a hint of nostalgia in his voice. Soon, I shall be home. You seem quite eager to return home? Alex suddenly inquired. Of course. People always yearn for home. I have never felt such a longing, Alex sighed. My home lies in a small village near the Roman border, close to foreign tribes. Since my earliest memories, we have endured constant wars and raids, battling various tribes, each side killing the other, fostering generations of hatred. This state of affairs persisted until His Majesty the Emperor led an army to sweep away those tribes. Consequently, some of us from the village joined his forces. You hold great respect for your emperor? Indeed, Alex appeared somewhat somber, yet I have disappointed him. I once swore to eradicate all foreign tribes, but ultimately realized they are just like us. Seeing the innocent eyes of those children, I felt like a butcher. Past glories faded into insignificance, and I found myself in a dilemma. Slaughtering the innocent weighs heavily on my conscience, yet disobeying orders would surely disappoint the emperor. Choosing between the children and the emperor is not always an easy decision. But in the end, you chose the children, even though they wield no power like the emperor and can offer you nothing. Tell me, Alex, if given the chance to choose again, what would you do? Alex shook his head. I do not know. At times, I feel utterly lost, as it seems any choice I make is wrong. Wrong. Lin Tianyu suddenly recalled some words spoken to him by Max. You have not erred in your actions. Your confusion arises because you were born in the wrong era. Once you reach the time you belong to, you will discover that you can accomplish many remarkable things. Alex appeared bewildered, clearly not understanding Lin Tianyu's meaning, yet he expressed gratitude for the comfort. Lin Tianyu smiled and said nothing further. After 2 days of arduous travel, the cart finally arrived at the port of Hibernas. After assisting in unloading the 2 chests, the coachman eagerly gazed at Lin Tianyu. Anticipating his reward, Lin Tianyu glanced at the honest coachman and suddenly felt a mischievous impulse. Oh no, it seems I've forgotten to bring money. What shall I do now? He smiled at the coachman, watching his expression shift from red to pale, then back to red again. The coachman, initially inclined to anger, hesitated upon seeing Alex and the sword in his hand, and could only lower his head in resignation. Since I lack money, let this cart serve as your reward for the journey. What? The coachman was momentarily stunned, unable to believe his ears as he looked at Lin Tianyu, and then at the cart. It was a fine cart equipped with 2 excellent horses. 1 horse alone was a considerable fortune in Rome, and the cart along with 2 horses far exceeded the coachman's entire wealth. You heard me correctly, old man. It is now yours. Lin Tianyu patted his shoulder. Smiling, he was quite pleased with the effect he had created, bringing immense surprise to others with items he no longer needed, which made him feel generous and carefree. In a sense, he truly was. Watching the elated coachman drive the cart back to Rome, Lin Tianyu shook his head with a smile and gestured to the astonished Alex. Come on, my friend, we have more ground to cover. Lin Tianyu purchased a small boat at the port, comparable in size to the one he had sailed previously. He stocked it with sufficient food and water before boarding with Alex and setting out from the port. He had some knowledge of sailing, having worked as a fisherman for 2 months and learned from Euler during his previous visit, and Alex was able to lend a hand as well, making the journey manageable. He first sailed along the coast for half a day. Using landmarks from his previous trip for navigation, in the afternoon, he began to head south, and the weather remained calm. By the evening of the 3rd day, he finally caught sight of the outline of the small island in the distance. Thank heavens, he had not lost his way. Lin Tianyu breathed a sigh of relief. While navigating, he had felt quite anxious. Although he had a compass to determine direction, all actions were taken in the opposite manner to his arrival. Nevertheless, he could not shake the unease, for in this era's maritime conditions, encountering a storm could easily spell doom. Thankfully, the journey had been relatively smooth, and he was finally nearing home. However, it was not yet time for celebration. As the sun was gradually sinking below the horizon, making landing in the dark a daunting task, just then, Apius suddenly tapped Lin Tianyu on the shoulder. Sir, I believe we are in trouble. Lin Tianyu turned to see a dark mass of storm clouds approaching from afar, resembling a wall of clouds stretching across the sea. We must quicken our pace, Lin Tianyu exclaimed, grasping the mooring rope. Chapter 41. The tenant Ningxia drew back the heavy curtains, allowing sunlight to stream into the long-abandoned room. Dust accumulated on the curtains danced in the shaft of light, revealing a sense of fatigue in the winter afternoon sun, accompanied by a slightly acrid smell. Outside the window lay a desolate, overgrown plot of land, which seemed to have once been a factory yard, now left in neglect, its winter-browned expanse exuding a melancholic air. Ningxia noticed a woman in old athletic wear hanging freshly washed clothes on a frayed power line. Sensing her gaze, the woman glanced over, but merely for a fleeting moment, as if she had seen something ominous, before hurriedly turning away. What a peculiar woman, Ningxia thought to herself, aside from the odd neighbor. This place was quite a decent residence, remote yet not too far from the city, conveniently located yet not easily discovered, making it an ideal abode for her line of work. She turned to find Xiao Yu casually examining the room's furnishings. Upon seeing her glance back, she asked, "So, how does this house seem?" Ningxia nodded. "The house is quite nice, but is it truly convenient? It appears as though someone has lived here before." "Haha, it's nothing. That tenant has offended someone and fled. When leaving, they mentioned they wouldn't return for a year and a half. You are only staying for a month, so such a brief period is inconsequential." Ningxia nodded. In fact, this was rather fortuitous as it allowed her to avoid leaving any marks on the rental contract. Xiao Yu was exceedingly enthusiastic about this temporary tenant, especially since the rent Lin Tianyu had paid went straight into her father's pockets, leaving her with not a single penny. However, if she could rent it out to another person, it would be different. Her father would never know, and the money would be entirely hers. Such an opportunity was certainly not to be missed. Noticing Ningxia seemed somewhat tempted, she exerted even more effort in promoting the apartment. Grasping Ningxia's hand, she pushed open the bedroom door, saying, "Come and take a look at the bedroom. If there's anything you need, don't hesitate to ask. I will do my utmost to accommodate your requests." As Ningxia stepped into the bedroom, she observed that it was quite simply furnished: a desk, a computer, a few books on marine biology, a wardrobe with a large mirror that was about 70% new, and two wooden doors standing against the wall. She pointed to the two doors and inquired, "What are these two doors for?" Xiao Yu shrugged. "Who knows? Perhaps they are some sort of collection belonging to that person surnamed Lin." "Collection doors?" Ningxia pondered for a moment, still finding it difficult to believe, however, after examining the beautifully intricate patterns on the doors and their aged material. She found herself somewhat convinced. In her mind, she conjured an image of a balding old man with gold-rimmed glasses, somewhat scholarly in demeanor, who enjoyed collecting antique doors. The more she thought about it, the stranger it seemed. "Well, I suppose I will rent it then. Shall I pay now?" "Of course, you will also need to pay a month's deposit and provide your ID for registration." Ningxia nodded and handed 2,000 yuan in cash along with her ID to Xiao Yu, who was all smiles as she tucked the money away, glancing at the name on the ID, Guo Furong. What a peculiar name. After bidding farewell to Xiao Yu, Ningxia began to explore the apartment. She carefully inspected the furnishings, ensuring there were no hidden cameras or listening devices, and only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. Returning to the bedroom, she gathered up all the belongings left by the previous tenant and moved them to the guest room. After arranging her own luggage, she lay down and found it quite comfortable. The only eyesore was the two wooden doors standing rigidly against the wall, looking exceedingly out of place. Ningxia climbed off the bed to test the weight of the doors. Discovering they were quite heavy, moving them alone would indeed require some effort. After deliberation, she decided to leave them for the time being and would ask two workers to help move them to the storage room later. A quick glance around revealed another discordant item, a strangely shaped short sword hanging on the wall. She picked up the short sword to examine it. While it possessed a somewhat classical design, the material appeared quite poor, with rust already covering the blade. She wondered why such a sword was hung on the wall, and after some thought, decided it best not to make too many alterations. Casually returning the sword to its place, Ningxia was not one to take on work herself. If a task could be accomplished with money, she would gladly pay for it. She tossed a couple of 100 yuan at the labor market and hired two workers who thoroughly cleaned the apartment from top to bottom, even moving those unsightly wooden doors into the storage room. Once the workers had finished, the living room finally resembled a habitable space, and Ningxia nodded in satisfaction at the tidiness. After dinner, Ningxia logged onto the internet. Although it was not yet 8 o'clock, she already felt a wave of drowsiness wash over her. The past few days spent acquiring supplies had drained her energy. And with the impending action days away, she believed an early night would be wise. As she lay in bed, she quickly fell into a light sleep, accustomed to dozing off in unfamiliar environments from her travels. Just as she was about to drift into a deeper slumber, boom! A loud crash jolted Ningxia awake, her eyes reflecting a hint of alertness. Pressing her ear against the headboard, she questioned whether she had truly heard that sound. Though she had yet to move, her body was already tense like a frightened cat. Boom! This time, the sound was unmistakably clear. She quickly sprang from her bed, her eyes filled with confusion. Was there a thief? This was the first thought that crossed her mind, but what sort of burglar could infiltrate her home without her noticing? After a moment's hesitation, she did not dwell on the matter. The immediate priority was to ascertain what was happening. She retrieved a small dagger from beneath her pillow, contemplated briefly, and then took down the short sword from the wall. Walking barefoot, she ventured out of the bedroom without making a sound. Upon reaching the living room, she realized the crash had come from the storage room. Her expression remained calm, not betraying any panic. She recalled locking the storage room door herself after seeing off the two workers. Whatever was inside should not be able to burst out. She approached the door quietly, pressing her ear against it. The crashing had ceased, but she heard other sounds, distant rumblings like thunder, accompanied by the howling of wind and rain. Was there a television left on in the storage room? Just as she pondered this, a sudden chill crept over her foot, causing her to jump back in alarm. Then, through the door's crack, a trickle of water seeped out. Ningxia's hair stood on end. She recalled the strange look in the woman's eyes earlier that day. Could this house be haunted? The thought seemed absurd, yet she could find no other explanation for the bizarre occurrences. Unless she opened the storage room door. Just as she hesitated, muffled voices drifted through from behind it. In the next moment, with a loud bang, the storage room door swung open, revealing a burly man clad in leather armor and a strangely robed figure standing in the doorway, both staring at her in astonishment. Behind them, a wooden door stood ajar, wind and rain pouring in, occasionally illuminated by flashes of lightning. She stood frozen, locked in a gaze with the two men, momentarily dazed. Chapter 42. The Antagonist. Lin Tianyu gazed at the woman before him. Clad in a white lace nightgown and brandishing a short sword, feeling an exasperated sense of disbelief. Despite having sensed something amiss when he discovered the exit was in the storage room after opening the temporal door. The outcome still left him at a loss for words. In truth, he had no other choice. The storage room was filled with useless items, and who knew when that door would open again? Moreover, both he and Alex were cold, hungry, and utterly exhausted, craving nothing more than a hot shower, a warm bed, and a delicious meal. Despite knowing this abrupt entrance might lead to unnecessary trouble and misunderstandings, he could no longer afford to care, and Alex was equally impatient. Thus, Lin Tianyu issued a command, and Alex promptly burst through the door. They were met with the sight of the startled woman in her nightgown. Regardless, it was imperative to regain control of the situation first. Lin Tianyu thought as he gestured to Alex to apprehend her, while he himself turned toward the temporal door. Ningxia had yet to comprehend what was transpiring when she noticed the muscular man striding toward her. "Don't come any closer." Damn it! Realizing that mere words could not stop him, she resolved to fight back and thrust her sword at Alex. Alex, having survived countless life-and-death battles in the arena, easily dodged her weak strike. Seizing Ningxia's arm and twisting it gently in an instant, she felt as though her arm might break, and the sword fell from her grasp. Though alarmed, Ningxia was not one to submit easily. She was no ordinary delicate woman. She swiftly turned and delivered a spinning kick to Alex's abdomen, forcing him to stumble back and releasing her from his grasp. Alex was taken aback by her counterattack. He had not anticipated this seemingly frail woman would possess such resilience. Annoyed, he drew his sword, its blade gleaming ominously, causing Ningxia's heart to race. Sensing her trepidation, Alex waved the sword around, drawing her attention to the blade before suddenly lunging forward, enduring several of her punches while pinning her to the ground. In terms of sheer strength, Ningxia was no match for Alex. Within moments, he had her hands restrained and pinned down, despite her frantic struggles to break free. When Lin Tianyu entered the room, carrying a canvas bag, he found this scene unfolding inside, casually shutting the temporal door and turning on the living room lights. Under the illumination, the three of them were finally able to see each other's faces clearly. and they were all taken aback in surprise. Alex was astonished by the light above him, a luminous object he had never encountered before. Despite Lin Tianyu's repeated admonitions to remain calm before opening the door, he could not help but feel a surge of surprise. Ning Xia's astonishment stemmed from the appearance of the two individuals before her. The man restraining her was clad in peculiar leather armor, resembling an ancient warrior, and was evidently a foreigner, likely of Latin descent judging by his slightly tanned complexion. The other individual donned an oddly styled robe, with modern trousers and shoes that contrasted sharply. Upon shedding his drenched robe, he revealed a woolen sweater, unmistakably a man of contemporary times. Yet, how could these two have emerged from an old door in the storage room? She found this conundrum perplexing, leaving her mind in disarray. Lin Tianyu's astonishment, however, was elicited by the beauty of the woman before him. Although she had not groomed herself and he could only see her profile, it was evident that she was a rare beauty, though not breathtaking. She was undeniably charming. Her figure was quite alluring. The sheer lace nightgown did little to conceal her exquisite form, and beneath its hem, her pristine calves and delicate feet were exposed, stirring an inexplicable impulse within Lin Tianyu, who had not been with a woman for several months. Nevertheless, he was not one to succumb to base desires. 2 months of training had instilled in him a sense of composure. And now, he deemed it more pressing to change clothes and eat. He unfastened a rope from his waist, a sturdy tether salvaged from the ship, now rendered even more resilient by rainwater, perfect for binding. With Alex's assistance, they secured the woman in the nightgown, both exhaling in relief. "Sir, what should we do now?" Lin Tianyu thought to himself. "You ask me, who should I ask?" This woman was clearly a tenant. But it made no sense. He had only been away for 2 months and had paid 6 months' rent in advance. It must have been that greedy Xiaoyou's doing. Anger surged within him, contemplating whether to silence her permanently. Logically, having already taken the lives of over a dozen people, he should not have any psychological barriers. Yet, in the face of the beautiful woman's enchanting visage and fiery gaze, he found himself unable to act. The distinction between killing a vicious criminal under life-threatening circumstances and taking the life of a charming beauty without such peril was stark, even if this beauty appeared to loathe him. "Well, let's not dwell on that for now. We should change our clothes first," he said to Alex. He then proceeded to the bathroom to fetch 2 towels, which seemed to belong to the charming tenant, soft, plush, and imbued with a faint fragrance. Afterward, he returned to the bedroom's wardrobe to retrieve 2 sets of clothing, 1 casual outfit and 1 sportswear, along with 2 clean undergarments, all unused. The 2 men stripped off their soaked garments, dried themselves with the towels, and donned fresh attire, feeling somewhat better. Watching the 2 men dry themselves with her towels, Ning Xia's eyes blazed with fury, yet she found herself utterly incapable of resisting. Silently pondering the origins of these peculiar individuals. Once dressed, Lin Tianyu glanced at the beauty on the floor, noting her resigned expression, which eased his concerns. He instructed Alex to keep watch over her while he rummaged through the refrigerator and pantry. There was still half a pizza in the fridge, which he heated in the microwave, alongside boiling several packets of instant noodles. They devoured the pizza alongside the hot soup from the noodles, feeling more satisfied than if they had dined at an imperial banquet. Observing their ravenous consumption, Ning Xia thought, "How about you choke on that?" Unfortunately, her unspoken wish seemed unheard by the heavens, as the 2 men finished eating, even draining the soup, sitting there in apparent contentment, which only fueled Ning Xia's resentment regarding her current predicament. "All right, let us clarify the situation," Lin Tianyu stated as he approached Ning Xia and crouched beside her. "Your silence was wise. This house has excellent soundproofing. Even firing a gun inside may not be heard outside. Since you are so astute, I trust you understand the importance of self-preservation. Now, I will ask questions, and you shall answer truthfully. First question, what is your name?" Noticing Ning Xia's bemused expression, he suddenly recalled he had been speaking in ancient Roman language. He pondered for a moment, then removed the amulet from around his neck and handed it to Alex. "From now on, you may use this amulet." Alex, perplexed, donned the amulet and was astonished to find Lin Tianyu posing questions to the woman in a strange language he had never heard before, yet he understood its meaning. However, given the plethora of surprising events he had encountered, he was no longer particularly astonished. "What is your name?" he heard Lin Tianyu ask the woman. Guo Furong, Ning Xia responded through gritted teeth. Guo Furong? Lin Tianyu thought to himself, I might as well be Bai Zhantong. He gently caressed the face of the nightgown-clad beauty, smiling as he admired her disgusted expression while adopting the tone of a film villain. I believe you still fail to grasp the situation. Frankly, I do not intend to waste much time on you, nor do I care about your background. However, we must clarify the current circumstances so you can either answer my questions, or I will kill you to silence you. Of course, before silencing you, I would not mind indulging in some other activities, as I must admit, you are indeed a beautiful woman. As he spoke, he lightly traced his fingers along the smoothness of her calves, causing Ning Xia to shudder. She was fully aware of the implications woven within his words, recognizing that she had no bargaining power at this moment. My name is Ning Xia, she ultimately conceded. Lin Tianyu nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. See, we are now beginning to be forthright with one another. Very well. Ms. Ning Xia, please tell me why you are here. This house is my rental, and I just moved in today. Damn that Xiaoyu. Having taken my money, she had now dragged me into this mess, Lin Tianyu thought. But how should he deal with this predicament? He considered the notion of taking a woman's life abhorrent and doubted Alex would consent to such an act either. Yet, releasing her could lead to unnecessary complications. Perhaps throwing her behind that door and leaving her to her own devices would suffice. After all, it was not the first time, as he contemplated. His gaze instinctively drifted to the wooden door in the storage room. And Ning Xia seemed to sense something. Although she was unaware of the door's true nature, the recent thunderstorm and the disheveled appearance of the two men suggested something ominous lay beyond. She glanced at her flimsy nightgown and involuntarily shivered, fear flashing in her eyes for the first time. Ultimately, Lin Tianyu could not bring himself to act with cruelty. The pleading gaze of the beauty pierced through his resolve. Here's what we shall do. We will stay here tonight, and you will remain bound for now. Tomorrow morning we will leave, and I will call Xiaoyu to come untie you. You can simply regard this as a nightmare to forget, okay? Ning Xia nodded vigorously. Though inwardly she thought, forget it. Just wait until I deal with you. Lin Tianyu added, of course, even if you mention this to others, it won't matter. I doubt anyone would believe you, and they might just think you're a madwoman. Ning Xia mused that he spoke the truth. If not for the coldness of the floor beneath her, she might have questioned whether this was all a dream. So, will you sleep on the floor, the chair, or the bed tonight? Ning Xia glanced at the muddy floor and the cold chair, ultimately shaking her head. I will sleep in the bed. All right. Alex, lend me a hand and help me place her on the bed. Chapter 43. Morning. Ning Xia weighed no more than 100 pounds, making her easy to carry. The two men effortlessly transported her into the bedroom and tossed her onto the bed. However, Lin Tianyu remained uneasy. What if she managed to escape during the night? Such scenarios occurred frequently in films. After some contemplation, he tied Ning Xia's hands to the bed's headboard and her feet to the footboard. During this process, she inevitably struggled, but ultimately, she was completely restrained. Pleased with his handiwork, Lin Tianyu noted the somewhat provocative position of the bound beauty, reminiscent of scenes from certain films, particularly given her sheer nightgown, which only heightened the temptation of wrongdoing. He draped a blanket over her, feeling slightly better. Exhausted from the ordeal, he turned to Alex and said, you can sleep in the guest room tonight. Naturally, Alex had no objections. He directly used Lin Tianyu's luggage. Once Alex was settled, Lin Tianyu returned to Ning Xia's room, shedding his coat and diving headfirst into the warmth of her blankets. What are you doing? Ning Xia exclaimed in shock, her hands and legs bound, leaving her without any room for movement. If Lin Tianyu intended to do anything to her, she felt utterly powerless to resist. To her surprise, Lin Tianyu simply waved his hand dismissively. Of course, I'm going to sleep. There's no need to be so tense. I have no interest in you for the time being. With that, he extinguished the light, closed his eyes, and succumbed to slumber. This was not due to Lin Tianyu's virtuous restraint or a lack of interest in the enchanting beauty beside him. Rather, he had endured several restless days at sea, battling a storm for over an hour, and then dragging heavy luggage onto the island. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon him, and all he desired was a deep, uninterrupted sleep. Thus, inhaling the faint scent of femininity lingering on the blankets, he quickly drifted off. Ning Xia, tense for so long, soon realized that the man beside her had no intention of making a move. He lay there soundly asleep, his breathing gradually becoming even and slow, indicating he had entered the realm of dreams. A flicker of relief washed over her, yet beneath it lay a hint of disappointment. Had her allure failed to captivate him? Nevertheless, avoiding a potential crisis was ultimately a positive outcome. Although she was not the paragon of virtue, often engaging in casual encounters, the thought of being forced into intimacy without any means of resistance was unbearable. Yet, Lin Tianyu's dismissive demeanor was difficult for her to accept. Perhaps it was true that he was utterly exhausted, allowing him to sleep soundly even with a stunning beauty like her beside him. This thought provided her with a modicum of solace. However, reflecting on her luck, she felt exasperated at the absurdity of her situation. How could such an incident occur while renting a room? Had she known, she would have opted for a hotel instead. As she pondered, she glanced back at the peacefully sleeping Lin Tianyu, his steady breaths and relaxed brow suggesting a deep comfort. Her irritation flared. What kind of person was he? Determined to seize the opportunity while Lin Tianyu slept, she attempted to wriggle free from her bindings, but the ropes were tied too tightly, leaving no room for maneuvering. Lying on her back, discomfort soon enveloped her. And just then, Lin Tianyu shifted, his hand inadvertently resting upon her chest. A mix of embarrassment and anger surged within her. She wanted to roll over but feared waking him. Instead, she managed to turn onto her side, facing away from him, finally displacing his hand from an inappropriate area, silently praying he would roll back. However, it seemed that in sleep, one instinctively sought warmth, for Lin Tianyu not only failed to turn back, but also drew closer, wrapping his arms around her waist and resting a leg over hers. Ningxia could distinctly feel his warm breath against her, and to her dismay, she sensed a firm presence pressing against her backside. A chill crept over her. Was he feigning sleep? Yet, after a moment, he remained still, leading her to believe it was merely an involuntary reaction. Still, this did little to ease her discomfort. How could she possibly sleep with him pressing against her? A wave of revulsion mixed with a heated restlessness coursed through her. She contemplated waking him but feared his potential wrath upon waking. After much deliberation, she chose to endure. Finally, in the dead of night, exhaustion overcame her, and she drifted off. Upon awakening, she found herself greeted by the soft light of dawn spilling through the window, illuminating the white walls and casting a delicate shadow across the room. Turning over, she discovered the man beside her was gone. Just as she felt a sense of safety wash over her, the bedroom door swung open, revealing Lin Tianyu, camera in hand, wearing an odd smile that sent a shiver down her spine. "What are you doing?" she gasped. I didn't expect Miss Ning to be awake already. I had hoped to take a few shots before you opened your eyes to spare you any psychological trauma. Unfortunately, I overslept and must now put you through this," he said, adjusting the focus on his camera with practiced ease. "Come on, Miss Ning, smile. It will make your photos all the more lovely. What the hell do you think you're doing?" Ningxia could no longer maintain her composure. Cursing him vehemently, Lin Tianyu shrugged. "I didn't wish for this version of you, but you happened to witness something you shouldn't have. Originally, I considered silencing you, but I am a man who cherishes beauty, and I found it difficult to act against such a delicate creature. However, if I were to release you, I feared you might spread rumors or cause me unnecessary trouble. Thus, I devised another solution. Let us create some beautiful memories from this unexpected encounter. A memento of our meeting. Your solution is to take nude photos? What kind of ridiculous idea is that?" Ningxia retorted, her anger palpable. Lin Tianyu remained unfazed by her outrage. "Let us consider this from a positive perspective. I am going to shoot a sensual photo series with you, something many women dream of. As a professional photographer, you need not worry about unflattering images, and once developed, I will send you a copy for free. You see, you are quite fortunate." Hearing those words from Lin Tianyu, Ningxia felt anything but lucky. "You cannot do this." "In fact, I can, and to be honest, I am rather looking forward to it," he replied, lifting the covers to reveal her exquisite form, illuminated by the sunlight, enhancing her beauty. He snapped a few photos of her in her nightgown before preparing to remove it for even more provocative shots, prompting tears to brim in Ningxia's eyes. Wait, I have a much better way to resolve our predicament." Lin Tianyu paused his actions, intrigued. "Oh, do share your solution. You want leverage to ensure I won't report you, right? Rest assured, I will not contact the authorities. There is a black suitcase in my luggage beneath the bed. Open it, and you will understand. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Tianyu decided to investigate. Very well. I will take a look, but if I find it lacking, I still intend to take those photos. I'll be honest. I am quite interested in that. Chapter 44. Moving house. Lin Tianyu peered beneath the bed. Where indeed a black suitcase lay, he pulled it out, only to find it secured with a combination lock. The code is. Before he could inquire, Ning Xia volunteered, "It's my birthday." A Sagittarius, huh? How amusing, he remarked as he deftly unlocked the suitcase with a satisfying click. Inside, he was taken aback by its contents. A set of black spandex attire, a mini flashlight, climbing rope, a fishing line, several three-dimensional blueprints of a building, a vacuum climbing device, and atop it all rested a close-up photograph of a massive sapphire pendant encased in bulletproof glass. These items prompted a recollection of a film, and he gazed curiously at Ning Xia, who resignedly nodded. You guessed correctly. This is my target, the Blue Star, valued at 700,000 euros, approximately 6 million yuan. So? You are a thief? Lin Tianyu exclaimed in surprise. More accurately, an international thief, Ning Xia confessed, shedding her pretense. I had my sights on it while in Europe, but security was too tight for any opportunities. Upon hearing that the Blue Star was being exhibited in S-City, I followed it here, so you see, you need not fear my reporting you, as I am the first one wishing to stay far from the police. You can trust me to leave without any issues. Besides, what could I possibly say if I did report you? As you pointed out, no one would believe such a tale, and even I am unsure of what I witnessed. It does seem to make sense, Lin Tianyu mused. Continuing to rummage through the suitcase, yet finding nothing of greater value, he then began to sift through her other belongings, prompting Ning Xia to ask, "What are you doing?" "Searching for something, are we? Since you are an international thief, I presume you have pilfered quite a few treasures in the past. Let me see if I can uncover one or two. Look at what I've found." As Lin Tianyu spoke, he retrieved an album from a travel backpack, opening it to reveal a shocking surprise. My, I didn't expect your accomplishments to be quite so impressive. He said this while presenting a photograph to Ning Xiyu to eye in the picture. Ning Xiyu was clad in a form-fitting black outfit, suspended mid-air by climbing ropes, a golden mask gleaming in one hand as she flashed a triumphant smile at the camera. "It appears you have indeed amassed quite the bounty," he remarked, waving the photograph before Ning Xiyu's eyes before picking up a second one. This time, she held a diamond ornament, standing in an opulent exhibition hall, similarly attired as a thief. Ning Xiyu felt a wave of dread wash over her. Every time she committed a theft, she would capture a photograph as a memento, both to reminisce upon during her retirement and to indulge in a sense of pride about her clandestine exploits. Little did she expect Lin Tianyu to unearth these memories. After glancing through a few pictures, Lin Tianyu realized he had stumbled upon a treasure trove. "Very well, since you have shown such sincerity, I shall let you off the hook. As for these photos, I shall keep them as mementos. Rest assured, as long as you do not trouble me, I will not disseminate these images." He said this while tucking the album into his coat, nodding gracefully at the seething Ning Xiyu before turning to leave. Upon exiting the bedroom, Alex was already waiting outside, clad in Lin Tianyu's old sportswear and worn travel shoes. His short hair was somewhat disheveled, his dark skin bore the marks of labor, and his robust physique resembled that of an Italian laborer. "Sir, what shall we do now?" "We are moving," Lin Tianyu replied, gesturing toward the time-space portal. "First, I need to transfer everything related to my identity through that door. Let us get to work." As he spoke, he opened the portal leading to the island. The storm had passed, the sky was a brilliant blue, and a crisp sea breeze filled the air. The two men hastily moved Lin Tianyu's belongings to the island, leaving behind only a few cumbersome and useless items. Lin Tianyu did not possess much, so they completed the task in just over 10 minutes. After closing the portal, he and Alex lifted the two doors and the heavy furniture outside. "Hello. Is this Luo Fei? This is Lin Tianyu. Do you have a moment to help me with a ride?" 10 minutes later, a small truck pulled up in front of Lin Tianyu's house. Luo Fei appeared much the same. Wearing a gloomy expression, he glanced at Alex beside Lin Tianyu, seemingly surprised, but adhered to his usual demeanor and did not inquire further. "Long time no see, Xiao Lin," he nodded at Lin Tianyu. Indeed, I've been traveling recently. How's business for you? What can I say? It's just about getting by. Speaking of travel, you aren't hiding out, are you? Lin Tianyu paused at Luo Fei's comment. Have you heard something? Of course, Luo Fei nodded. I hear that Brother Y is looking for you. Who is Brother Y? Lin Tianyu felt bewildered, vaguely recalling that the name had been mentioned during the incident with Hu Bin. You don't know? Luo Fei exclaimed, clearly taken aback. Brother Y is quite a notable figure, connected to the authorities. He usually keeps a low profile, but is definitely someone to reckon with. I've heard he has been looking for you due to Hu Bin's disappearance. He hasn't been seen for 2 months. You didn't, by any chance, silence Hu Bin, did you? Lin Tianyu's heart raced at the implication, wondering how Luo Fei knew, only to realize the faint smile on Luo Fei's lips suggested he was joking. He managed a strained chuckle. Haha, you have quite the sense of humor. If I had that capability, I wouldn't need him to help me sell seafood. Luo Fei nodded noncommittally. Did you need something from me? Indeed, I require your assistance in transporting some items back home. With the new year approaching, and having been away for nearly a year, it's time I pay a visit, and my home is in Teeling, quite a distance away, but I assure you it's worth your while. Just get me there, and I will pay you 1,000 yuan, with travel expenses additional. What do you think? Luo Fei examined the few pieces of furniture, which appeared rather ordinary, likely not worth 1,000 yuan in total. But he nodded nonetheless. All right, I'll take the job. The three of them busily loaded the 2 wooden doors and furniture onto the truck before setting off. Lin Tianyu's actual home was not in Teeling but rather a small coastal town in Inko. He only mentioned Teeling to obscure his whereabouts. Although he had known Luo Fei for a few months, he did not fully trust him, and taking these precautions was merely prudent. As Lin Tianyu sat in the back seat of the small truck, he remembered to call Xiaoyu. Hello, is this Xiaoyu? It's Lin Tianyu. Lin Tianyu, when did you return? Xiaoyu's voice was initially filled with surprise, quickly shifting to anxiety as she recalled having just rented Lin Tianyu's house to another person. What if they crossed paths? I returned last night. Guess what? I received a delightful surprise when I got home. Xiaoyu fell silent, realizing her worst fears were coming true. Tentatively, she asked, You didn't get into a fight with Guo Furong, did you? Guo Furong? Lin Tianyu mused, wondering if that was her real name, but quickly grasped it was likely a pseudonym. Haha, of course not. We had a splendid conversation. Thank heavens. Xiaoyu exhaled in relief, grateful that no trouble had arisen. I will find her another place to stay immediately. Please don't be upset. I'm not upset. Do you know why? Xiaoyu was perplexed. Why? Because Miss Guo and I truly hit it off, and we ended up on the bed together. I owe you one for introducing me to such a beautiful woman. What? Xiaoyu was momentarily stunned, her heart racing with excitement. She never would have imagined that the usually reserved Lin Tianyu would have such success with a beauty. However, considering Guo Furong's seemingly demure demeanor, it was surprising how easily she had succumbed. Haha. No need for thanks. We are friends, after all. I had a feeling you two would get along splendidly, which is why I lent her your house, hoping you'd connect well upon your return. Then I must thank you for introducing me to a lovely woman, Lin Tianyu said, as if suddenly reminded of something. Oh, by the way, I need your help with one more thing. This morning, I had to leave in a hurry and forgot to untie a rope. Can you assist me with that? Xiaoyu stammered. Rope? What rope? You'll understand when you get there. I have to go now. I have other matters to attend to. After hanging up, Lin Tianyu turned to find Luo Fei looking at him with an unmistakably suggestive expression. Just as he was about to clarify, Luo Fei threw him a look that clearly conveyed, no need to explain. I understand.